in transition. Uses his body well, and that's great. Connects on long range. Good. Attacking the rim through the contact. Gets it to go, and that was a strong contest.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the St. John's College Basketball Tournament 2020. Day 3 at the moment of 56 teams whiling away. They are doing the hard grind. It is a murky, cloudy and overcast day here at Wits in Johannesburg. As you'll see, only 12 degrees at the moment, so these teams have to stay warm the whole day. Sitting in the chair next to me, Quinton Denason. Quinton, how are you today, bud?
Good morning, Adam. Yes, it's been quite a chilly morning, and I think it's going to maybe affect the players on the floor. You did mention that it's day 3 action, and what the coaches will take into account is that there's been 2 days of wear on the legs on their players, and this is the knockout stage is important, but also this is the first game of the morning, so how well the kids warm up, how much time they've taken. So both these teams got here quite early, so I'm expecting them to start well, but conditioning and how these teams have prepared for the tournament, I think will start to show early here at this hall.
Well, I'm very glad you brought that up, Quinton, because like you said, it is the knockout stages, the under-15 quarter-final, the first quarter-final, A of the day and of all the quarter-finals. So like Quinton said, they need to be in the zone early and they need to do it fast. We are kicking off with Heidelberg High School versus St. Stithians College. What do you think? What do you think is on the cards for us, Quinton?
Well, if we have a look at Heidelberg High School, and you see that their team made up their Fisher, Ware, the other brother Fisher, Tyler Brandt, Joshua Seal, Kirk Tinesezen, down to Xavier Abrams, Samuels, Zon, Gama, and Mandana. And speaking to the assistant coach, Denman Jones, a little bit earlier, the players to really look out for Tyler Brandt, number 7. He's their primary scorer. He's going to be ably assisted by the 2 Fisher brothers. They're the guys that we need to look out for. They were number 4 and number 6. And then Mujahid Dantu is also got a little shout out from his coach. So they are very aware of their limitations in terms of their roster. They play small ball, so they don't really have the presence of height on their roster, so they're going to look to push the ball up the floor, utilize the speed, utilize the shooting, and Denman Jones has been doing this for a long time. His coach, Damian Hendricks, has also done that. And then we have a quick look at the St. Stithians under 15. For Mani Sitole, it's Paulson, Nkonyeni, Mazibuko, Kwang Hing, Van der Heever, Mali, Magwengwe, Tlakula, Dupree, Gama, and Mandana. And St. Stithians were arguably in a tougher pool. They narrowly beat St. Charles out by 2 points. Pretoria Boys High, they narrowly lost by 2 points. And the other 2 games were in and around there. So Heidelberg had an easier path to this quarterfinal. St. Stithians have seen some tough competition. I think that might factor in terms of what we see competitive-wise on the floor.
I think we definitely, like you mentioned, the height roster is definitely playing a role at the moment. And I agree with you that Heidelberg will definitely play very, like you said, a small ball, close to the ground, close to each other, and very attacking basketball. While St. Stithians might rely on their bigger men, their post-ups, their centers, and really just focus on their rebounds to try and put points on the board.
I would go inside immediately. If I was the coach of St. Stithians, I would look to try and maximize our height. Hopefully our bigs have got a little bit of footwork. You know, they've been well coached. This is a development phase, and for a lot of the players, it's the first time they might have played teams from outside the province, or some of these kids have played in the summer school games that took place in December. So the coaches have certainly seen competition from outside the province. There's always a lot of pride on the line when you have the Western Province taking on Gauteng. It is kind of that battle, but it's also school history, you know, school pride that also comes into it. So I do look forward to a good competitive game, and this is the knockout stages. This
is where it matters.
You only get one chance. So the team that starts well, because of it being running time, the team that is the most consistent will come away with that win.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about bragging rights, and no one has a bigger ego than a high school child. And that's one way of looking at it, because it's even worse sometimes with the coaches and staff from the respective schools. But before the chaos comes too heavily, we was chatting earlier, we're internationally represented today, aren't we?
We certainly are, and teams from Botswana, Mozambique, Swaziland, Zimbabwe here at the St. John's tournament, and Lusaka International from Zambia making their first appearance. And I'm sure viewers at home can see there's a lot of excitement here on the floor, because the referees have signaled that it's the last minute, and
Heideveld absolutely amping up. The energy is through the roof at the moment, and you have to enjoy that. Like you said earlier, it's early, it's cold, warm-up, focus is going to be important. I'm a slow riser in the morning, I'll admit it freely. Are these boys awake? Are they sharp? And are they focused?
And how well conditioned are they? I know we take for granted that there's exuberance of youth and that these young kids can have a motor on them and they can never stop going, but I don't think
there's a limit, yeah. There
has to be a limit, and I don't know. I think maybe the youth factor comes into play. They might be a little bit sharper in the morning, these under 15, and so I expect to see some really sharp, incisive basketball from both teams.
Yeah, it was ice cream in movies last night. Nothing untoward whatsoever. So they should be sharp, like you said, Mr. Denason. But I'm excited. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, St. will be playing in red, left to right. I assume left to right with the start, but actually they'll figure that out now. St. in red and Heideveld in blue.
Well, the coaches will set their final strategy. I can almost guarantee that we will see a little bit of the traditional style of play from Saints. They should go inside and try and draw some fouls on the smaller guys. Heideveld will try and disrupt that. They'll play passing lanes. They will more than likely start out in the zone and look to push the ball and the tempo up the floor.
Yeah, definitely. We got Kwanzaa Mandana in the starting lineup for St. Stithians, and then number 58, Tai Amaru Mazibuko, also up there. And then number 71 will also be playing. I don't have his number. We'll actually be working on that soon. But St. Stithians already playing a height game at the moment. Heideveld coming in white. It's a nice contrast. I'm liking Heideveld's white shirts at the moment. That's just personal taste, though. So I don't know. I'm not a betting man, Quinton. Where do you think the best way of approach here?
I don't like betting either, but the fact that Heideveld have come in here undefeated, give them a little bit of momentum. Saints, like I said, they'll go inside, and they do. An opening score for Mane Sithole off the tip-off.
Well, yeah, so Saints won the tip-off and immediately going nice and easy. Heideveld go up for three. They don't win the point there. They do keep it in play. They try and reset at the key. St. Stithians started well, I think. They won the key off. We think that would have happened. And we think that started well for them. An easy 2 points, a nice layup. Heideveld again with another three. I think there's a big shooting game coming from Heideveld. They're setting up, fakes it outside, brings it back in the key. Drives inside, unfortunately doesn't hit the basket. What is interesting to see, Quinton, is they're immediately crowding the key. Heideveld is in there. They might be smaller, but they're not letting themselves get beaten.
They will play quickly and nice work to find the cut back door, and the easy score opens the scoring for Heideveld.
Heideveld trying to retain possession as quickly as possible as well. So 2-2 at the moment. It's been an interesting start. St. Stithians opened the scoreboard, pulling the trigger first between these two under-15 sides at St. John's basketball tournament in Wits. Heideveld currently enjoying all the possession. They equaled it out 2-2, drawing a foul as well. So Heideveld currently in the lead, or not in the lead rather, but dominating at the moment. But it is early.
Still early days. Both these teams will just try to settle and find their pattern of play. Zahn goes up with his left and has some size on him.
Well, I mean, number 55 for St. Stithians, Rick van der Heever, the man doing some hard rebound work, playing center on attack at the moment at the top of the key. Saints being a little sloppy in the attack. Heideveld looking up to counter. They've got a high play at the moment. Number 44 for St. Stithians is Jacques Dupré, doing a lot of work up high on the field. Another foul. You mentioned earlier, Mr. Denason, that Heideveld, that St. Stithians will be trying to get the fouls from Heideveld, the smaller men, trying to force the fouls, and it's been the opposite at the moment.
That's often what you find. Player psychology plays into it. When you're this young and you see a smaller team, you're going to try and dominate just based on the size and pure physicality. I think the coach of St. Stithians is going to try and ensure that these guys pick up the tempo. Heideveld have dictated pace and tempo, and certainly the happier of the two coaches will be Coach Hendricks, because Heideveld are dictating everything from their end.
So Coach Hendricks, you say, a happy man at the moment, but it's still early days. So the first time out being called, and of course Heideveld still retained possession, driving out. Does look like they're going to be doing quite a few long-range efforts. None of them have come right at the moment. It will be interesting to see already what their attempt percentage to succession is. I don't think it will be great at the moment, but of course maybe that's the tactic at the moment, Quinton. And of course we have to look at what is the best way of sinking it. There we go. And that's 3 points, the first one of the game, and Heideveld sinks that. Number 15, and that is Zon sinking 3 points for his side.
Great defensive work. Brandt coming across, ball stolen. This tempo, I think, will suit Heideveld, but it's a chance now on the fast break. And defensively, Heideveld dictating everything right now.
That was well defended there by Heideveld, getting a clean tap on that layup. St. need to take their opportunities. That was a free layup. At the moment, going round the key, the big man. Number 55 for St. Not good ball control at the moment. Rick van der Heever losing the ball for his side there. You say that St. had a tougher pool, but at the moment it is all Heideveld's game. They are completely dominating possession and territory.
So far, this is expected. They are not scared to put up the shots from the outside. They will continue to play this style of basketball throughout the game. It's the job of St. to adapt and adjust.
Oh, that was a bit of a waste there. 2v1 on an easy layup, and St. don't punish, so they do draw the foul at the moment. But it does seem that St. with a wasted opportunity there. It's number 6, a Walker for Heideveld, causing that infringement.
Another turnover chance now out on the break.
And he draws the foul, does he? Or was that an offensive foul?
32 called for the defensive foul. It will see done to go to the free throw line. St. have had opportunities out on the fast break. Heideveld, because they're playing small ball, almost looked like they're playing just below the elbow and the key. And it's allowing Saints a chance on the fast break, but we just haven't seen them convert those opportunities just yet. Heideveld looking a little bit better to start out this game.
Well, St. is pulling the trigger on the fast breaks, but they're not converting. At the end of the day, Heideveld, one could argue they're not converting very well either, but what they're doing is they're throwing up 20 shots for every 2 that St. is throwing up. And then eventually one's going to sink and sit.
Second chance opportunities.
Yeah.
And it should not be happening given the height restrictions that Heideveld have, or height limitations that Heideveld have. Turnover.
Silly travel there. But again, Heideveld do not seem ruffled at the moment. The score's only 5-2. It's not a huge lead difference. St. throws that up. It's a good basket by number 77 from Mani Sitole. He threw the first one. So far, the only scorer for St.
4 points for Sitole. Yes, it certainly looks like he's one of their primary scorers.
Big 3 for Heideveld again. How are they walking away with rebounds here, Quinton? They're smaller.
Zon will try again, and he's showing some touch, and that's his second 3 ball as well.
From that corner, then proceeds to steal the ball, and now it's a 3v2. Heideveld, open layup to the basket. They'll sink a 3 and a 2. St. losing possession in their own key. Heideveld, full court press, and it's coming right. The pressure building. St. trying to release Quinton, not coming right though.
6-point lead now for Heideveld. This will put a little bit of pressure on Saints.
Heideveld have just been cleaner cut. That's a nice layup opportunity, unfortunately coming from under the basket and around. Unfortunately not able to get away with it there, Heideveld. Now the defense of St. is getting back faster. They are. But it's about opportunities. It's fine to throw it up like Heideveld does. Pulls the trigger, doesn't come right. There's that bank shot again in the corner. Goes up. Number 15 for Heideveld. Zon is, like you said, absolute touch in that corner.
He's showing some really good touch. A chance for the Saints.
Big fast break, fakes it. No point. This is what they're talking about, the absolute basics of scoring layups. Zon goes up again, fakes it. Great assist, and a foul brought by Heideveld. Bit of a lip going on in the middle there between the players. Anxiety's high, it seems.
High school ego is a very fragile thing. I think it's a lot of fun.
We've said it once, we'll say it again.
As long as it's done within the ethics of sportsmanship, I am all for it.
Yeah, a bit of banter is always healthy, I feel. You need a thick skin to survive these things.
You really do. A timeout called on the floor.
The St. coach, Coach Mahat Clean, Matlini really getting frustrated with these boys at the moment. And if you can see on the screen at the moment, some of Heideveld's points, 10-4, so they're leading by 6 points. That's Zon, number 15, sinking Heideveld's first three-pointer. It was a wonderful shot, that. And Quinton, you've mentioned he's been in touch. He's been particularly liking that bottom left bank shot corner.
I really like his form on the jumper as well. There's nothing wrong with his release.
Technique-based, yeah.
Ball comes out well, and the only person scoring for St. Stithians, and that is Fumani Sitole.
Man on screen there, 77. It's interesting, though, because if we get the stats later, which I'm sure we'll make a plan to get, is Heideveld have been throwing a lot more balls at the basket. They have. But because of that, they're 10 points up. St. Stithians have maybe thrown up a quarter of that and not walked away with as many points. But the percentages, I don't think, will necessarily be a true reflection of Heideveld's domination at the moment.
It's simple. You get the opportunity to take more shots. It doesn't matter what your percentages look like. Second and third chance opportunities here favoring Heideveld. They get more opportunities to try and take these long-range shots. They pick up second chances, and they haven't been great from the free throw line. That's 1 of 4 right now, just looking at it. But they do convert that time.
Brent being the man putting that in finally. So Heideveld goes up now another point, 11 of 4. St. Stithians have an opportunity. It's slopping passing at the moment, very messy, not getting enough time to set. Doesn't matter. Number 35 for St. Stithians putting that away. That's Delkin Paulsen putting in some points on the board. So 11-6 at the moment.
Coach Matlatini will be happy that they've at least been able to convert something in transition. There's so much poise now by Heideveld. They've seen these kinds of zones often, and these players making really good decisions, ball moving around. They penetrate at the right time, and they're either getting a wide open jump shot or they're getting fouled and going to the free throw line, which is good execution.
No, agreed. Heideveld have been very on form at the moment. Definitely awake. Their energy's been higher, but it's not like they've run away with energy. It's been very poised currently.
Well, running time, so that is the end of the first quarter.
Number 10, Dantu, not sinking 2 there. First quarter, Quinton Denason. What do you think? Give us your breakdown of the first quarter at the moment.
Right now, the happier of the two coaches will be Coach Hendricks, of course, the scoreline reflecting that. Finding some nice touch from the perimeter. They're picking up second and third chance opportunities on the rebounds. And for Coach Matlatini of St. Stithians, he's got quite a bit of work to do. They are not capitalizing on the opportunities on the fast break. We've seen them throw away just a couple of wide open layups, even contested layups not going in the way of St. Stithians. And I think a big emphasis has got to be on the glass. Controlling rebounds. There's 2 ways to win games, defense and rebounds, because you control the possessions, and St. Stithians really not doing any of that in the first quarter.
Which is quite interesting because we in the beginning of the game, we mentioned that St. Stithians have the bigger roster. They have the bigger players. But Heideveld is not letting them phase them whatsoever.
Controlling tempo, pushing tempo. What St. Stithians do need to do is slow it down a little bit and maybe perhaps try and get into the half court so that they can utilize some of their size. And we have a look at Zon, who's been red hot from the outside. Tino Zon showing us clean shooting form, sets up well.
There's no pressure on him, might I add. There's very little pressure when he's taking those shots from the bank and from the top of the key there.
This is what I was saying a little bit earlier. These players have seen this zone. They move the ball well. They understand how to attack a zone, and they've done an outstanding job in their first quarter. We'll see what adjustments comes from the coaching side as we kick off here. Second quarter action, under 15 quarterfinal, number 1.
There we go. Heideveld immediately go up with a big 3. Again, Zon coming with the rebound. They reset outside the key. Bad pass, but Heideveld do manage to keep it. He goes out. Good layup. Goes between the 2 big men and scores that. Number 4, Fisher. They've got about 8 inches on him altogether.
That was pure skill. Lovely attack. Showed the ball and got it to go.
What I wanted to add to your first quarter analysis, Quinton, is literally that St. Stithians have not been clean. They have not been playing clean. Their passing hasn't been clean. Their shooting hasn't been clean. They need to be concise. They need to penetrate, make sure. And if you do go up, make sure it results in points. Here, Heideveld moving it around again. Absolutely doing great. Goes up for another 3. 7. Brandt, the man on fire. It shows as well that the point shift, there's 4 or 5 scorers for Heideveld at the moment, and St. Stithians only have 2.
Difference in team philosophy. And also, we can talk a little bit about it. I think there might be an element of coaching here at play. These teams, one looks like they've played together a little bit longer than the other, and certainly that's Heideveld showing cohesion and understanding.
I think there's a big word we haven't mentioned at the moment whilst Heideveld move it to the top of the key. Shot clock is moving down a little bit. What we have to remember straight off the bat is there is no fear of failure in Heideveld at the moment. And I think that's making a big difference. The lack of fear of failure. They're happy to go up. If it doesn't come right, it doesn't faze them. Every shot St. Stithians is missing is lodging in their brain and burrowing into their confidence.
It matches the intensity we see from Heideveld on the floor. They've been fearless from the start.
Big screen thrown out, decides not to use it. Number 6, Walker, goes up for the park. Draws a foul again.
There is no way that Zon should have gotten that rebound in between the two bigs of St. Stithians.
That's Rick van der Heever and Fumani Sitole. They're two big men, and Zon, there's about 8 joint inches on top of Zon there, and he won it.
Caught ball watching and just looking half a step quicker, and that half a step is translating well. Also, something that's glaring right now is the fact that St. Stithians have not really been to the free throw line. This is almost the 8th free throw attempt that I counted. 1 of 2 for Zon on that one as he adds to his points tally, leading the floor right now in terms of scoring.
He's happy to try counter. They really want to try the fast break, but losing that long ball immediately puts Heideveld in an attacking position, tries to draw the foul, doesn't happen. Heideveld keep it in. Sitole loses it. Heideveld goes up and around. Now they lose it. Now bad pass again by St. Stithians. That's the conciseness we spoke about. They're not meeting their players. There's no possession. There's no territory. We're almost halfway through the second quarter, sorry. And when last was the ball in Heideveld's half? This is the first time in how many minutes?
It is all to do with ball pressure.
There's
Saints
a good
with
run
their
by
first
Dupree.
chance.
Clean attack. But I 100% agree with you, Quinton. Absolutely big difference at the moment between these sides. Glaring differences. Just looking how Heideveld moves the ball in and around the key.
Again, that's not a bad position at all. Excellent shot, just didn't go. Chance for Saints out on the break for Sitole.
Sitole 3v2, and St. Stithians do not take points in. The conciseness is key. Glaring differences between these sides at the moment. Clean, no whistle, but Heideveld can somehow retain possession and territory. They're happy to move it around the key. Goes up. Rebound. Now they can counter. Well done. This is the freest of free breaks you'll get in a long time. And St. Stithians don't put it away.
They still can't break that egg. It's just a little bit of psychology playing on them right now. Confidence.
Fear of failure. 58. Tayamaru Mazibuku missing that. This is frustrating as a coach.
Timeout by the coach right now. He needs it. They've not scored. And just as I mentioned it, a timeout is called on the floor. And I think the coach has got to put the X's and O's away. He's got to have a chat with his team about competition.
Playing with some heart.
Playing with a little bit of heart. Right now, it is too stark or too glaring in terms of the difference in intensity between these two teams. You spoke about fear of failure. I understand that. But can we just compete? Are St. Stithians able to compete on the defensive glass? They're allowing Heideveld to dictate all areas and all aspects of play on the floor right now.
Well, I have a question for you. You said Heideveld technically had an easier run to this quarterfinal than St. Stithians. Was it an easier pool, or did Heideveld just make it look this easy the way they're playing ball at the moment?
It's
a tough question at the moment, isn't it? With a 17-6 scoreline halfway through the second quarter, I can imagine it's a tough call to make.
I think if you were to do it on paper, then perhaps Heideveld had Heideveld had the easier run if you look at their results. But looking at what we see on the floor, Heideveld had a game where they won 71-5, and that was against Marua Pula from Botswana, and I think a little bit unexpected. They also played against Lusaka and picked up a 20-point win. And this was that lovely layup by Fisher getting on the inside.
How are you getting between two men there? And the two big men there for Saints. And I agree with you that Heideveld is looking crisp at the moment. 17-6, halfway through the second quarter. St. Stithians are going to be kicking themselves if they don't give themselves a fair shot at trying to get into the next semis.
Still scoreless this quarter, St. Stithians, and they just need one to help boost some confidence. Sometimes as a player, all you need to do is see it go through the net.
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier. You just almost need to shadow the concept a little bit. You just need to sort of break the mold. St. Stithians, though, first free throw for the game, I think.
First time we're seeing them at the line. And
Jacques Dupré missing his first. It's okay. Some points would be a little bit helpful, is the politest way of saying that. There was some good form there, good technique, eh? That would look better as his first.
A big scoring run like this by Heideveld is going to be very difficult to overcome unless St. Stithians start out the next half well. But let's see what they do with the remaining final 2 minutes,
well,
2.5 minutes of the second quarter.
Don't want is to let Heideveld get too far away from them. All the time in the world goes up. Very unlucky to not have that. I think the main thing is St. Stithians don't want this to run away from them. Losing the ball in their own half, big layup, foul called. And again, Heideveld stealing the ball at the halfway line. We've mentioned glaring differences. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you're not seeing it on your screens at the moment, I'm not sure what to tell you.
One thing that is also standing out to me is the skill sets of these respective players. Heideveld seem to have all 5 positions inside and out, meaning
Very
that
well covered.
Meaning that they're able to shoot the ball from the outside and also get on the inside and attack the rim as well. Both hands. So multi-skilled at all positions, where Saints have a more traditional mold of player at their respective positions.
Goes up for a big 3, pulls the trigger, sinks it. That's number 4 for Heideveld. Fisher scoring more points. Saints trying to go to the halfway. Big, strong ball. It gets taken, drags the foul. And 7 now, Brent. Heideveld thinking of 3, taking a 2, and getting the offensive foul. It is bleeding points at the moment. Since Stithians cannot set a foot right at the moment because the Heideveld is already there stopping them.
Outplaying them in every facet of the game.
Goes up and he sinks it. Well done, number 7. That is Brandt again. He'll take 3. He took a layup and a nice throw. And Heideveld keeping the pressure up. Prayer needs to release that. Does well. Does manage to retain possession. Does very well, actually. Now 2v1. But they take too long. Where's the ball speed? And Sutole scoring now for St. Stithians. Finally, he was able to set himself there, Quinton.
6 points for Sitole, and he's been a lone bright spark on the offensive end.
Not to say he hasn't made his own fair share of mistakes on defense.
Not to say that at all.
I am loving the fact that Heideveld have gone to full court press. Goes up for a big 3, big rebound. Heideveld come away with it. Takes his time. Brandt resets. Now they spread it out wide to Fisher. Fisher drives in.
A call on illegal screen, and that is going to be Walker picks up that offensive foul. Just moving a little bit, and correct call by the referee.
So it definitely seems for Heideveld at the moment that Fisher and Walker and Brandt being big players. Last 4 seconds, and Stithian goes up. Good basket there, last second of the half time. And there you have it, Mr. Quinton Denison. We are 23-11 at half time. Heideveld glaringly the better side at the moment.
Just dominating every single facet of the game. A little bit of heart or a little bit of momentum going into the second half for St. Stithians. They came back well towards the end, almost scoreless throughout that whole second quarter, and just picking up 2 buckets towards the end might give them a bit of momentum going into the second half. But at halftime, it's Heideveld high 23, St. Stithians 11, and it's been all Heideveld.
The way St. Stithians have bled points I felt really, really been a little hurtful for them at the moment.
It's just been Heideveld's persistence, Heideveld's energy on the offensive end, and they've not relied on a single player, not one individual. They've gotten done from a variety of individuals. Brandt from the outside.
True, yes, Brandt, Walker, Fisher, Zon in particular. Even Dantu's been throwing his name in there.
Whereas you look at the scoring breakdown for St. Stithians, it's primarily been Sitole. He's picked up a couple of buckets on the fast break, but also their bigs have been their primary source of scoring. They haven't gotten them enough touches, and like I said, Saints have got to try and get the ball across the halfway line. get into their half-court set and try and feed their bigs, allow them to work a little bit against the smaller Heidelfeld team, because they can play inside out. If Heidelfeld clog the lane, can kick the ball out, and perhaps some of the Saints shooters might be able to knock down some threes and try and get them something so that they can try and get momentum in the second half. The coach has really got to try something different, because what's glaringly obvious is that what he's been trying has not worked out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls, if you've just joined us, you've joined us for the first quarter-final of the day for St. John's College Basketball Tournament 2020. As I said, the first quarter-final of the under-15s between Heidelfeld High and St. Stithians College. St. Stithians College, a powerhouse of basketball in the greater Johannesburg region, are currently, in a very polite way, being shown flames by Heidelfeld High. The score will tell you 23-11. But if you even just look at the body language between me and you now, Quinton, and of course all our listeners, just a little secret between us. If you look at the body language between the players of St. Stithians, you can see the inexperience of under-15s coming through.
But I think this is another thing that we need to mention. This is a new category. This year, this was introduced by St. John's. The under-16 tournament, of course, happening last week or the week before at St. Stithians. Under-15s have not really been allowed to compete across the different provinces. So I'm happy to see it, because this will translate well. So you talk about body language. This might be a little bit of nerves. Remember that they are young. This is the knockout stage. It holds a lot of significance for them. But also, they'll learn a lot from it, whether there's a win or a loss.
There's always a learning curve. One can never argue that. We're about to get things underway of the second half here, and the ball is going to be in St. Stithians' hands. Now, obviously, they would have swapped sides. So St. Stithians attacking right to left in red. They go up high to the big funder here, number 55. He doesn't get set, gets the shot off. Not going to work. He wants to go up again for Mani Sitole underneath the basket. Doesn't come right. Heidelfeld gets another rebound in their defensive key.
They had a second and third chance opportunity on that possession. Should have converted.
And that's a great point. Yeah, Zon going in from that corner bank. This time a bit of an air ball. Not his best shot of the day. St. Stithians able to counter. 1v2. Number 58 goes up. Misses the layup. Sitole doing hard work to get up. He does great work, Sitole.
I like what I'm seeing from Saints to start out this second half. They've gone inside, got touches to Van der Heever. Sitole's touched the ball as well. And we've seen some spark on the fast break. There's a difference in their body language. I think it will translate into some points now.
And in that defensive chaos, Sitole goes up, pulls the trigger, doesn't get anything from it. In that chaos of the rebound in the defensive key, St. Stithians will generally win more times, and if not, force fouls. And at 23-11, the scores are doubled at the moment.
They should have been winning those 50-50 situations, but it's been, Heidelfeld have picked up loose balls, who've chased down, and just had that little extra bit of energy.
Going heart on their sleeves. Sitole, for Mani Sitole, does eventually sink the second free throw. So St. Stithians 12-23. Heidelfeld goes up for a big three. Big rebound. Van der Heever walks away with it. St. Stithians can counter. Why would you dribble? There's an easy, quick release there. St. Stithians retaining possession, good tackle, a foot off it, but it goes St. Stithians' way. There's no support there. Jacques Dupree finally steps in to help them, releases, tries a no-look pass around the back, doesn't walk away with it. Looked with a bit of frustration at Van der Heever there, like it was his fault. I'm not quite sure how that works.
That was creativity born out of frustration. He just had nowhere to go.
Heidelfeld moving it around the key. That went Zon, then Fisher, then Brandt, and then Brandt drives, goes back outside. Now it goes to number 10. That will be Dantu. Dantu drives, goes up through three, through the center. He went through Sitole. He went through Van der Heever. He went through Dupree for 2 points. Absolutely superb.
Very, very skilled. Ducked his head a little bit.
He had to. There's a lot of overhanging, head-to-bagging things there.
That's why I really like the small ball style of play. Heidelfeld understand what they're doing. They just show so much patience attacking the zone.
Walker goes up, big rebound, and Heidelfeld, number 6, Walker walks away with it, and then he has literally 4 inches shorter than Van der Heever. Lou wins the rebound and then forces the defensive foul.
When Saints have a look at this game and they go back, those kinds of situations, that is going to be the key difference.
Missed fast breaks as well.
Missed fast breaks as well.
I must admit, Dantu has been very quiet. Underrated, rather. We haven't mentioned him much, but his 2 layups in particular have been the most technically based layups against big men on short ball I have seen in many a year.
Good fundamentals, both being shown by almost all. That the difference, I think, is the fundamentals, the foundation of the game, much more evident around all 5 of the Heidelberg players. Multi-skilled, as I mentioned a bit earlier.
Well, all their scorers have been all top 5 of them. It's been Fisher, Walker, Brandt, Dantu, and Zon. What has happened is Heidelberg has not really changed their players much. So that should be quite interesting. But neither has St. Stithians in theory. They have changed 1 or 2. Number 35 is coming for St. Stithians now. That's Delkin Paulson. He was in earlier. He's rotated once or twice. I haven't seen a sub actually come to think about it whatsoever.
1 or 2 subs, but this is the knockout stages, and you're going to see limited rotations by most coaches.
Played. Walker wins a rebound and fluffs it in beautifully. Now Heidelberg steal the possession again, throws it out to Fisher. Fisher has all day, 1 step, 2 step, puts it up. 2 points right directly after each other. This full court press, Quinton, is destroying St. Stithians at the moment.
No answers at all, Saints.
30-12. Finally, St. Stithians gets 2 points on the board. So it will go 32-14. Double scores. Frankly, there's only 3 minutes left in the third quarter. And the word that we haven't used yet is drubbing. And it is getting there.
I was about to say it's just about over unless we see something special from Saints. But drubbing certainly might be the right choice of word.
Again, Heidelberg steal the ball in their full court press. Now St. Stithians push up. There is no linkages between these players. It is like they're playing basketball together for the first time, and it is showing on the court. Finally, St. Stithians goes up, loses possession again. The clear-cut, easy balls need to be put away.
Little bit scrappy, I think, by both these teams, and this will call for just a little bit of adjustment. I think calm will be called for from Heidelberg side as well. They will be the more settled of the 2 teams.
But look at them taking their time. How are you being allowed in the key? Now they throw in Dantu in the key. Zon throws it to Brandt. Brandt pulls the trigger. Big rebound back to Zon. Zon throws it out to Dantu. Dantu drives. There's a travel. He needed to bounce before he went. And there's a sub now for St. Stithians. Number 32 coming in. That's Kwanzaa Mandana going in for 58. That's Tayamaru Mozibuku, who hasn't had a good game. He's been missing some basic layups. Delkin Paulson goes up.
And Thienhazen comes on in for Zon for Heidelberg.
So Thienhazen comes in for Zon. That's quite interesting because Zon was very quiet the end of the last quarter and this first quarter of the second half. He hasn't been as involved, maybe legs or tiredness playing a role there.
And interestingly, Heidelberg have gone even smaller.
Again, Dupree throws it out the back of his hand and throws away an easy pass. Silly mistakes like this. You're 30-14 down. Fanciness isn't going to win it. Basics is.
Fundamentals always wins.
Number 4, Fisher goes up, pulls the trigger, big rebound. Dupree does the hard grind. Look at that full court press by Heidelberg. 3 in the key. Immediately putting that pressure on.
What the press does is that it does force pace of possession as well. It forces Saints to try and get the ball across half court, makes them give up the ball a lot easier. And that was a good attempt on the fast break. They'll be happy that they came away with the foul.
Well, that's the new man, number 32, Kwanzaa Mandana, getting put in. What I like about this is Saints isn't just going, okay, it's not working, let's just ram our heads against the wall again and again and hope it works. They're changing a player, giving him a bit more free run to play with. And again, if you look at this body language, Heidelberg is still rearing to go. If they are prepared to play 6 more quarters at this rate.
I love what they've instituted. You'll see it every time out. All 5 players rush to the bench, and you want to contrast that with Saints, with the players just walking back slowly. That also
and they bench on the bench.
And they bench on the bench
instead of involved. Whilst all of Heidelberg is involved in every conversation, every team talk.
Those are the subtle, small details that you have to take care of as a coach, because you involve everybody. So your 5 starters come, they sit on the bench, they get the seat, the bench stands up so that they stay involved in the game. and you're not excluding anybody from planning in case you get on the
I
floor.
don't know if you're a married man, Quinton, but if you are, and for the married listeners out there, they will all tell you and agree with you, body language is a thing. It is the difference between your normal soft bed or the couch that evening. Body language is a thing.
I think that might not be the right context, but I think it applies across relationships. So we'll just keep it there.
Kwanzaa Mandana sinking his first free throw. He's been on the court for not even 30 seconds. He has a 1-in-1 free throw hit rate at the moment. That's the kind of energy and heart and just finishing that you want to see.
Something has got to change, and hopefully Montana brings something different for Saints.
Unlucky not to sink that. Saints do walk away with it. Sitole gets the rebound and puts it away. That will put it up to 30-17 for Heidelberg High and St. Stithians. I like that they've made this sub. I think it's come many minutes too late. I think St. Stithians should look at doing a lot more substitutions to try and change something up.
Sitole has been the lone bright spark on the offensive end for Saints. They can literally afford to try something different. And I also think they should look at changing up their style of defense right now. They're set in the zone all game. Pressure Heidelberg. Try and go, man, see what they do, see how they adapt. Try and drive them to the rim where you have bigs that can contest jump shots.
It seems, though, that Sitole, who's been their lone bright spark, has been scoring buckets, agreed, but he has been very costly on defense at the moment. He has really cost his side.
Too many second chance opportunities, not being present, not boxing out on the defensive end.
He's getting boxed out by Dantu at number 10 there. Also, when they try to attack with the ball, Heidelberg, full court press, takes the ball. Dantu gets the rebound, drives, and walks away with a basket. Right at the buzzer, 33-17. Well done, Dantu. He has driven 3 times, and every time he's driven, he has been an absolute joy to watch, Quinton.
He knows what he's doing when he attacks the rim, attacks with intent, and understands angles, and gets away with a nice score to close out to the third quarter. And it is Heidelberg 33, St. Stithians 17, and Saints with it all to do in the fourth quarter. Dare I say it's going to be...
It's a big mountain at the moment. I want to go back to number 77 of St. Stithians, Fumani Sitole. He has been scoring for them. He's been playing really well up front, I feel, on attack.
Done a great job so far.
He's scored a large portion of their points. But I feel on defense he's been nowhere. When St. Stithians try and get the ball out of their own half, he's cost the side. He's the big man. He needs to be up for rebounds. Why are you dribbling the ball on a full court press? Get rid of it. Pass it. You have mates on the side. Use them.
Simple, basic fundamentals that you speak to, and that's absolutely right. And looking again at the tenacity of Heidelberg underneath the rim, they've been able to get second and third chances, and they've converted on many.
Converted those second and thirds. I think that's a major point there. The conversion of the second and third chances, as opposed to St. Stithians who only sink the fourth or fifth.
And sometimes give up the ball and quick turnovers.
But it's been Heidelberg High's way all the way, 33-17. They'll take possession of the ball. No, who's taking St. Stithians? Yes, Heidelberg High will take possession of the ball. I think the referee knew exactly what was happening and the boys got it a bit confused. Big drive straight off the bat. That's good attack there by number 7, Brandt. They know they're going to draw the fouls. St. Stithians are heads down, body down in their body language. They're just throwing hands up.
They really know how to attack the zone and when to attack the zone. That was a great read by Brandt, trying to get inside. Zone was late to recover the whole zone and drew the contact, gets himself to the free throw line. This has a twofold effect. He's taking time off the clock because he gets to the free throw line, and if he converts, just adds to the score.
He pulled the trigger on the first one successfully, the second not so much. Here it looks like Heidelberg's changing their tactics at the moment. They're going with a half-court press. They're keeping St. Stithians guessing, Because now if Coach Batlu Tini went and prepped his side for a full-court press, now suddenly it's a half-court press and they have not sure what to do.
And we haven't seen St. Stithians try anything different defensively. They stuck in this 2-on-2 zone.
Absolutely superb. Walker, Brandt, doing wonderfully again. Wow, sorry to interrupt you, Quinton. That was superb.
St. Stithians have stuck in their zone, and we were just talking about it. Now we see a change. They've, depending on what happens, Heidelberg will adapt their defense on the score and back into their half-court press.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see St. Stithians. Now, as the half-court press gets used, you'll see that Saints is getting held up at the half-court. Big breakaway for number 6. It's a foul as well. That was Walker for Heideveld Hell. And number 44, Jacques Dupré, forces the foul. At this rate, St. Stithians are actually going to lose players to the bench for too many fouls committed.
And that's the 4th personal foul picked up. And one more foul, he'll be out of here. It has not been a great day at the office at all for St. Stithians.
No, I think maybe they should have had some milk last night with their movies, because something's clearly gone wrong in their prep for this game. I couldn't tell you what it is. Maybe Coach Matlutini can tell us if we have a word with him.
2 parts. Some part of it tactical. I think there might be some conditioning elements as well, because Heideveld have been...
Stolen ball again by Heideveld. Number 4 goes up. Easy layup. Fisher doesn't miss the opportunity.
Doesn't miss the opportunity. Again, talking about it, look at the energy from Heideveld. Quickly to the bench they go. Saints will take their time and walk it up, and timeout called on the floor.
And it shows on the scoreboard, 39-17. We've said it once, we'll say it again. This game a drubbing at the moment. Like we said though, Saints have seemed to put every foot wrong. Heideveld High have not made, of course they've made errors, but they have not made an error in their prep, in their mentality, the fact that they came here to play, and it shows.
3 minutes of play here in the 4th quarter. Saints yet to score, and it has been Heideveld again scoring spread. That was Brandt and Fisher with the left-hand layup underneath. And I think that highlights package, pretty much what we've seen throughout the entire game.
It's a lot of white always attacking currently at the moment. A lot of Heideveld in the Saints key. It might be a bit wet and raining in Joburg at the moment, Quinton, but it is a drought for St. Stithians at the moment because it is dry. It is not raining baskets. But the other side of the court is flooding. Heideveld is flooding the net at the moment.
Well, what will please again Coach Hendricks is the fact that he's been able to keep the scoring range of Saints in and around 6, 5, 5. So per quarter means that defensively they're getting consistent output from the players on the floor, and their strategy has worked pretty well.
No, seconded. I really do back that. Mr. Denason, your analysis has been superb of this game. I cannot fault a single word you have said wrong in how Heideveld have approached this. There, Jacques Dupré loses another one, bad pass. Zon needs to release that for a quick break. Dantu goes up. He probably should have released that to Fisher, who was free and calling it. Now 7, Brandt spreads it back to Fisher, back to Dantu, Dantu back to Fisher, now to Brandt, Brandt to Zon. Look at that spread, that key. Now to 6, that was Walker, back to Fisher, Fisher drives, eventually, and he goes up.
Fantastic ball movement, and again attacking at the right time, a floater that goes down, and that's beautiful basketball.
That was an absolute joy to watch. Then St. Stithians, they try and get the ball back in play and lose possession. Dantu back to Fisher, Fisher, Dantu, Dantu, Fisher. Fisher to 7, that's Brandt, back to Fisher, now to Walker. Walker goes up again. That's some better defense by St. Stithians, and it shows. Some great individual skills by Dupré. Dupré goes up and misses the basket. He did beautifully. Pulled 1, pulled 2, and unfortunately didn't make it count. 41-17.
That's what we call a $1 million move, but a 10-cent finish.
Yeah. Definitely. In golf, they refer to it as you drive for show, you putt for dough. Sorry to cross-analyze sports here. Look at Heideveld. They happen to hold it at the moment. Dantu to Brandt. Brandt to Fisher. Back to Brandt. Brandt to Dantu. Brandt to Fisher. Fisher drives. Draws the foul.
What Heideveld are doing well is what we call shifting the zone, but what you will see is the fact that Saints are not really moving. They are static. And what they could possibly do to try and create some pressure is move their bigs up, have them come and cover, and just force Heideveld to think differently about their zone offense. But there is no movement. They're static, and at this point they've been beaten too.
Zon pulls the trigger, quick rebound, and I 100% agree, Quinton.
Submission.
Still.
That was beaten into submission.
Brandt takes his time, gives it to Fisher, back to Brandt, saves up for the 3. Not a great trigger pull there. Kept into play by number 11, that's Abraham, seeing the court for the first time today. Also some substitutions for St. Stithians. Nzalama Tlakula comes on, and Tai Amaru Mazibuke comes back on for St. Stithians. Heideveld steals possession. It is a quick break. Fisher going up. He's never going to miss that. Basic stuff. This is a drubbing. That submission you're talking about cannot be highlighted enough. Stolen in the own key. Fisher steals it back. Zon, all the time in the world. Goes back to Fisher. Zon looks for Brandt, finds him. Abraham's out wide. They go to Fisher. Fisher still got time. Takes on the big man and wins the fight. Doesn't get the bucket. And finally, Sitole has something to say about it, but the foul.
Walker got in there, picked up the rebound. Sure, they did a good job contesting on that second chance, but they shouldn't have got the opportunity for that rebound.
Brandt pulls the trigger from distance. Oh, I wouldn't even call that a trigger pull. He actually tried to look for the pass. Gave it to Tlakula. That was interesting. Did you see Fisher actually gave the ball to the Stillions player, Tlakula, to keep possession?
Last 3 shot attempts from Brandt we've seen short. That is a sign that his legs are giving way.
Tired.
He should go to the bench now. I don't think there's any reason for his coach to utilize him anymore.
Well, I think
that's the kind of move I would make as the coach right now.
I think this is maybe Stillions maybe throwing in the foul a bit by Coach Matlu Klini, throwing in a big 4-man sub at the moment. So a whole bunch of fresh faces for Stillions. And of course, 72, Devin Yokunyeni comes in. And of course, number 24, Ethan Kwang Hing playing. So Heideveld sticking to their guns at the moment, but Stillions seeing if anything can change this flow of basketball.
Coach is running his bench right now. I think he's thrown in the towel and resigned himself to defeat. But at least the players on the bench are going to get an opportunity to feel what it's like to play in a knockout game.
Number 43 absolutely dominated. Tawa Magwegwe absolutely dominated going for that layup. They do retain possession. So Steins shifting the ball around. There's a bit of, do you know what there is though? There's immediately a lot of energy. Number 4, Fisher takes that from Rick van der Heerwe and he goes up for a layup. That is 5'0" getting above 7'2" there. That cannot happen at any level of basketball.
That is speed versus height, and speed won out that time.
Good jump and timing. Fisher with the ball again. 13 is Samuels. Now it goes to 5 is Weir. Goes to Fisher. Fisher looks for number 5. That will be Weir. Stillions stealing the ball. Both sides mixing it up now. Heideveld High as well. A bit of scrappy in the middle at the moment.
Much better energy, though, from the bench of St. Stithians there, at least getting into the passing lane, moving their feet a little bit, and we're seeing Heideveld under a bit of pressure.
Well, yeah, I think in the last 2 minutes, less than the last 30, 40 seconds, they've intercepted twice into the D. There it goes out to Ming. Hing goes up. Not the best shot ever. Almost came down for him, though. He wins a 50 rebound, puts it back in the key. And one of the most convincing points by St. Stithians, by Tawa Magwegwe. And St. Stithians, like you said, playing with heart. 10 seconds left.
Spoke about fear of failure. There was none from Kwang Hing.
And it shows. It shows. I love that. Last 5 seconds, travel called. And of course, there is your buzzer. Quinton, we're going to do a quick breakdown. I don't feel we're going to have to go into it too much. 45-9 to Heideveld High tells you enough.
It does tell you more than enough. And if we look at what the score at halftime was, that was 23-11 and finishing at 45-19. Pretty comprehensive win for Heideveld as they advance to the semifinals. And for St. Stithians, unfortunately, that'll be
the end of the road.
The end of the road right now. They will go into the qualifications and seeding for the tournament. But it was a very good all-around performance for Coach Hendricks and Heideveld High, who did a lot of really great work on the day.
And we have to say very quickly, though, it's so hard to pick a man of the match from Heideveld High. Fisher, Walker, Brandt, and Zon, and Danju all did a fair share. I think the man of the match should be Coach Hendricks, actually, not individual players, because it was such a team performance.
Absolutely agree with you. They were the better team on the day and deserved winners.
Quinton, an absolute pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. The next under 15 quarterfinal, Soweto Academy versus Michael House. Tell your friends, tell your family, and of course, we'll be right back.
in transition. Get back on. Uses his body well, and that's great. Connects on long range. Good. Attacking the rim through the contact. Gets it to go, and that was a strong contest.
We are in central Johannesburg at the old Mutual Sports Hall for the St. John's College Basketball Tournament of 2020. If you've just joined us, you just missed a very interesting under-15 quarterfinal, and that was between Heidelberg High versus St. Stithians College. Heidelberg High taking points there, 45-19, progressing to the next semi-final. But it is about the next game. Sitting in the chair next to me is Mr. Quinton Denason. Quinton, how are you?
I'm well, thank you, Adam. It's been an interesting morning so far, lively,
very.
And expecting fireworks on the floor right now as well. Soweto Academy taking on Michael House. Soweto Academy undefeated in their pool in group play and will be favorites coming into this game, but I think Michael House will have something to say about that.
So like you said, Michael House versus the Soweto Academy. On your screen now in that bright orange, the Soweto Academy. And Michael House will be playing in red. The team list coming up, Quinton.
Tabang Mdlovu, Mene, Macau, Tsatsa, Mafate, Makumbe, Batela, Mutahong, Sekale, Modise, Matsole, and Moses Ferrain will make up the list of this impressive Soweto Academy team. I think they did pretty well. They beat out St. John's, the host, St. David's, Queens, and
big
Bishop
sides,
Baven.
Big sides, big sides.
They have clearly proved themselves as legitimate threats and contenders for the title in this inaugural under-15 section of the St. John's tournament.
Look at that energy as well. And Michael House in red. We got the 1 minute call. The Michael House side comes up.
Ama Onu, Baxter. It's going to be Butelezi, Chimba, Kleinans, Kumalo, Madiro, Maepa, Muziva, Ngobo, Siale, Siea. That one I'm going to come back to pronunciation. And Kulu make up this Michael House team who only lost out narrowly to St. Benedict's in group play with the wins over Trichard Christian School, Usutu Forest. It was a 18-19 loss to St. Benedict's, and they picked up a big win against Sacred Heart.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you saw Soweto's Academy energy. You can hear them in the background. This team is pumped. You can see they are absolutely happy to be here. And of course, you could see the energy showing at the moment. Apologies. Michael House, cool, calm, and collected. They are looking intense. They are looking focused. Some more schools coming in here for the later games. The crowd building up as well. Some family, some friends, and of course, some support. So tell your friends, tell your family, come watch School Sports Live and catch some of the best basketball that I can safely say for this age group is probably some of the best in the country.
Safely, we can say that, and there are, of course, 20 teams competing in this under-15 section, and it is no doubt that each region has relative strength, and that's part of the appeal of this tournament, is that you're not only competing against some of the best in your region, you're competing against some of the best in the country. And these programs, of course, hold some great here at Michael House. Their program has been developing. They're starting to produce some really top-class players. None more than I can think of in the under-19 section. J.C. Wolfser, people are talking about him in the under-19 section because he is what coaches view as the #1 high school prospect in the country at the moment. And Soweto Academy have been steadily developing their program. You see their presence on social media. They have high attendance. They've got really good coaches, and I think this is something that we need to look out for in the future.
Well, I mean, also something we have to look at. We mentioned it in the Heidelberg High game and the versus Stithians. There seems to be a bit of a size disparity again here, leaning towards Michael House. So leaning towards Michael House at the moment. So, you know, the tip-off's about to go a definite height advantage with Klein House for Michael House taking it. So, you know.
You can engage with us, hashtag SSL Basketball. Let us know what your thoughts are, who the favorites are, who the players that you're looking out for, who we should focus on here in the commentary booth. Of course, this is the second of our under-15 quarterfinals versus Old Mutual Sports Hall, and we are underway.
Klein House mistiming his jump there for Michael House. He mistimed it a little bit, so Soweto Academy won the tip-off, but going towards Michael House anyway, and possession retained.
Steps out of bounds, and nationality listed as from the United States, listed at 1.76 meters.
We're international at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget that. Take some photos, engage, like Quinton said. that gets played over by Michael House, so he doesn't go back over the halfway line. Soweto Academy at the moment trying to reset, trying to establish. They're spreading straight through the center. Drives one, drives two, throws it back out. The big men in Michael House are boxing out hard, big, and heavy.
Not that I like to draw comparisons because viewers might not have seen the previous game, but you can already see a difference in the activity level of the zone that Michael House have employed. They are moving constantly, hands are active, and it's already starting to prove difficult for the Soweto Academy team. And it makes shot making and shot taking a lot more difficult for these young players on the floor.
Kleinhaus wins the rebound. Matuhung for Soweto Academy seeking the first point of the day. Big fast break for Michael House, number 16, makes no mistakes. Amanwu seeking that for Michael House. So 2-1, Soweto Academy going up first on the board, and Michael House responding in kind.
I think this is going to be a much closer game.
Yeah. I think Michael House looking a little more controlled at the moment, a bit clearer, a bit more concise. And then Soweto Academy proves me wrong with a ball like that. Absolutely superb. Unlucky not to score the basket there. Michael House quick on the attack. Not a great effort there. He seems to have hurt his ankle. He's pulled up short there. We'll update you as we know more. Number 5 for Soweto Academy goes up. No fear of failure. We mentioned it in the previous game. Fear of failure. Neither of these sides have it.
What these two teams do have, though, is a lot of pace and tempo up the floor. We haven't seen too much execution as both these teams just trying to figure out. There's a breaking play as Tula is being looked at just on the sideline. There's been a substitution as well as we get our first look at Maepa, number 17, who comes in for Tula. And that, I think,
clearly landed funny on his ankle and he just pulled up immediately. So hopefully it's just like he landed a little funny and it's fine and he'll be right back with a bit of walk and see what he can do. And we hope that's not too serious.
Seen an array of injuries, been out here for a couple of days, and not a lot of these players come back to the floor.
Bang, some wonderful play by Soweto Academy, number 8.
Mafate gets that layup, and it's a lovely start for the Soweto Academy.
So Soweto Academy immediately back on the attack. Unfortunately, not making anything from it. The score currently 3-2. Michael House pushing up. He passes it out wide. They go up, pulls the trigger, doesn't score. Soweto Academy have not missed a defensive rebound.
They have been active as well, challenging every shot.
They got to reset here. They need to get on the key. Michael House forcing the pressure. This is good intensity by Michael House. Soweto Academy does well to walk out with it. They need to spread it. This is what Heidelberg High did well. What's Soweto going to do from here? What's their approach? They're taking their time. They're calling a call. What is Soweto Academy going to do? They're spreading it in. They finally drive, go short. The big man goes up and draw the defensive foul. And this seems like a tactic at the moment.
Ndlovu looks like their primary scoring option. They're big on the inside, but he looks highly skilled, and every time he's touched the ball has been aggressive. And there's a timeout called on the floor. Timeout going the way of Michael House.
It seems that the coach of Michael House deciding that he wants to make sure, but that is Matlatla, the head coach of Michael House, having a word with the umpire there, the referee, unsure maybe what the call was for and wanting some clarification.
Well, what we have seen so far is a very tightly contested game.
Yes.
And what you will have, our score lines like the one we're looking at, it's only a 1-point game.
And that's in 3.5 minutes. So it's not raining points at the moment, but both sides are keeping each other very, very honest, Mr. Denason.
Small margin for error, well matched speed-wise. I think Michael House do hold a little bit of height advantage, but they haven't been able to capitalize on it at all. Different defenses being thrown by both these coaches, and I think the timeout just to try and settle play, because none of these teams have settled into their offensive patterns.
There hasn't been much rhythm yet. It's been very frenetic, I think is maybe the word to use. It's been rather frenetic at the moment. Not that that's been a problem, because it's 3-2, it's early. But yeah, I agree. There hasn't been a zone or a rhythm to step in on at the moment for both sides.
So I think good early timeout just to try and settle patterns defensively and offense. Soweto Academy have looked pretty good on the defensive end, understand what their principles are. And Ndlovu now at the free throw line, the chance to make this a 3-point lead.
Pulls the trigger. A little unlucky on the bounce there. That might have actually rolled, flipped in. Unlucky there. Let's see if he can do it on the second.
In a game like this, free throw line
Bang.
will hold
No mistakes there.
a lot of importance.
Michael House are running very beautifully off the ball. Good pass across the key. Goes up, draws the foul. And it's only a 2-point lead at the moment. So with it being so close at the moment, I think the main thing that has to be looked at here is free throws. Because these are free points. If the tactic is to get and draw fouls, you need to follow it up with points sunk.
You really do. And it is Muziva. Gets himself an opportunity.
Sinks it, pulls the trigger and bang. No queries about his ability to put the ball in the bucket.
Leo Muziva.
Goes up again, pulls the trigger. This one's short, unfortunately. Not enough weight in it. Soweto Academy come away with the rebound. They're running up hard, a lot of intensity. They want to get the ball up to the key as fast as possible. Number 5, Mene, currently seems to be Soweto Academy's ball carrier at the moment. Anything out the defensive half is being brought up by Mene and pushing hard. Look at how Michael House is covering the key at the moment. Great defense by Klein House. Throws it up wide. There's a fast break available for Michael House. 1v2, takes one, takes two, takes a big hit, threw a bit of a brick against the glass, throws the rebound. And Michael House still with possession. They need to reset maybe the key a bit. Throws it back out. Klein House goes for a 2, little flat. Gets the rebound, goes again. They need to make sure here. Too many wasted opportunities by Michael House.
Looking a bit rushed on the offensive end, and as much as they've done well to get out on the break, it's those rushed kind of shots, seeing second and third chances, but no composure.
Again, Soweto Academy almost bumping each other. A better option there. Now again, Michael House, fast break all the way. Easy layup, misses an easy opportunity.
Maepa gets out on the break every single time. It's just not being able to convert.
Coach Madala was an unhappy man. And Mene, with what a shot. Drives, gets driven to the far side, had very little to do, threw it up to see what could happen, and he sunk 2 points. Michael House, a terrible air ball, not even near the basket there.
I tell you, the degree of difficulty on that make by Mene
was superb.
It's probably a 9 or a 10, because he put it up off the top of the backboard and somehow got it to 4.
And you can't even get angry at the defense. Defense did well, drove the player out to the far side, not allowing him a clean line to the basket. So Mene did over and above. I don't think Michael House did anything wrong defensively there. When on the counter-attack they had a free layup, they missed that, and I feel that was silly.
Really great offense, but that time some really good defense by Michael House. Maepa again, out.
It seems that Klein House is really holding the center of the key for Michael House really well. But he needs to get in for the rebounds at the moment. He's staying at the top of the key, so clearly they may be backing him. He drives, gets held up, doesn't get enough. He wins it, goes up again. That should, no, 2 out of 2 missed for Klein House.
Just that vital area.
It's very heavy. Michael House's shots have been very heavy.
They look rushed and lack that finesse.
Soweto Academy have really been pushing the ball well. And it shows a little bit at the moment. Michael House are getting up at the key, but not on the offensive key, but not converting points.
3 points, all they have to show for their offensive contribution.
Klein House brings it up again, drags it up. This time they're throwing it up and sort of hoping it sinks. Finally, Michael House puts something on the board and a bit of conversion.
That might give Klein House a little bit of confidence. And
I don't feel Michael House is struggling with confidence though, Quinton. They're happy to throw it up, but they're not even giving the ball a chance.
When you're not scoring, there'll be frustration evident in what's happening, and that might help ease some of the tension and frustration and might see them convert a little bit more comfortably underneath the rim.
Definitely, Soweto Academy moving it around nicely. They finally find their spot. They release out. Those big men for Michael House are worth their weight in gold on defense at the moment. They are stopping Soweto Academy in the key again and again and again.
Soweto are very aware of the presence of Klein House. They're trying to get him in the air and make a pass, just that final pass. But Klein House comes across, hard foul.
Agreed, but the fact that he's there, he is dominating that key. He is setting up his house, laying down foundations under the basket and telling Soweto Academy, coming to my house, I'm going to show you who's who.
He's just really got to be aware of his foul count because his presence on the floor, very important.
Number 7 for Soweto Academy, Klatsadia.
It's Tlasha.
Tlasha, apologies. He went up, missing the first one. He needs to pull the trigger. It's an interesting technique he shot with there, but it worked. He pulled the trigger well on the second one.
And conversion, 1 of 2 for Soweto Academy, and that is going to be the end of the first quarter. Takes the score to 7-5, and it is a tightly contested game. Michael House trail by 2, but they have the opportunity to convert on fast breaks. They've been getting second and third chances and have just been rushed around the rim. And we have a look quickly at the highlights. Amanu out on the break, gets the finish, and that man Kleinhans underneath, using his size, has been dominant on the boards, has been contesting inside the key. And
look, I think the main point is they are very different sides. They are very, very separate sides, and it's showing in the way they play. Michael House needs to improve their hit ratios, their hit percentages, because they're sort of throwing the ball up, but some of them aren't even hitting the backboard. You have to give it a chance to get in the hole. Or they're throwing it when it's close to the basket, too heavy, when it needs a bit more finesse. Soweto Academy, from the defensive rebound to the top of Michael House's key, look very dominated, and then are really struggling in the last quarter to just get those points in.
Well, couldn't have put it too much better. That's Kleinhans showing his size and presence inside the paint, and he is going to be a crucial factor. One wonders what Michael House has on the bench in terms of when Kleinhans gets a bit tired or gets into foul trouble, how much of a factor that'll be. Ndlovu, I think, he wears number 4 for Soweto Academy. Got to try and be a little bit more aggressive inside the paint and look for ways to attack the big body of Kleinhans.
We have to say, though, number 5, Mene, or Menwe. Is it Mene? Mene has been absolutely superb for Soweto Academy at the Hamburg. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, keep your eye out for number 4 from Soweto Academy in orange, Mene. He sunk a beautiful basket under high pressure, did very, very well, and he's been a very good ball carrier at the moment for them. So number 5, Mene, keep your eye on him. Big ball carrier at the moment, adding to Soweto's domination in the middle of the field. As you can see, he kicked things off for Soweto Academy. Second quarter underway. I am excited. Ndlovu goes up, loses the ball. Look at Michael House's foot movement at the moment. They are running off the ball permanently. They are not standing still. Does well to break through.
Breaks and sets up.
Amanwu. He's been very vital for Michael House, Amanwu, hey, Quinton.
So far, we haven't really had a chance to see too much from both these teams. Running time limits.
Pulls the trigger.
What do we get to see?
That was a better shot, though. They gave themselves a chance. Carry on. Sorry.
But I do see him as one of the key offensive threats between Amanu and Kleinhans. They are the primary drivers and scoring options for Michael House from what we've seen so far.
The communication has been absolutely superb this game. Kleinhans goes up 2 points. That is a good 2 points under high pressure there. Bring the score to 7-7. Tying things up in the second quarter. This is not going to be a high-scoring game, but it is going to be anyone's game in all 4 quarters.
Really good footwork by Kleinhans on the baseline to get that layup, showing twinkle toes for a man his size. Well, Ndlovu.
And Ndlovu is going for fouls. Now can he sink those free throws to back it up, because he is drawing set fouls. So doing absolutely superb. It's just very to and fro at the moment, so they are absolutely doing really well. To and fro, to and fro, to and fro. We've had 8 minutes, 10 minutes of play at the moment. 7-7 tied up, and Ndlovu goes up, pulls the trigger beautifully.
Ndlovu showing composure at the free throw line. I'm sure he will be aware how important these free throws will be as the game continues, especially in a running time game.
Soweto Academy approaching. They're losing possession now. Michael House on the attack. Soweto Academy pushing up, pushing up. What they're going to do, that's number 5. We mentioned Mene. He drives it well. goes down to the baseline and draws another foul. Soweto Academy so far are pros at just drawing fouls.
What they do well is they get the defender in the air, and they use a ball fake to get the defender in the air, make a pass to a man in space, and then try and draw either contact and one or get the score if the defense is late rotating.
That's very well said, Quentin. That's number 8, Mafeti. Goes up and he pulls the trigger well on the second one. And I feel that the percentage hit rates of free throws are going to be a big, big deal in this game. Almost stolen by Soweto Academy. It is. He gets pulled out. No, he doesn't. He loses possession to Michael House. Michael House needs to look up. They have a numbers advantage for a minute, not for very long. Soweto Academy quickly back on defense. He's running out of options. There's a big three-pointer for Amenwu. He stood on the line. It's 2, but he sinks it well. Only 2 points, though. Absolutely superb shot. Great trigger pulling.
That was a good long-range shot, the lowest percentage shot in basketball, but he got it to go and makes it a one-point game.
Absolutely tied up tightly. 10-9 at the moment. So close. Soweto Academy is loving that center key at the moment. He is loving that center key. The big man for Soweto, number 4 in Ndlovu. Clearly their center player, their big driving man.
They like to play through him, and he's doing a pretty good job of running the offense.
And Ndlovu throws it out again. This time they go up. There's a travel, no basket. So travel called. Soweto Academy needing those points. The call was made earlier. Quick break by Michael House. He should have released it. It was 2v1. There's a blow again, Soweto Academy. I'm not sure if that's agreed upon. That Soweto Academy does not appreciate that. Their coach absolutely livid.
I tell you, those were two borderline calls, both on the offensive end for Soweto Academy and then on the defense.
The travel looked pretty legit to me, but that block looked fairly clean.
The interpretation of travel and the gather step, that becomes a bit of a problem.
Gray area.
It's a gray area. Could have gone either way. Block looked a little bit clean, but referee's interpretation, and you can't change the call.
Michael House doesn't convert those 2 points when they're down by a point, so they would have liked that to bring it to evil pegging. So when Academy goes up, doesn't walk away with it. Michael House has had the fast breaks. There's a 3v2. They need to take it. No ball speed, not released. Amanwu taking too long on the ball. Now they look up. The big number 22 for Michael House goes up. Number 22. It's Nklobo, and a good point sunk there from the far side. That was Amanwu doing well from the far side of the key, doing great. I do believe that was a nice big 3 points. Michael House absolutely loving it. Taking a big 3 because now Michael House, who lead for the first time this game, 12-10.
Big time shot, and this might be significant. First time Michael House get a sniff at what a lead feels like into Ndlovu once again, Soweto Academy.
Ndlovu's big, eh? Ndlovu is clearly Soweto Academy's big player at the moment. A sub for Michael House at the moment. Number 19 comes off for number 31. So Kumalo comes on. And Muziva comes off. Ndlovu pulls the trigger beautifully.
He's very good at the free throw line.
But clearly this is a tactic being brought by Soweto. Get the fouls. Make them use their bench because they can't take 5, and pull the trigger and sink 2 out of 2.
Every time he gets there, has proven that he's the money man from the line and gets both that time to tie the game.
Michael House, Amanwu almost loses possession at the halfway line. Big drive, bad pass by the big number 22 of Michael House, and Nklobo not very happy with that, I'm sure. Coach Matlatla won't be happy with that. It seems though that Michael House is a little torn on their defense. Do they want a full court press or hang back? They seem to throw 3 players up high. Soweto Academy playing low. They go low. What a shot. No, it fell out the basket. Very, very close.
Michael House trying to pressure the ball to force Soweto Academy to give it up quickly. They fall back into their zone, but just proving successful because it's been...
Number 5, Mene, on the free throw line. Pulls the trigger beautifully, and it brings it up to Soweto taking the lead again, 13-12.
We did say that the free throw line is going to be crucial throughout this game, and Soweto Academy have been pretty good from out there.
Their absolute hit rate percentages from the free throw line. You can see they sit and practice this again and again and again, and it is what is keeping them in the game at the moment. Michael House goes up, throws it a little heavy, doesn't score that. Soweto being pressured in their own key. And Ndlovu decides to bring it up, releases it out to number 11. I believe that's Matuhung. Baseline drive, tries to draw a foul.
Michael House pressuring full court, dropping back into their 2-3 zone. And they call it back because
They were busy dealing with the tick table still.
in the penalty, which means that Soweto Academy go to the free throw line. It is also end of quarter, which means we will
This
go
is
to
the
the
second
half.
time this has happened. These quarters are sneaking up on me. Bang, number 8. Mafate. Absolutely sinking in again. Soweto Academy's hit percentages have been superb, Quinton. Bang, another one.
They are great from the
Love
free
it,
throw line.
Love it.
Probably one of the best free throw shooting teams I've seen throughout this tournament.
Well, I mean, we can directly attribute the fact that they have a 4-point lead at the moment and are leading Michael House, a big basketball school, because I think, and I very much stand to be corrected, they have about 9 of those points are free throw points. 9 of 18. The majority, so more than half of their points currently are free throws.
And unless Michael House figure out a way to keep them off the free throw line or just play clean defense, Soweto Academy are going to make Michael House pay every time down. And what I'm seeing right now at halftime is the fact that the coach is not even really chatting about his game strategy, just getting his team back out there, getting them running. They understand what they're trying to do. And
You're very clear at the moment. They're busy warming up, layup, staying warm. I mean, these boys must be exhausted. But it's halftime. So Soweto Academy under 15s, 16-12 to Michael House under 15s. This game, we've said it once, we'll say it again, it is a balanced. It is the antithesis of the previous game before this. This game, in my mind, is going to go down to the last quarter, and I will not place anyone else's money even on who will win. It is such a close showing.
Amanwu for Michael House, twice been able to knock it down from long range, and he is definitely a primary scorer. And for Soweto Academy, it's been Ndlovu. He's been great from the free throw line. He is their ball distributor when they find him in that zone.
As well.
Mene has been pretty good too, and I really like the difference in the style of play, but
Yes.
also Clay Nance has been off the floor for Michael House for a large percentage of that second quarter. He'll come back into the reckoning as we start out the second half.
And his defense has been very good. Let's say that. Clay Nance's defense, he has been dominating in the key, putting all that pressure on Soweto. I like that we pointed out that it is a very different style of teams playing at the moment. This, as much as it is a game between the 5 boys on the court constantly, that's rotational, this is very much a match between that man who you see on your screen now, Coach Matlara, for Michael House, and the Soweto Academy coach, because it is a game of wits as well as how well these boys can put it down.
And that's what you want to see when you come and watch basketball. It's high-speed chess, but it's also an element of individualism, so players reading and assessing situations on the floor, and coaching comes into play. So does the player awareness on the floor, and right now Soweto Academy have been aware enough to take advantage of the free throw line, and that's why we have a 4-point lead for them.
Yeah, it's been a tight game, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, remember, tell your friends, tell your family, and engage with us at School Sports Live. We're in the Old Mutual Hall at Wits in Johannesburg. If you're in and around the area, of course, pull in, come watch some good basketball, some more teams pouring in, and some fans, of course. It is really good to see basketball so alive and well currently in South Africa at school level.
We must mention 56 teams competing in the St. John's tournament over this weekend. 24 under 19, 20 under 15, and 12 under 13 teams, and we're just about sitting ready to kick off the second half.
Michael House kicks things off. They'll be swapping sides, so the red right to left, they move it round the key. What they're going to do, Michael House take their time. They look for the big man in the center, gets stolen by the small 11. He retains possession, goes up, doesn't get the basket. Soweto Academy looking to counter. They're moving the ball up well. Again with Mene, decides to drive against all of them. Bang! Absolutely superb. Clean.
Split the defense in transition while Michael House was setting up, and it was a lovely layup.
Then immediately they steal the ball again. They're going up, and Ndlovu fakes the shot, goes up, bang! 2 big points for Soweto Academy. They have come out at halftime to play, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you that.
Into a press they go immediately as well.
Now they need to try and defend here. Soweto Academy takes an 8-point lead with those big 4 points early on. They had a big plan and it worked. Try and get 4 big points. The big man for Michael House goes up, sinks 2 and draws the defensive foul. Number 22.
Ngobo underneath and
Really underneath the basket, did well.
Met with a scream from his team, a timeout called. Well, the table seems to be some confusion because table asked the referee for a timeout. The timeout was called, and so we do have a timeout. Michael House, unwilling timeout.
It's been 66 seconds, and we've seen 2 for 6 points with the opportunity of 2 more in the next few seconds. So almost 8 points. Whereas this game has been very low scoring. And literally in the first minute, 8 points.
That's the difference a press makes. It's just quicker possessions, and if there is a turnover, allows the defensive team to get a score, which we saw from the side of Soweto Academy. Michael House have tried the press and pressure on the Soweto Academy team, but they've handled it quite well because once they break the press, they force Michael House to go back into their 2-3 zone, and then they play and try and play through their big Ndlovu and also find seams inside the zone to try and get the bigs off the floor. What we have not seen yet is the reintroduction of Michael House big Klein Hans, who's still sitting on the bench, and I still think that holds a big factor into where this game goes.
I think these are some big points for Nklobo, because if Nklobo can grab 1 or 2 here with the bucket that sank originally, just to try and minimize this quick lead that Soweto just suddenly sprung on Michael House. He goes up. That was picture perfect free throw basketball. Picture perfect.
5-point game.
Immediately comes back. Soweto pushes up, throws it up there. That should always be a Michael House rebound, but Soweto will walk away with it. There's a foul now as well. That's not what they would have wanted. But they'll just keep possession because the ball was coming out. It wasn't on an attacking shot. Soweto bring it round from Mene to Ndlovu. Back to Mene. Shifting it out wide. Ndlovu does great. He's opened some space. He releases the free throw. Player is harmed in the corner there. There's too much pressure. Too many. He's surrounded by 3.
That was an example of giving up the extra pass unnecessarily. Ndlovu really should have just gone straight up.
Loses possession in the key, and Ndlovu at the center of it again. And Klobo goes up on his own, draws the foul. Doesn't sink the basket. He should get a free throw for that, though. It seems that Michael House is almost stealing a bit from Soweto over here. Going, come in, Klobo. And Klobo, go up there, steal a couple fouls. They'll make the mistake, and let's sink them.
Well, you see the importance of the Michael House bigs. Ngobo has come on in and added a nice little bit of energy off the bench.
Oh, that was a little heavy. Didn't pull the trigger well there.
He's looking to go glass every time at the free throw line. And it's a strategy that can work.
Bang. Oh, that should have gone. No, it was a little rub there. There's an early break by Soweto Academy, so we'll get another attempt at it. That one was very close. I felt that should have gone in. I feel it was a little rub there. But it's a battle of wills at the moment and a battle of wits as much as anything. Klobo goes up, doesn't make a mistake this time, brings it down to a 4-point game. Michael House slowly etching away at that quick lead that Soweto Academy quickly sprung on them at halftime.
Well, find his touch, did Klobo from the free throw line. Now Michael House
drives.
Happy to settle back into their 2-3 zone.
Yeah, very good. I think that was the way to do it. They are trying to shift Michael House a lot at the moment. There's been a foul called, and it's an offensive one by Ndlovu. So Michael House doing clean and doing well at the moment. They need to bring this ball up. They do exactly that. There's a bit of pressure. Fakes 1, fakes 2. There's a 2v1. Pressure brings it up to Nklobo. Nklobo draws another foul, though. This is exactly what Soweto Academy did for the first 2 quarters. And Michael House has turned around and said, you know what? We can do it too.
Michael House taking advantage of breaking the press. They have the numbers advantage out in the transition. There's a beautiful pass to find Ngobo underneath. And I think there's going to be some defensive adjustment right now as there's a timeout called on the floor. It's Coach Tsele of Soweto Basketball Academy this time who brings us a break in play. And Michael House fighting back after a hot start.
By Soweto. I think Coach Tsele has realized what we've just spoken about for the last 6 points by Michael House. And he goes, okay, now we just need to tweak. Like you said, quick fire chess. You mentioned it earlier, Quinton. Now, this is where we see the minds at work here.
Just got to make a couple of defensive adjustments. They're doing well in terms of ball pressure on the press, but Michael House being able to get numbers out in transition and not being able to close out the big is what's costing them. I think what he can do is try and limit the touches that Ngobo is getting. inside. He's just going to have to make 1 or 2 rotational adjustments to see how that is going to be possible.
2016 at the moment, and we're about halfway through the third quarter. After that foul that Nklobo created, he's going to go up to try and make this a 2-point game. Pulls the trigger, a little heavy, doesn't pull the point. But remember, if Michael House is going to play Soweto Academy's game of getting free throws, they need to sink it as well as Soweto Academy has. And Soweto's Academy percentage rate has been superb, just like Michael House's, which hasn't been bad at all. We're not showing their indictment of the free throw line. It's how well Soweto's been shooting. That means that Michael House has to shoot even better. Soweto drives, make sure he goes away. Kleinhans back on the field. Back on the court, apologies, and immediately showing his effect under that basket. Big man. He's using his height. He's timing it. It immediately takes a steal. Looks for the free throw. That's been stolen by Mene. Releases it up. Soweto Academy, they're going to rue their missed chances.
They will rue their missed chances. Interesting move here as Michael House go big. They have both Ngobo and Kleinhans on the floor. So they're going to try and capitalize on the inside. And Soweto Academy will continue to press.
Yes, but I think that's in direct contravention of Nklobo and Kleinhans, because that was a travel, that was in his gather. So exactly this. If they can't, Soweto Academy is going to literally just stop the ball, try and stop the ball reaching the big Michael House boys at the top in the offensive key.
Especially
big push, almost scores it. Sorry, Quinton.
I was going to say, especially in that half-court set, they don't want to give Ngobo and Kleinhans a chance to work against the much smaller size of the Soweto Academy bigs.
Well, I mean, Ndlovu hasn't got off the court once at the moment. He is clearly a big player for Soweto. Number 11, bang, bang, sinks it immediately. Motuong for Soweto Academy, absolutely rock solid. We mentioned how well Soweto Academy has shot today.
They really have done a great job from free throw line.
Nothing but net. Oh,
high
it is
percentage.
A joy, Quinton. It is a joy to watch, isn't it?
And it's not one player. It's getting done by almost all the players on the floor.
I am sitting here next to Quinton, ladies and gentlemen, in the Old Mutual Sports Hall with a smile so large on my face. It is not even funny just how well these two sides have been technically. Technically, they have been superb. Goes up for Soweto Academy, almost sinks it. Not sure who kept it in. Michael House keeps it in, straight to Kleinhans. Now they can counter. Wasn't kept in by number 41. That is Baxter, Jordan Baxter of Michael House. Wasn't able to keep it in. Ndlovu immediately straight on the counter. Releases it to Mene. Mene under too much pressure. Throws up to Motuong. Motuong makes no mistakes. 2 more buckets. The score now 24-17. 2 minutes left in the third quarter. Quinton, this game, is it just me, or even within the quarters, there's phases?
Frenetic pace, and also basketball is a game of runs. Each team will have an opportunity to go at it, and how well you manage those scoring runs, the team that does better generally comes away the victor. Soweto being able to force more scoring runs is the reason that they are currently and in the lead and hold this significant 7-point lead.
You see, Soweto have not tried to shoot from the 3-point line at all. And Michael has have realized this, and so they've just hung back in the key. But then what is absolutely superb about that is they've still somehow walked away with points. Bang! Just like that. That was absolutely superb by Soweto Academy. Their heads are down and they are focused. They know their job at hand. And they are showing the big private school boys a thing or two on the court here.
Motaung again finding himself in some space and showing that he has the mid-range capability.
The coaches both getting involved there, not 100% backing that call from both sides there. So I'm not sure who's arguing which at the moment.
Well, that puts Soweto Academy into the penalty, so a free throw opportunity now for Amanwu, who's been their primary scorer, who's been a bit quiet in this third quarter.
Very good point. Only 40 seconds left as he pulls the trigger. Doesn't pull it well enough at all. He's got another opportunity. He's got to make sure here. Unlucky bounce, doesn't walk away with it. Kleinhans doing the hard work. Don't fight each other, boys. You're on the same side. Big pass. It finds Nklobo. Nklobo runs it, drops it, doesn't make it. Kleinhans up. Needs to make sure those rebounds are so tough to get. But Michael House, 4 opportunities. Kleinhans goes up 5th. Kleinhans 6th. Michael House had 6 shooting opportunities there.
Really
they needed to sink one of them.
Soweto Academy can do right now. Outsized underneath the rim. They're going to have to try.
Legs are playing a role here, I feel. And there goes your end of the third quarter. Kleinhans goes up. Oh, absolutely beautiful. There's nothing more gorgeous than seeing a big man who's not supposed to be a shooter sinking free throws.
Big free throws indeed.
Bang, 2 in a row. Kleinhans stepping up for his side, reducing the lead at the moment. So that should put it to, 26-19. So 7-point game at the moment.
What's very interesting is the end of that third quarter. What we saw underneath the board from Michael House. They've gone big. They're going to try and maximize their second and third and fourth chance opportunities. Soweto Academy will press and try and limit half-court opportunities for Michael House. Is there enough time for Michael House to try and make inroads into the lead? Final 8 minutes away. Soweto Academy will hopefully try and pick up 1 or 2 more of those easy, quick transition buckets that we saw at the start of the half, and that's where they've been great.
Well, I think that's going to be a big point here. Michael House needs to shut down Soweto Academy in the first minute and a half, 2 minutes. If they can do that, then they can come in and change it, because Soweto Academy seems to have, from what I've seen, and I stand to be corrected, it seems that they have 2 phases of scoring in a quarter where they almost immediately just pull 6, 7, 8 points in one phase and then 6 points in the next phase. And then they do it really, really well. It's almost like they don't even know they're doing it subconsciously. If Michael House can cut one of those phases, then they're in business.
Turnovers. If Michael House take care of the basketball, they will give themselves a better chance of fighting back. If they give up the basketball, Soweto Academy will make them pay.
Michael House restarts the ball. They're back in the Soweto Academy half. We spoke about start. That's a big basket for Michael House. Number 41, that is Jordan Baxter doing it for there. Normally Soweto Academy starts the points off, but this time Michael House clearly having a bit of an impact here. And Michael House's crowd making themselves heard at the moment in the background. Soweto Academy taking their time. This is interesting. They're not going to let the time go. And Glover's trying to get free. They're taking their time. They know they've got the lead. So this is quite interesting and clever thinking because there's no shot clock at this level.
I am for it and against it. I agree with the tactics, but I'm not sure that it's in the spirit of the game. So I guess we'll get to see how many seconds the Soweto Academy team takes off the game clock.
Well, the big issue is this higher they go, it opens up the key, and Soweto Academy is going to score points because it opens the key up completely.
A quick attack, and it's Amanu who go back to the free throw line. He missed both the last time out.
28-21, ladies and gentlemen, only 6.5 minutes left. Amanu's been quiet that second quarter. A big three-pointer here could change the game, though.
Quick score by Michael House. Soweto Academy are trying to control the time of possession. Now, doing it so early in the fourth quarter might change the mentality of his kids on the floor and could see them take their foot off the gas, for lack of a better word, and
lose the intensity.
It'll give Michael House some momentum.
Well, just like that, Michael House retains possession after the free throws. Big Kleinhans trying to play with the ball. He almost loses it, but he does well to recover his own fumble.
That looked like first-team rugby training.
It worked well, though, because no whistle and no foul. Baxter, top of the key, throws it to Ndlobo. Ndlobo goes up. They need those 2 points. Soweto Academy, Big Ndlobo wins it. So now we know they're going to take their time. Michael House has to consider the full court press. But the problem is it opens up the key. The big drive, just like that. So there they shut it out quite well. Number 11, Motuong, goes back to Motuong. He goes up. Oh, that would have been some pretty basketball right there. Kleinhans does well to win it. He's been grinding hard for Michael House. Baxter releases to Ndlobo. Ndlobo goes up, almost gets 2 points. Goes up again. They need to make sure they need these points. They need to cut this lead down. Ndlobo finally sinks 2 points. That brings the score to 28-23, making it a 5-point game. Quinton.
Dominating the glass, Michael House. Ndlobo using his size and finally gets the score.
I'm almost surprised that Michael House doesn't throw Ndlobo up, or I think they'll keep, because they've got 2 bigs, throw one up, keep the other back, and open up the fast back. Just leave him up there.
Not going to work too well. Soweto Academy pretty good at reading and isolating as well as getting the score.
Amanwu, what a great basketball there. Great, drives it through the key from quite a distance. Nice little layup shot there. and it brings it down to a 3-point game. You can hear the Michael fans getting involved now.
Definitely.
Many throws wide. There's that defensive foul by Michael. He's making sure Kleinhans.
Some support from Michael, no doubt, and Soweto Academy.
It's 3 for Kleinhans. Kleinhans has 3 at the moment.
Up against it, and 26-19 was the score at the start of the third.
Goes up. He has an interesting shooting technique. I want you to watch this actually, Quentin. Very interesting shooting technique. It clearly doesn't hamper him whatsoever, pulling the trigger like that. He almost only shoots with his left hand. His right hand's almost off the ball. And it's almost like a quick release. It's quite interesting.
No follow through on the wrist and almost pushes the ball. Quick ball movement, but it's Kleinhans who comes across.
Very well done. Kleinhans originally making the mistake, then turning around and actually recovering his own mistake. And a timeout called. Just under 4 minutes left. This is a 3-point game. We called it in the beginning, didn't we, Quentin? And it's there. We're in the fourth quarter. We still don't know what is happening. 29-25 at the moment.
It's a very tightly contested game, and what you must appreciate is the fight back by Michael. They trailed 26-19 at the end of the third, and it's been tactically, I think Soweto have got it a little bit wrong going into defensive basketball earlier in the fourth quarter. Michael have been able to capitalize. The free throw line has not provided them much joy, but they have been able to get second and third chance opportunities underneath the rim. They've played through Ngobo. Kleinhans has come in and given them a little bit more defensive pressure, or defensive presence rather, in the paint. And Soweto Academy have been stifled in terms of scoring. Let's see what adjustments they make.
I also think it's just the fact that the big men, like you mentioned, we've mentioned Kleinhans and Nklobo for Michael. It's not just that they're the bigger men on the roster for Michael. It's that they're playing particularly well.
They are playing particularly well.
If Michael win this game, it's between one of those two boys to take the game for their side. And here comes Soweto Academy. Quarter done. Time back on. They're shifting out wide. They're making some calls. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, no stop clock here. Now they drive. It's Ndlovu. He had a bit of a fumble. Decides to go back out to Mene. Mene goes up. Almost gets that basket. Michael makes sure of that rebound. They're not going to lose any of those now. Baxter brings it up. Nklobo screaming for it in the middle of the key. Baxter almost fumbles. Looks up. Releases number 19. It's a fumble. I'm not sure where the foul's called. Looks like it's going to be Soweto Academy's ball. Muzia. No, sorry, Maepe. Soweto Academy finds the loose man. He needs to go up. He fakes Kleinhans. Number 8, absolutely superb by Mafete. Mafete doing really well. Oh, Ndlovu tries to intercept, throws up to Maepe. Maepe makes no mistakes. Ndlovu risked everything and came up short.
That is in fact Muziva, Leo Muziva.
Apologies. Now Mene misses the basket. Have you seen how immediately they're all 1 point, so it's immediately opened the game up. Amanwu back on the court for Michael House. Goes up, 2 points. This is getting close, ladies and gentlemen. It is 31-29 at the moment.
Much more free-flowing than expected. Out of that timeout, both these teams now.
Hot tag. Motuong goes up, doesn't get it. Kleinhans is winning it on defense for Michael House in this last corner. These last 4 minutes, he finds Amenwu from Baxter. Amenwu fakes up. 2 points, and it's a tight game, ladies and gentlemen. 31-31, 2 minutes left. Soweto Academy need to be awake. They need to be alive now. Foul, timeout called at the moment. I think this is clever by Michael House at the moment. We got where we needed to be. Let's reset, let's reevaluate, let's go and change our minds.
Timeout called by actually Coach Taylor of the Soweto Academy. He's not happy with what he's seeing on the floor. He needs to change up one or two things, and it's been all Michael House. What timeouts can do, you break momentum. So just bringing an end to Michael House's scoring run will give them control of the ball and allow him to set something up for this possession. And he'll try and get a score out of this possession, probably late. If there was a shot clock, he'll try and utilize as much of the game clock as possible just to slow the game down, because Michael House was starting to run away with it.
On your screen there, some of the Michael House supporters making their voices heard, because this game, ladies and gentlemen, is going down to the wire. I can't help but be a little proud that we did predict that, Quentin.
You saw it from the start, and you knew that their free throw shooting was going to play a crucial part and that these teams were both well matched.
Well, we back off in the last 2 minutes. Soweto Academy, Michael House going to a full court press. Maybe surprising Soweto Academy. They do retain possession. That's number 11, Motuung drives. Kleinhaus doing the hard work. No whistle against him. So Kleinhaus, clean D at the moment, and the fact that he's so clean, he's keeping this game tight. Intercepted by Baxter. Baxter running it up. He's man alone. He needs to sink this. That's been defended. Amanwu wins the rebound. Goes for a 2 at the bank shot. Comes up short. Kleinhaus, offensive foul.
That should be Kleinhaus' 4th personal, and he's going to have to be aware of his foul situation.
But for the last 2 minutes, it is his 4th, so he's come off. So it seems that Matlala, head coach, is going to keep him, I feel, for the last 30, 40 seconds, last minute. Can't lose him now. Because Nklobo now comes on for him. Soweto Academy, Motueng brings it up. He finds Tafang. Tafang loses it and loses possession. It is still Soweto ball. I believe that is Klataya. Number 7. Looking for a play. He finds Motueng in the middle. Motueng goes up. Doesn't get there. Amanwu makes clear for Michael Haas. He brings it up. Hasn't crossed the halfway line. He's got a free player. He finds him beautifully. It's a last minute and a half. Goes for the 3. Cancelled. What was that for? No 3 points.
Travel was called by the referee. He shuffled his feet just before he got the shot up.
Ooh, that's a biggie. Is that going to cost Michael Haas, Quinton?
Correct call by the referees. And
this is what pressure does. BMT, big match temperament, quarter-final here. Ndlovu's got a free run. He finds Slachaya. Offensive foul. Defensive foul, by number 11. And
well, it's Nkosanati Kumalo who gets called for the infringement. He keeps looking back, and
I'm not quite sure why he's surprised by that.
He was frustrated because he got called for the travel a little bit earlier. And then came back and then picked up that foul as well. Chance now for
Slachaya
at the free throw line.
He's been shooting very well. Let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, that Soweto Academy have been shooting from the free throw line perfectly. But now there's pressure, big pressure.
Changes up the dynamic completely.
And Klachaya makes no mistake, and he sinks one in. Timeout's been called as well. So 1 minute 23 seconds left. Score 32-31 to Soweto Academy. This, Quinton, is exciting basketball. This is why we're here.
High quality knockout basketball. It coming down to the final minute and 23 seconds, and still anybody's game. It is possession by possession basketball. And composure will win the end of the day, but also this is strategy meets coaching, because how well these teams have been coached to handle these pressure situations, how many times this has been done on the practice court, we will find out, and it's going to be exciting stuff. It can literally go either way. Soweto Academy have led throughout. Michael House fought their way back. And now just a 1-point game.
And it's time for someone to be a hero when the pressure counts. Remember, 9 out of 10 opportunities, 1 in a million chances come 9 out of 10 times. And this is one of them, ladies and gentlemen. This is something to use and utilize, because if it's done properly, Soweto Academy could knock out the big boys. That is Michael Haas. But Michael Haas is saying, wait, we want to be here. And it shows in these sides that how they're playing. And I think all of them, heart on their sleeves, absolutely showing it at the moment. And it shows how tight this game is. It is superb basketball at the moment.
Both these teams have done well to get themselves into this position. Small details will make the biggest difference here.
So it will be Michael House's ball. The referee double-checking everything. Time will be back on. Lots of pressure there. Big push. Michael House in the opposition key. Amanwu pushing in. He has a bit of space. He goes up. Doesn't sink it. There's the time to be alive. Mene finds the fast break. Finds Motueng. He's got 2 on him. Lots of pressure. Finds Ndlovu. Ndlovu goes up. And he's the hero, sinking 2. Putting Soweto Academy 3 points ahead at the moment. Making that 34-31 with just over a minute left to play.
I love the court awareness and composure of the Soweto Academy team on that fast break, from the pass to the finish by Ndlovu.
I think definitely Ndlovu has been the player for Soweto Academy today. Michael House on the break. Jordan Baxter goes up, tries to release. Sloppy passing. This is where the pressure builds up. Mene bringing it up for them. Keeps possession. Looks for Ndlovu. Finds him. Ndlovu looks up. Now they're going to take their time. 3-point lead. There's under a minute left. And Michael House need to push. They're being slow on the attack. When's Kleinhans coming in? Now there's a change of possession. It's off the foot of number 19.
Muziva gets a foot to it, and the correct call by the referee.
So it will be...
I can't see
Oh
what...
no, there's been another call here. Michael House took that call. So they're getting a free throw.
There was possibly a tech foul call, and I'm not sure if it was on the coach or if it was on one of the players, but this is huge.
Technical. What? How many is a technical? One throw.
One free throw.
But it puts them within 2. No questions asked. Number 16, Amanwu. He was quiet for 2 quarters, but he's come back. No questions asked. 2 points again. 44 seconds, Quinton. I am getting excitable. Someone calm me down.
You're not the only one getting excited. The referees and the coaches, and
Especially the coaches.
there's just about limited time left here.
So I don't think Soweto Academy need to calm down. Mene drives, finds Klafang. Klafang goes up, gets 2 points, a big 2 points there.
That is huge. That is a big bucket.
Number 7, Klashaya, sorry, not Klafang, Klashaya, the man of the moment there. So it goes back to 4 points at the moment. Michael House needs to slot something in now. They have possession, because if they can slot one, defend the next attack. And Soweto Academy saying, no, thank you. We are stopping that, and they stopped it there. Big court presence here. Mene being heard. Throws it to Amanwu.
He's going to look to take this.
Takes the 3, goes up. Almost. No rebound. Soweto Academy, there is a foul called at the moment.
Muziwa gets called for the foul on Ndlovu, and Michael House in the penalty. There's a timeout called.
I think it's a bit of a took an elbow to the face there, Muziwa.
Also his 5th foul, so he won't take any more part in this game. And
He timed it pretty well.
he did, but I think Kleinhans will come back in on Michael House's side. A chance for Ndlovu to ice this game. He'll go to the free throw line. He's been pretty good throughout the game, and if he makes it, it'll be a bridge too far, I think, for Michael House. They will need a quick score, a foul on the other side, and Soweto Academy have been the better shooting team from the free throw line throughout this entire game.
Look, let's not cause any indictment here. Let's not infer Michael House has shot badly from the line, because they haven't. They've done really, really well. But Soweto Academy, where they've been very good in the middle of the field the whole day, now they've just dropped gears. They're in 5th at the moment. They've just pushed the NOS button, because they are refusing to let Michael House gain another yard.
It's been interesting because Michael House attacked at the beginning of the quarter. Soweto Academy took their foot off the gas and tried to relax it, allowed Michael House back in. Now we're seeing Soweto Academy show that they really are good under pressure, and towards the end of the game, they've come good. Big layups.
Ndlovu, the big man for Soweto Academy, we're coming back with 26.3 seconds left. Ndlovu has to be the man for Soweto. He steps up, misses the first one.
That's the commentator's curse. Ndlovu's been great throughout the game from the free throw line.
I'm not the biggest believer of such things in life, but Ndlovu knows there's pressure on him. That's what he's feeling at the moment. He goes up, pulls the trigger. He needed those points. Now Michael House is going to try counter. They left number 7, Klachaya, all the way in the back to prevent the fast break. A big 3-point attempt from number 31 from Michael House. It was a bit of a dream and hope shot though. 15 seconds left.
There is stop time. I don't think the players are aware that the final 2 minutes of this quarter, if the game is less than 20 points, the clock will stop every time there's a change of possession.
4-point difference. Michael House needs to put a bucket in now. He drives. Amanwu doesn't get the point, and Klobo wins the rebound. There's a foul there, and that's exactly what they needed with that foul. They won't get the 2 points, but they do get an opportunity to get within 2.
They do have that opportunity. Klobo's been right at around 50% throughout this game. He likes to go glass. He's been a bit heavy from the free throw
Who's
line.
that? Number 20. So I thought it was a Klobo. It's actually Clear.
Oh, our first look at him.
Sensor Clear, pressure man. He hasn't been on the court much. Bang! He pulls that trigger beautifully. This game is within 3, 36-33. Oh, we could see a playoff. We could see an overtime
We
here.
could possibly see overtime.
Don't break early, don't break early. Clear goes up. Bang! No questions asked. 6 seconds left on the clock. Was there an early break?
The question will be about Clear advancing towards the basket.
When did the ball leave his hand, though?
And I think the referee's just conferring. In this case, I believe the referee should just let it go.
I feel it left his hand in time. but they'll have a conversation. Yes, it was actually Mene entering the key, which I saw. So
Clea gets away with one because he should have been called for the actual lane violation.
yeah, but this actually helps Soweto Academy.
It does.
But Clea, then, and this is exactly it. And Klobel goes up. There is a foul now as well. So 36-33, 5 seconds left. But now Klobel can put this within 1 point.
And like I said, he's 50% from the free throw line throughout. There's a timeout called.
There is 5 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very surprised they haven't thrown Klein Hans in because he had another foul.
I am shocked as well. But
He had a foul in the bank, so to speak. We have 5 seconds left. Quinton, this has been one of the better matches, I think, of basketball, under 15 basketball I've ever watched.
it's been enthralling from start to finish. The lead changes, the skill we've seen from the players on the floor. And this is a timely timeout because this allows two things. The coach will have a chance to chat now to Ngobo, to try and relax him and get his mind focused on making both free throws.
Calm down.
Soweto Academy will have a strategy set on either a make or a miss, so the coach will have a chance here to say, when we do get the ball on a make, he'll want to take as much time off the game clock as possible. So we'll push the ball up the floor by passing it, by advancing it. Ngobo will have all his mind focused for Michael House on making these two. If he makes these two, they've got to get a quick foul.
1 in a million chances come, and 9 out of 10 times, Quinton, and Nklobo is in one of them. Ladies and gentlemen, to fill you in, this is a 3-point game, 36-33, 5 seconds on the clock. Nklobo has 2 points, that potential points here. He goes up, sinks it, no questions. So Nklobo doesn't miss the first one, goes up, misses the second. This is a 2-point game, 4 seconds left. Oh, and Kleinhans wins it again. There's going to be a foul. The buzzer goes, and he goes up, no foul. And Soweto Academy will win this. Michael House calling a foul at the moment. The referees are coming together to have a conversation. At the moment, 36-34. There is a conversation on points. Coach Matlala calling his players back because the coaches are going to have a conversation. Or is that it, Quinton?
That is it. The referees have said game is done. So it is Soweto Academy who advance. A little bit of confusion at the end, but
I think Michael House wanted the foul.
Is the ultimate winner because Soweto Academy, a narrow 2-point win. And I think a little bit of an upset. I'm not sure. But the team advancing is the team from Soweto. Michael House will now advance into the bottom rung and play off for positions. And a big win for Soweto Academy, triumphing just at the end.
There we go, Soweto Academy 36-34, Michael House. I think Quinton agrees with me. The man of the minute has to be in Glovo for Soweto Academy. Number 4, our man of the match today. Beautifully played. Great shots. The Soweto Academy shooting from the free throws, absolutely superb. But ladies and gentlemen, that is your end score, 36-34. My name is Adam Zawada. I am out of here. I'm going to take a quick breather for the next game. But Quinton, I believe you staying.
I am staying, and it will be me taking the next game, and that will be the third under 15 quarterfinal. So Quinton Denason staying here, and we look forward to bringing you more action on School Sports Live.
So ladies and gentlemen, enjoy it. Have a good day, and we'll be back soon.
in transition. Uses his body well, and that's great. Connects on long range. It's good. Attacking the rim through the contact. Gets it to go, and that was a strong contest. School Sports Live basketball. It is the fifth, under 15. It is the third of our quarterfinals from Wits Old Mutual Sports Hall. King Edward, the seventh under 15, taking on St. Charles, and it was a cold morning here in Johannesburg, and the temperature has picked up. It was a rainy morning, and the sun has come out, and it has coincided with the action that we have seen on the court as two of these quarterfinals decided. A narrow win for Soweto Academy, and a little bit earlier Heidelberg Basketball Club coming away with a big win, and now it's the chance of King Edward and St. Charles. I am Quinton Denason, and I've been tasked with bringing you this action, and it will be a lot of fun because King Edward advancing by virtue of some big wins over Lusaka International, Marua Pula, and going down to our other quarterfinalists, Heidelberg. And for St. Charles, it's also been a mixed bag of results. They picked up a loss against St. Stithians, a win against St. Andrews, Pretoria Boys High School picking up a win 18-8, and triumphing over Issa. Which is the International School of South Africa. Now, King Edward, proud history and proud heritage of basketball at their school, and they will look to advance, as well as St. Charles, who've got some really storied coaches within their ranks, and none more than their head coach Bradford, who's been involved in the game for a very long time. So St. Charles historically going to be the stronger of the teams. King Edward, a rising program here in Johannesburg. Mbonge, Matizwa, Vanda, Chakatwa, Costa, Clark, Rebello, Townsend, Peterson, Tulare, Kepadisa, and Liam Fleiser make up the King Edward under 15 lineup. And Tsakani Ngobeni joins me in the commentary booth, and looking forward to some really great action.
Quinton, this should be an exciting one. It's the third quarterfinal. Both teams win or go home time. Home is very far for one team, home is very near for the other one. So I think the boys are ready and should give us something to enjoy.
St. Charles getting ready, and I said a lot earlier, they of course picked up a narrow loss to St. Stithians, going down by 2 points. Makenge, Maema, Truter, Choice, Crooks, Gracie, Ndaba, Hubble, Prucher, Marsburg, Storm, Gilchrist, and Mkledle, the makeup of this St. Charles College team. And the name that's got to speak out for you, and without any real pressure on him, is that of Storm Gilchrist. He's of course the son of former national team captain Craig Gilchrist, who's also the head coach and the first team coach at St. Charles. So looking forward to seeing what he might bring to the court. Certainly brings some size, without a doubt.
Some size and physicality if you know his father. And I've seen just from watching Craig's Instagram page that he's very physical and likes rugby. So this should be a very physical game, up and down, which won't take away from what we've seen the whole day. Both teams up and down, press for time. So put as many points as you can on the board early, and wear the other team out as you continue to go.
You've seen many of these knockout games, and what we've seen so far is there have been contrasts in style, because Soweto Academy, a small ball team that has advanced, Heidelberg, a small ball team that has advanced, but these teams match up a lot better in terms of what we see visually, and there's a lot of size, and they look like they're not going to be small ball. I'm expecting half-court style offense and the ball going inside, and a lot slower, I think, advancing. This is just what I'm seeing.
No, and I agree. If any of these two teams was just to take the strategy of just pressing the ball to increase the pace of the game and then dump it inside, get those quick points early, and then, have a 1-2 punch. First punch, press, second punch, dump it inside, go strong man, big ball, and that should allow you to get not an easy win, but a more comfortable hold or grasp on the game.
Well, I think we're just not too far away from the start of the game, and plenty of experience on both benches. Coach Bradford a little bit. Coach Stuart Bradford, of course, very well experienced, has been involved in the game for 20 plus years, has seen multiple players come through his ranks, and contrast that with the playing experience of Sipisitlo Maseko, who is the head coach on the other side, has seen the basketball development program at King Edward advance, has coached and played at different levels, and now giving back to the game as well. So looking forward to seeing how these two programs compete on the basketball floor.
So we should say it's youth, experience versus youth?
Or youth versus experience?
Youth versus experience, because, you know, Coach Bradford is going to be very tactical and Spears is going to be very impulsive in his coaching. So it should be interesting to see.
Well, King Edward will pick up possession and ball into the hands of the King Edwards players. St. Charles start out in a man-to-man. Ball goes up the floor early and missed layup. Makenge just can't get it to go. Ball right back to him, and the rebound picked up. Now a chance for King Edward to advance.
I mean, just looking at the offset of the game, the court is fuller, like we said. It's not small ball. There's a couple of big bodies out there, you know, in every position. So it's going to be a very physical, tactical game.
Ball up the floor, quick chance for transition, and our first score through the contact. Joshua Peterson able to get that and opens the scoring in this quarterfinal. Defense translates to offense. Peterson at the free throw line, and Soweto Academy in the previous quarterfinal were outstanding. That's some of the best shooting that I've seen from a young team at the free throw line. Peterson misses everything, so it will be St. Charles basketball. Makenge at the free throw, at the point guard position. Both teams going man to man inside now. Hook shot that just does not go. Rebound picked up by King Edward.
You know, that's a great execution, great intention, bad execution on that hook shot, because he could have made that step through, and that would have allowed him to just get more contact and be able to finish the play.
Stark differences between what we've seen in the previous two semifinals. Now both these programs opting to go man. We'll get to see a lot more of individualistic kind of play, or how well coached these two teams are. The free throw line, of course, is going to be a very crucial area, as it always is. Mutizwa at the free throw line for King Edward. 1 of 2 for him, and it's a sprightly start for King Edward to jump out to a 3-point lead. Makenge looking for Gilchrist, can't find him. Pass low and to the feet, and a second team foul.
This man is going to actually test the discipline of the players, because now they're not comfortable in a zone setting where you just protect your position. Now you have to play, and you can get shown up at any given time. So they need to be disciplined and stick to coach's strategy and game plan and be able to execute that.
Chance for King Edward to work in the post, and it's Kepadisa who's matched up against Gilchrist. Well matched, these teams, in terms of size, and looks like they're also well matched in terms of skill. Elbow jumper.
I'd say well matched also in the pace in which they play in this game, you know. Up, down, not really converting.
Ball pushed up the floor, a chance for transition basket. Strong rebound, and out for a score. Gracie comes across, Aiden Gracie on the rebound. Ball thrown away, another chance for St. Charles. Wild shot at him. Gracie now again. The right-hand layup won't go, but it's control board up. Blocking foul called. King Edward setting again. Gilchrist gets a touch. A chance out on the fast break. And Ndaba has had multiple looks, just not been able to convert. We'll get a chance now from that all too vital free throw line.
St. Charles seeming to find a little rhythm right here on the fast break. You know, great defense, get a stop, get the ball out. You know, get yourself running, get the rhythm early, and all they need to now do is just convert and find the bottom of the net.
think it'll be important for Ndaba just to see it go through the net, just so that he can find some sort of touch. He goes hard again. It's Gilchrist. Can't follow it up. Rebound picked up now by King Edward, to throw it away. Substitution on the floor. Gracie will take a break. In comes Malachi Prugge. Ball movement and much calmer tempo of play by both these teams as they just try and figure out how to break down these respective half-court defenses. Great outstretched arm. Chance now for King Edward. Numbers mismatch. Ball into the hands of Mutuzwa. Mutizwa goes and draws the contact. Chance for him at the free throw line once again.
Strong take by Mutuzwa there, but in a full agreement with you. Both these teams a little slow, feeling each other out. You know, first quarter, first round. So they're not really, I mean, I guess it's also our expectation from the pace of the previous two quarterfinals where the teams were just very fast, up-paced, and just completely competitive and converting. So these teams, slow start, feeling each other out, and hopefully the pace will pick up as they realize that whoever wins goes through.
One must remember, of course, this is knockout basketball, so a little bit of nerves will be evident from the boys on the floor. A chance for Mutizwa. Yes. Gets it to go, a strong layup, and now King Edward jump out to a 6-point lead.
And you can see the King Edward body language, hands are up, guys are covering the floor, they're talking, they're more aggressive, so the pace is picking up on their side as they realize that there is an urgency to this game.
A floater in the lane won't go as Maema tries his luck from the free throw line extended. Ball now. King Edward will shift it around. Turnover. Maema. Chance to work. Maema will try and create. Prugge underneath. Short. It's a challenge for it, a jump ball, as both players get tangled up. And
see, that's what you do when you come in off the bench. Mahachi, number 12 from St. Charles. He shows up, gets into the passing lane, attacks the board, gets some offensive rebounds for his team. So always doing the small intangibles to help his team win.
Rebound again underneath, and a show of strength as we get our first look at Mkletle. Oh, he gets his first score. The exuberance of youth is what I call that, and you got to find ways to get yourself in the game. Psychology is such an important part of this. Mkletle doesn't get the free throws, pick up the rebound, hook shot, hard off the glass.
Not only yourself, but your team. You know, that yell, that war cry from the free throw line, you know, was meant to motivate his team. Guys, pick it up, pick it up.
Mutizwa will try from outside. Misses absolutely everything. Rebound picked up. Kapadisa. Tulare gives it away. Chance for St. Charles. Another hook shot. And it's Benson Makenge as St. Charles start their fight back. Time running out on the game clock. And we'll see perhaps the last shot attempt by King Edward, who can't close it out with a make. And that will bring a close to a very exciting first quarter. It started out slow, but both these teams now starting to find comfort on the floor. And tightly contested first quarter, narrow 2-point lead for the King Edward, the 7th under-15 team, as they lead 8-6 at the end of the first. We have a look quickly at the highlights, and a lot of this coming from second chance opportunities. We see free throws, but King Edward started out a little bit better. St. Charles started to find some consistency towards the end of that first. Anything sticking out for you tactically right now, Mr. Tsakani Ngobeni?
Tactically, it's like you say, it's a game of runs, you know? You need to contain your runs. You see, look at that match right there. Aggressive, came off the bench, passing lane, and it's just ever present, whether it's passing lane or offensive rebounds. He's just very aggressive. It's just like the contribution he had. But tactically, no second chances. Keep control of your boards. Everyone's getting a second chance. Keep the other team off your boards and look to run. Both teams are slow getting back, secure the ball, look for the fast break, hopefully get fouled, convert, get an and one.
Both these teams happy to control tempo. We haven't really seen a run and gun style of basketball. Ball has been very tempered, controlled, and it's been reflected in the score sheet because it's been low scoring, but tightly contested.
If I'm either one of these coaches, I would then implement a full court press. See, like right there?
Makenge steals it, goes up, and ties the game.
Exactly. Full court press allows you to unsettle the other team. They're not ready for it. Catch them off guard in the beginning, and then you just go on. That's 2 turnovers within 10 seconds.
Our first look at Jordan Clark was come in, and those quick turnovers have resulted in quick points.
And it's a momentum shift, confidence builder. The guys get to play. It unsettles the other team. Coach has to call a timeout real soon.
Malachi Brugge picking up that score for St. Charles. And substitution as Clark will have to go back to the benches. Come in with some nerves, and he'll try and settle some of those nerves on the bench. Will the coach Peterson?
And that's what a good coach does. He sits him down and says, "This is where you found fault. Let's correct that. We're going to adjust. We're going to send you back in, and you're going to do some work."
Ndledle will pick up the foul there on the baseline. King Edward struggling to control the basketball. Third turnover now. Chance for St. Charles on the break. Brugge can't get that one to go. It's chased down well. Kapadisa. Kapadisa now in some space. Kicks it into the post player. Nothing there for them. Chance for King Edward to reset. That's a great attack off the dribble. Mutizwa showing some court awareness. Gets inside, draw contact, a chance for him to go back to the free throw line.
What I like there that he slowed it down, allowed his team to be composed. Cares, listen, we've been ratcheted a little bit. I'm going to slow the ball down and I'm going to take it strong to the hole, get fouled, which also gives us time to calm down while he has a chance to score from the free throw line.
There's a little bit of difference in the way that these two teams have coached. Coach Bradford keeping his lineup tight. We haven't seen too much rotation all around. On the other end, we've seen lots of rotation from the kids' bench. Only player really staying on the floor has been that man who missed the 2 free throws, Mutizwa Kepadisa, as well. The only 2 constants.
Coach Bradford's going to come with the strategy, implement that, and I think Coach Sipe is just going to be more impulsive in his approach. What he sees when adjust on the floor, on the fly.
Inside, Gilchrist. And that's a lovely pass. Makenge gets inside, gives it to the wide open Gilchrist for his first score.
St. Charles seems to be pressing on every basket made, which allows him to get rhythm and get back out there and attack.
Gilchrist with the block. Makenge, fast break. Again, right-hand layup. And now St. Charles on the scoring run to start out this second quarter. 14 plays 9.
Cass seems to be a little bit rattled. Coach Sipe needs to put in someone to calm his team down and get control of this game.
Makenge strips it away. Clear path to the basket, hangs in the air. Won't go. Brugge there, nothing for him. And nothing for St. Charles on that offensive possession. Kepadisa gets tied up. And it's going to be a jump ball called as it's Luke Hubble who gets his hands on the ball. We first look at him.
One player that stands out for me is Brugge. He seems to be the action man. He seems to be the guy where if there's action on the floor, he's around it. Look at that. He takes a shot and gets his own rebound.
Almost gets his own rebound.
But like I said, he's the guy where the action is. He's active forever. Feet moving. He's aware of what's happening on the floor.
A ball inside now. Gilchrist. First chance to really see him work. Puts his head down. But well read defensively as Rebello gets his hand on the ball. A jump ball call. This time possession will switch and go the way of King Edwards, who had a reserve start to this second quarter. Gilchrist picks up the foul. Chance for King Edwards and Vanda to go to the free throw line. Or rather, this is Mirko Costa. Misses the first, and we've seen how vital free throw shooting is. Played a big role in that Soweto Academy win over the Michael House, and Costa converts 1 of 2. And a timeout call by Coach Stuart Bradford, and St. Charles is that the first make, I believe, by King Edwards.
In this quarter, they just broke their dry spell.
We have a look now, highlights, and that was Makenge with that beautiful hook shot over the shoulder. He's been highlight filled as making defense turn into offense out on the fast break. And from the free throw line, that is Mutizwa for King Edwards. And a lot of King Edwards highlights will be from that free throw line. Storm Gilchrist, again, that beautiful feed by Makenge, who's, you spoke about Prucha being the energy man, but Makenge has come on in, run the point guard position, has proved creator and distributor, and his team has ably assisted him.
Makenge is playing the point guard position to perfection, you know, distributing, putting pressure on the other team. He's just that guy that his team needs. And like you say, he's the distributor right now, making sure that his guys are where they need to be on the floor. And there's immense pressure on the other team's point guard.
The lineup kept the same by Coach Maseko, and the same for Coach Bradford out of the timeout. 2:04 left to play here in the second quarter. 10 plays 14, a 4-point game. Rebound picked up now, chance for King Edward to get out the break. Ball inside, and it's going to be, I'm not sure if that was a shot attempt or a pass.
I'm not sure if that was a foul or a block, because that was all ball from where I'm sitting.
There's a bit of body, I think, on the part of Gilchrist who picks up the foul, and Rebello now another chance or a chance at the free throw line once again. Short on the first.
No, a little nervous. Free throw line is where you sit down, you compose yourself, you gather yourself. And that's what I think you should do. Just calm down, relax, and just let that ball fly.
Rebello misses everything. Frustration from him, and sure there'll be frustration from the coaching staff. Wide open. A chance now. Just enough done defensively by the King Edwards defense. Mutizwa comes across, but they give up the offensive rebound. Prucha, who's been active, stays there. And he'll get a chance to go to that free throw line. Changes on the floor. Rebello to the bench, and Fleiser back in for King Edwards. Both these teams locked in this tightly contested game.
Makenge and Prucha seem to be the guys that stand out to me. Like I said, Prucha is always where the action is, and he also just needs to calm down, let that ball fly from the free throw line, and compose himself.
Rebound. Ball up, and it is a turnover. Now a chance for St. Charles. Makenge inside. Oh, pretty play, but the finish lets him down.
Oh. That would have been a wonderful dipsy-do, only if he had finished that.
$1 million shot. 1 cent finish on that one for Makenge. Ball moves. Matizwa. He'll flip it up. Nothing there. Fleiser chases it down, finds. That's a really good find. Inside. Gilchrist's hands come down. Tough in there. Fleiser turning and spinning.
I like the aggression that Fleiser is showing us right now, because that's the kind of energy that King Edward needs right now. He needs someone who says, guys, we're not giving up. We're still in the game. It's a 4-point game. Let's not play with our heads down. Let's be aggressive, and let's get after it.
That shot will send, or rather that foul puts St. Charles in the penalty. And now Fleiser at the free throw line will have to temper that aggression and try and compose himself with some free throws. And with the clock running down, because this is running time, of course, these free throws take on more significance, as conversions will be vitally important, because less time means less possessions. Fleiser misses both, and it's been empty for King Edwards, who may rue those missed 4 points from the free throw line. Ball up now. It's Prucha working and steps out of bounds. Baseline violation and quick turnover. Mutizwa has been great. Gets it back. Tries to alley-oop off the pass by Keparisa. Nothing there for both of those players. Final 10 seconds. Makenge inside. Steps through. Puts it up. Chased down by Gilchrist. The battle between Gilchrist and Keparisa. And the jump ball. But there won't be time for the jump ball as that is going to be the final bit of action here in what has been a closely contested, low-scoring game so far. St. Charles, 4 points to the good at the half, and this is as much tactical as it is about what's happening on the floor and individual style play. But it must single out the play of Benson Makenge from St. Charles. He's been great, and for King Edward it has been number 23, Mutizwa, who's done a pretty good job. And those are the primary scorers we've seen from both these teams who are stepping up in the quarterfinal.
And like we've said, keys to victory is second chance opportunities. St. Charles has had numerous second chance opportunities, getting the ball off the rebounds and putting it back in. They've restricted Kes, however, but that's how Kes was able to claw themselves back into the game in the late part of that second quarter with those second chance opportunities.
And at halftime, it is King Edward 10, St. Charles 14. This is, of course, the third of our under-15 quarterfinals, as two of the positions have been settled, and we know who will take part in that semifinal, each vying for the right to represent the school at this prestigious St. John's tournament, the 14th edition. It is 20 teams have been taking part in the under-15 section, and this is narrowing it down to the top 4. Closely contested game here at Wits Old Mutual Sports Hall. Of course, you can follow the action. We are on School Sports Live, hashtag SSL Basketball, and do join us on the conversation. Let us know who you think the winners are going to be, who your favorite players are, and who you ultimately think will lift the trophy when all is said and done. But for now, it's the business of, and you can follow us there at School Sport Live, and I did say hashtag SSL Basketball. But now it's the business, though, of St. Charles. And tactically, if you were the head coach of King Edward, what would you be telling your boys now at halftime?
Listen, we haven't played that well, and for that, we are 4 points down. Let's secure the rebounds on our side, defensive rebounds, limit them to one opportunity. And I would also implement a press. Why? Because that's how St. Charles was able to get the lead. So to implement a press, you press a pressing team. That's how I was coached up, and when I do coach, that's what I do as well. Because why? They are comfortable defending, but they're not comfortable having to attack a press. So that's the adjustment I would make. Also put St. Charles on the back leg as well. That's if I am the St. John's coach.
Now I'm going to ask the difficult question of putting the other hat on. Your Stuart Bradford, you're up 4 points. What would you look at tactically from the St. Charles perspective?
Right now, St. Charles perspective, increase the pace. My boys are playing well. We've got the lead. We pressed, and when we pressed, we stayed composed. So I'd continue with my press, but I just increased the pace a little bit, make the game a little bit faster, because you can see that the King Edward boys are a little flustered when pressed. So I'd increase the pace on the press, and I'd use more bodies from the bench just to kind of make sure that my boys stay fresh, and that's how you secure another 4 point, maybe push that 4 point lead to an 8 point lead, and finish a quarter strongly.
Well, it is a game of runs, and a small 4 point run in a running time game takes on a lot of relevance. Must remind viewers at home that the format of this game is structured at 4 8-minute quarters. The final 2 minutes of the quarter is stop time, especially if the game is not in a state of blowout, so that means 20 points or more. And if the result is 20 points or more in the final 2 minutes, then the game will be played at running time. But right now, you can pretty much count on the fact that this is going to be a closely contested game, and we will see the final 2 minutes of that fourth quarter stop time. But it's all set here, and second half action underway from Wits Old Mutual Sports Hall. St. Charles, of course, wearing the blue. King Edward in the white and red. Makenge picking up where he left off just at the start of the second half. Knocks down the long-range bomb. Mutizwa attacking.
He's also picking up where he left off, coming out with that aggression, letting his team know, listen, they took the first shot at us. I'm gonna ram it down the team's, paint, and make sure that we go on the free throw line, compose ourselves, and hopefully execute and allow coach to give instructions to the guys so that we can execute going forth in the quarter.
Mutizwa to the free throw line he goes. 7 point lead. It's a significant lead now for St. Charles College. Mutizwa has been the standout player. Matsatse Mutizwa, 1 of 2 for him.
And for his team for the King Edwards to succeed, Matuza needs to actually step his game up and put a couple more points on the board.
Makenge will try again. He the first one gets the second one to go.
Second one there.
There was a slight screen set for him. He pulled up, no pressure on him, knocks down the second three. Turnover now. Brugge at the rim.
You know, that is a quick 8-point swing, like we said, Quentin. Apply the press, but like I said, Coach Bradford came up with the strategy. Gilchrist was setting a pick for Makenge at the top of the key, and luckily, not luckily, he aimed and made that shot. 2 in a row, 2 threes in a row, and a quick conversion 2 by Prechi, which is a quick 8-point swing.
Well, we have a look, and that's what they call a turkey in basketball. That's where you have 3 uncontested possessions or 3 possessions with the score where you are unable to just get something on the other end. And usually those are defining possessions, whether in a stop-time game or running time. And I think it holds more relevance now because those were 2 long-range attempts and turnover resulting in a score. So a happier coach there, Coach Bradford, no doubt. And the timeout called by King Edwards. And fans starting to trickle in now as I think the lazy part of the morning has escaped most individuals. And the parents, of course, in attendance to support both opposition and their teams. I think opposition gets supported when it means that their team advances.
True story. Quentin, I have a question for you. What do you do now if you coach Bradford? What instructions do you give your guys on the floor?
We continue to press and pressure. We take no foot off the gas and try not to commit the foul. Just see if you can pick up a steal within free play while applying the same pressure. Ball into the hands of Makenge, looking for Hubble, and it's going to be Hubble who draws the foul from Kepadisa rather. 11-point lead for Coach Stuart Bradford. 11-point lead for St. Charles. And Hubble at the free throw line now. Also came off the bench and has earned his minutes.
I mean, at this level of the game, you go in and your role is what you need to do. Your role and instructions. You don't need to try and play outside of your character or your skill set. Just go in and execute and do what coach says you must do.
1 of 2 for Luke Hubble. Another turnover for King Edwards. Makenge goes baseline, kicks it out. Hubble with time and space holds it up. Makenge is going to get called for the travel. Trying to be a little too casual with it. This 1-1-2 press by Coach Bradford been difficult to break for Kez. Mutizwa cannot connect and throws it away.
And you can see the St. Charles boys have increased the pace, which seems to just be unraveling the Kez boys at they seem, because they just don't seem to be composed at all.
Ball up again, and that time also Ndaba's shot attempt won't go. Kepadisa attacking straight at Gilchrist. Goes up, and it's Gilchrist who picks up the rebound. Hubble now for St. Charles. As St. Charles look to stamp their authority here in this third quarter. The fires from long range as Gilchrist rebounds. He spins and goes to a hook shot that we'll know all too well. I know that Dad taught him that one.
That looked like he turned back the wheels of time right there.
Mutizwa throws it away wildly. Townsend comes up with it. And now a chance for King Edward to try and just get into a half-court set here. Ball goes to the floor. Hubble will come away with it for St. Charles. And not quality possessions at all. Just lacking composure, King Edward, on lacking structure on the offensive end.
Complete structure. Timeout is needed just so they can regroup, recalibrate, and just come out and execute.
Hubble from the corner, nothing there. Chance for King Edward to throw it ahead. Mutizwa attacking, goes to the hook. Hubble with the board. A chance for him to hit Gilchrist on the break. Gilchrist holds it up, and fundamentally sound finish right there.
That is a very difficult move to stop on the move. Not even a jump stop, but he just knew what he was doing and how to execute.
Hubble again picks it up. Makenge, the chance, and Makenge goes glass to lead all scorers on the floor. He's definitely into double digits. And Kepadisa goes behind the back. Makenge will pick up that foul.
St. Charles seems to have taken a page out of Soweto Academy in Heidelberg, because they now just pressing, keeping the tempo up, and they've known this is how you win in this particular stage of the game in the quarterfinals.
Keparisa across. Can't hold on. The shot outside to Mutizwa. He's trying to do it all from everywhere. Makenge. It's 3-on-3. He will hold it up, and Hubble in the corner. He tried it from long range. This time misses it a little closer in. Tizwa throws it up. Peterson catches and draws the foul from Hubble. The holding foul called, and they're going to call that unsportsmanlike, which means that it'll be 2 shots plus possession for King Edward. And I'm not sure. That's a bit of a tough call. They're going to say he didn't exactly make an attempt at the ball and went for the man. And that will be the referees discussing it.
Slightly questionable. I think he's now justifying his call to the other ref, saying, listen, he did not go for the ball. He went for the man. And hence, I had to call the unsportsmanlike foul.
Well, it is a timeout, and we have quickly have a look at how this quarter has started out. It's been a much better quarter for St. Charles, who started out red hot courtesy of Makenge. Mutizwa has been the only person who's been able to do anything from the scoreboard. Makenge off the Gilchrist screen. Hubble again from that free throw line. And this was Gilchrist, who might have gotten away with the travel if we have a look.
He did. I thought it was impeccable footwork, but that was just me imposing his dad's footwork onto him right there. But I must say, for Makenge, for coach to draw up 2 plays and call them back-to-back, for you to come out and shoot 2 threes at the top of the key, that just speaks to the amount of confidence that coach has in him. And he just delivered. He does not let his coach down.
27 plays 11. St. Charles now in a dominant position, and it's going to be very hard to see King Edward make it back from here based on what we've seen from them on the floor. Just don't see an array of scorers other than their primary scorer who's been on the floor, Mutizwa. The rest haven't really offered too much. Peterson now at the free throw line. It is going to be 2+ possession.
King Edward needs to take on the St. Charles approach. Be aggressive, like you said, PMP. Pressure and press, right? So that's what they need to do. Pressure, press, and execute. So PPE. They need to just pressure, press, execute, and that will hopefully allow them to dig themselves out of the scoring hole they've put themselves into.
Empty trip for Peterson. Mutizwa try from long range. Front rim, it's chased down, and it's going to be Gilchrist whistle for the foul as he reaches over. And Peterson again able to put himself in a position to pick up that rebound. It's actually red ball, referee, so King Edward should inbound. Peterson to inbound. Mutizwa attacking, goes to the right hand this time, touched by Gilchrist. Makenge out on the break. He's been great there all game, and once again finishes strong.
Makenge seems to have a little too much body control and knowledge of the game to be playing at this level. I'm actually impressed by this young man.
Mutizwa guarded by Gilchrist. It's Fleiser who will fire from the baseline. Rebounding has been pretty good by King Edward. They've been dominant there, but that's the only facet of the game we've seen something good from them as the miss comes up.
And if they're going to claw back into this game, they need to be very strong and deliberate on those rebounding and be able to convert.
Chance inside now. Hook shot by Tritter, nothing there for him. Gets whistled for the foul. Mutizwa. Peterson, fire from 3. Short again. Gilchrist with the rebound. St. Charles now. Tritter steps back, fires.
Ooh.
Almost went on in. Rebound picked up. And that is James Tritter. Or rather Hilton Choice, and it's baseline. That man is unstoppable right now.
He's doing everything he needs to do, complimenting his teammates because they're setting picks for him, and he's reading the plays and attacking when he needs to.
Well, he looks like he's injured. He's called for a substitution, but now out on the break, Makenge will go again, and that time nothing there. Tritter. That is Tritter. Number 7 is Hilton Choice, and Tritter will go to the free throw line now. St. Charles been dominant here in the third. They've limited the scoring of King Edward to a single point and have piled on points from their side. That is the end of the quarter. One more shot for James Truter at the free throw line. And at the end of the third, St. Charles holding on to this dominant 21-point lead. And we were fortunate to get a tightly contested quarterfinal the game before. In the first game, Heidelberg running away with it and dominant in their performance. And now it seems like St. Charles have put a little bit too much pressure on King Edward's in that third quarter and have made this game null and void as a contest. But I'm sure King Edward will try and bring themselves back in the third. But Coach Stuart Bradford certainly seems like he got the strategy right. And he's been riding the play of his point guard, Benson Makenge, who's been outstanding at that number one position for St. Charles.
Makenge has been, to use that word again, outstanding. Why? He reads the play. He's a two-way player. Not only is he playing good on offense, he's also playing great on defense. He's setting the tone on defense, getting steals, converting those into fast break points, getting his teammates involved, being available for the outlet pass for when his teammates do get the rebound, give it to him, and then sprinting down the lane and trying to get a fast break for his teammates. If not, settling for the three-point play, which Coach Bradford has called onto him twice, and him being able to convert.
Well, we have a look at these highlights, and they'll feature a lot of that man wearing the number 4 jersey for St. Charles. That was Makenge with the, it's a scoop hook shot underneath, and that's another hook shot, just a different variation from a different position. And at the free throw line there, James Truter. And we are just about ready to start our fourth quarter action here. St. Charles 32, King Edward 11. And final quarter action underway from Wits Old Mutual Sports Hall. King Edwards start off with a turnover and a hand possession right back to St. Charles, who've gone to, looks like Coach Bradford has decided that all his starters are going to get a bit of a break, and semi-final does await them.
Which is a smart play. Semi-finals does await them. Get them some rest, and also get your other guys in and allow them to get the rhythm of the game and to practice maintaining such a lead.
Big rebound there. Fleiser and Clark, who's back in for King Edward. Fleiser to Clark. Mutizwa, primary scorer for King Edward. He goes straight at the rim. Yeah. The lane opened up like the Red Sea, and inside he went to get the score. He's still fired up. There's still belief in his eyes.
And for the players watching at home, notice how Fleiser came in the first quarter, was a little uncomfortable. Coach sat him down, spoke to him. He came back stronger, composed, controlling the ball and sharing it with his teammate.
Mutizwa gets the three-point play to make some inroads into that lead. Ball thrown up, and now some pressure being applied by King Edwards. Clark.
Exactly. If King Edwards is going to come back into this game, they need to do what St. Charles did. Apply pressure, push the ball, and secure all second shots.
Clark. Tightly guarded there by Truter. And now there's an off-the-ball foul as Brent Marsberg gets called for it, and St. Charles, chance now. Truter, guarded by Clark. Kickball violation. Truter goes to the floor hard.
Truter is very composed in his ball handling. Did you see that step back, crossover into a hesitation? I like the way this kid bounces. He seems to know what he's doing.
Turnover, traveling call. Ball thrown up, a chance for King Edward on the break. And the layup by Vanda won't go. Ball back into the hands of King Edward. It's Fleiser now on the third attempt, and the hook shot, good. Scoring one, 6-0. It is for King Edward to start out. 5 minutes remain here, just over 5 minutes remain here at Old Mutual Sports Hall. Truter setting up the offense, and Marsberg and Gledle caught in the same space, but there's a foul committed. by King Edward, who will now pick up their 4th team foul.
And this is the spirit that you want to see from a team. King Edwards has not thrown in the towel yet. Defense gets you back into the game, and they've increased their pace and tempo on defense. That's their 3rd steal, and hopefully they'll convert.
Fleiser throws it up, and there's another push in the back. And a stern warning by the referee to Hilton Choice, who pushed Mutizwa in the back. Chance now. Mutizwa fakes, attacks, and goes to ground hard again. He's in the wars.
No, Mutiza is in the rhythm of scoring. He's like, this game is not over yet. We might be down, but I am playing until that last whistle is blown.
And that foul will send St. Charles into the penalty. Aiden Gracie picks it up. Mutizwa to that free throw line. And I haven't seen too much scoring from anybody else on King Edward, if we must be entirely honest. Mutizwa has literally been carrying a primary scoring load, and this time makes both. 8-0, the scoring run. St. Charles yet to score, with the bench being run here by Coach Stuart Bradford. Pressure thrown away. Mutizwa, Clark, Vanda fires.
Yep.
10-0 is the run now, and a timeout being gestured by the bench of St. Charles. Full court pressure helps, and almost another turnover. It is another turnover.
That is 6 consecutive turnovers, which you say has resulted in what, 10 points, allowing King Edward School to get that confidence back and say, listen, we can win this game. This game's not over yet. It's a 12-point game. Let's go out and play hard.
5-0, 5-on for Coach Stuart Bradford. Makenge on, and we've seen that move almost utilized every single time. A little bit of shoulder, and the layup comes over the right shoulder, a little bit of left shoulder into the body of the defender, and Makenge goes to the free throw line. As St. Charles yet to score here in the 4th. Coach Stuart Bradford gave his bench a run. I'm sure he'll be happy about that. He won't be happy about what he saw from the output, going down 10 points.
So what happens is when you're in the bench and you're up 20, guys tend to relax, and you need to still be involved in the game and know that, listen, coach can call up on you anytime. Doesn't mean take your time off. It means when you get in there and do work.
Big board, Ndaba follows that miss by Makenge. Pressure now on King Edward, it seems. Vanda up the floor, gets by everybody, throws it into the hands, and just of Rebello, who can't get it to go. 15 points the lead, 2 minutes left. Makenge has handled point guard duties well. Makenge gets by the defense, feeds Gilchrist. Gilchrist short, can't hold on, can't pick up the rebound. Clark does just enough to keep possession for King Edwards, and there's a substitution on the floor. Vanda off, and Chakawata will get his chance now finally for King Edwards. Mutizwa into the lane, steps through, and another foul by Gracie.
At this point of the game, Mutizwa just gets the ball, and he's going straight to the rim, and his teammates are just clearing the way for him and allowing him to go 1-on-3, 1-on-4, 1-on-1, whatever it is. Mutizwa is going straight, and he's going to try and convert.
Not only his teammates, his coach is also ensuring that he gets as many touches as possible. Mutizwa will try again, gets that one, and we are into the final minute of play. Traveling violation as Brugger looking to push the tempo. And you'll see the game clock running, and that is because St. Charles have got a highly significant lead. Mutizwa draws the foul once again. There will be 2 shots for him, and with the clock running out, this will be the final rights for King Edwards. A valiant performance, must be said, by Matsatse Mutizwa. He's not given up throughout the game at varied stages, even though the lead was as big as 20. And valiant fight back here in the fourth quarter by King Edwards. But St. Charles was just too strong in the third. Makenge, 5 seconds. Back into that, so Makenge, he'll fire from way downtown. Gilchrist had the chance to put it back up. Doesn't get it up, but that rebound will bring an end to the play here at Wits Old Mutual Sports Hall as St. Charles advance to the semifinals on the back of a convincing 13-point win over King Edward VII. The play of their point guard, Benson Makenge, has to be singled out. He did a really great job of attacking the rim and shouldering the offensive scoring load for King Edward. They look back at that third quarter and rue what happened. At full time, it's King Edward VII, 22, St. Charles, 35. And TK, anything that, or any performances that you had a look at that really stood out for you other than that of Makenge? And I think he shouldered the load pretty well. Mutizwa did a great job for King Edwards, but they just seemed to lack depth at the different positions, and St. Charles just a better team.
Like I said, Prachi for me from St. Charles was great to watch. You know, like I baptized him or called him, I'd say, the action man. He was just where the ball was, did what his teammates need to do, whether that was in the passing lane, getting an offensive rebound, getting a defensive stop. He was just forever busy, forever active. So I like that kind of play because, you know, that means that even if he's not scoring, he's contributing to the team. He's doing those small intangibles for his team to win.
Well, it has been an awesome experience bringing you these games in the quarterfinal 3. Set and settled from myself, Quinton Denason, and my co-commentator, Tsakani Ngobeni. We look forward to the final under 15 quarterfinal, which is up next on School Sports Live. But for me, Quinton, it's out for now, and see you later. in transition. Get that out of here. Uses his body well, and that's great. Connects on long range. Good. Attacking the rim through the contact. Gets it to go, and that was a strong contest.
Welcome to the St. John's basketball tournament today.
School Sports Live and St. David's Marriott in Nanda taking on Lesotho Forest School. Wits Old Mutual Sports Hall is the venue. Temperature 14 degrees. The wind at 16 kilometers an hour. That's going to have no factor in what happens here on the floor. And it says precipitation at 0%, but we experienced rain all morning in Johannesburg. It's been raining on the court as well, as we've experienced 3 great quarterfinals of under 15 basketball action. And this the final one. And looking to advance. Both St. David's and Lesotho, who have done so in great fashion in their respective pools, and now the chance to secure that final semi-final spot for both these teams. And Coach Clement Cox sitting in there and setting his final strategy for St. David's and for Lesotho. I think it's going to be interesting to see how they fare up against us. We have a look at the respective teams as they get ready. And one thing I have enjoyed throughout this morning, Tsakani Ngobeni, my co-commentator, and I am Quentin Denason, has been looking at the different styles of coaching. One thing that stuck out for me this morning was Heidelberg basketball. Timeouts called. They rush to the bench, 5 players seated, the rest standing, and the different approaches in terms of detail and attention to detail on the floor has been good to watch. And this, I think, another one where we should see a stark contrast in terms of what happens on the floor. And for St. David's, these teams look pretty evenly matched up in terms of height and physique. And I wonder if it's going to translate into their style of play on the floor.
The Lesotho team seems to be matched up like the Heidelberg and the Soweto Academy. They seem to be small, so I'm hoping they're playing small ball and are fast. And that seems to be the formula. You know, you put pressure, you apply pressure, and you just push the ball. You push the pace very, very fast.
Jump ball it is, as St. David's pick up possession, and both these teams getting ready as zone defense being employed now by Lesotho Forest, and they're going with the 3-2. Outstretched arm gets the touch, and defense does just enough and denies fast break for Lesotho. A chance for St. David's to return the favor. Thrown up wildly with the right hand underneath to get the first score is St. David's. And
number 34.
And that's Partridge who gets the first score for St. David's Marriott. Shut up by Lesotho Forest. They have had 2 empty trips. And St. David's looking to push the tempo again. That's a really great hesitation dribble inside. Short. Partridge picks it up. And a strong rebound, Nkosi, for Lesotho Forest.
Lesotho Forest needs to limit the double shots by Partridge. He can't be taking second chance opportunities that often or that early in the game.
St. David's pushing the tempo again. Out on the fast break, layup short. And Lesotho pick up the rebound. Is Shabangu for Lesotho. The scramble. Nkosi. And inside again, static zone here by St. David's Marriott. Then we've seen again, as we talk about these contrasts, you have to start contrasting because these teams are going to come up against each other in the later competition. And we have a substitution on the floor for St. David's as D'Alicio comes on in. And early substitution for Coach Clement Koch. Long range opportunity won't go. St. David's have shown that they are keen to get out and run.
St. David's right now just moving the ball around the free throw.
And it's a ball picked up again by Osutu Forest. Chance now again for them as they still scoreless. The attack draws the foul. And it's a chance for Osutu to get to the free throw line. Tleko for Osutu to the free throw line. Gets the first and nothing but net. Lovely form and looks comfortable from the free throw line. Back iron, commentator's curse, but Tleko chases it down, steps out of bounds. It's going to be St. David's ball, called by the ref. Chance now for St. David's to try on the offensive end. Partridge gets a touch to it. Can't hold on to that wayward pass.
Partridge seems to be the guy that's going to be a big difference in this game.
Now Osutu move. They break the press at numbers at the rim. Partridge does well on the defensive end, gets tangled up. And a quick chat as the referee wants to have a word with Partridge, who's showing some good signs of aggression. I think it's healthy aggression. The referee just trying to nip that in the bud. I think he's also looking at what could possibly be a scratch on his face, so blood on his face there. Partridge will have to have that looked at really quickly. And a substitution as Partridge goes.
That is a key guy that they're stepping on. That's stepping on.
Ntombeni comes on in. Now, Osutu. Tutu loses it. St. David's attacking again. That right-handed floater Nasoro has tried a couple of times. That has not worked out for him. St. David's Coach Clement Koch calling for a bit of calm as this 1-2-2 zone providing some good pressure. And a travel called. And the pressure translates into a turnover for Osutu Forest. Another quick foul. Tight battle here. It's only 2 plays won, as we've seen. 1 field goal. Attack hangs in the air. And the layup won't go, but the rebound is picked up by St. David's. Animeke throws it away. Now Osutu will attack and Tleko. That is composed at the rim, just can't get the finish. Gets the rebound though. Second chance opportunity won't go. Osutu somehow keep on and hold that possession. Now baseline, and there's a foul called. Ntombeni has come on in and just added to the foul count. Partridge is still off the floor having the blood looked at.
Osutu seems to be swarming the boards. Osutu seems to be swarming the boards, just attacking strongly, not giving St. David a chance to actually breathe at all.
Shabangu converts from the free throw line. And scores tied at 2. 6 minutes of play. Animeke. St. David's shifting it around the zone. D'Alicio. And that's a timed, incisive cut into the key. A foul called as Mate will pick up or draw the defensive foul from Osutu Forest. D'Alessio fires. That one will go back iron.
Any given time, Usutu just has two people running towards the ball when the shot is shot.
D'Alessio forces I'll call it explorative attempt by Shabangu, who goes out of bounds. But it was done so illegally, so sends Shabangu back to the free throw line. It was one of two last time out.
Yeah. Usutu very strong on the offensive boards and just attacking and just swarming. Seems to be just swarming St. David's at every opportunity.
Shabangu now, free throw line. Empty trip for him. And it's of vital importance that free throws get knocked down. This is a low-scoring affair, no doubt. Both these teams very evenly matched. Ball thrown away. Shabangu for Usutu Forest heads to Ntleko. Ntleko's hook shot short, goes left hand. Third chance, nothing there. And Tombeni will pick up the rebound for St. David's Merits as we head into the final 14 seconds here. And the foul drawn. That'll be the third team foul now on Usutu Forest, but was in the act of shooting. So Mate will head to the free throw line.
Both these teams very impressive in just how much they're attacking the rim. But, great intentions, just, need to do better on the execution and converting in order to get some points.
Very low scoring affair right now, and that'll be the end of the quarter. And both teams will just go into the quarter break. We've only seen a single field goal converted. The rest of it coming courtesy of the free throw line for Usutu Forest. And we do have a low-scoring, tightly contested affair here. It's Old Mutual Sports Hall. And at the end of the first, it's St. David's 2, Usutu 2. And no, that's not a soccer score. We have a look at our highlights, which saw Partridge get that early field goal for St. David's on the miss. And Ntleko has been inventive in his play. For Usutu, he's definitely going to be one of their primary scoring options. And that man over there, Shabangu, as well. They run that backcourt for Usutu, and I think those are the guys that we need to look at on the side of Usutu.
I think they just have quarterfinals jitters right now. They've got the first quarter out the way. Ntleko, find your rhythm, compose yourself, and just score around the rim. They don't seem to be be hindered by the length of St. David's, Usutu that is. So they just need to just continue being aggressive and attack that rim very strong. And on the side of St. David's, they need to use that size. They're very tall, they're big, impose your size on the other team. Get the ball close to the rim, get those second chance opportunities, convert them, turn this into a game.
Well, it's a game of small margins right now as both these teams really just a little bit tense. Like you say, could be some jitters, and knowledge that one of them heads to that final semi-final spot for the under 15 section of the St. John's tournament. St. David's now with possession. The three is definitely going to be short on that one, as D'Alessio can't find any sort of touch. Ntleko looking for Shabangu up, and pass coming a bit late, but it came nonetheless. And Shabangu does draw the foul. He'll head back to the free throw line.
Ntleko and Shabangu need to have a better communication there, because they had eye contact the whole time after that rebound. Get the ball to a teammate, move it fast. You've got the run and gun game, and execute.
Well, the run and gun is going to have to be the order of the day, because we haven't seen too much of the gun part of that game from either one of these teams. And substitution waiting there as Shabangu knocks down both. Manzini will make his entry onto the floor for Usutu Forest, and Nkosi will head to the bench.
Usutu came out into the second quarter with more aggression, hands up, zone defense. They just going to keep St. David's out and force them to make plays.
Rebound there. Usutu Forest attacks, draws two defenders. Ntleko, poor decision must be said, picks it up with That is a sharp work. Turns into Dialisio. I don't even know how he came away with all of that, but that's a sharp awareness in Tleko. And will get himself back to the free throw line.
That is very smart guard play right there, because you know the big guy or the inbounder is always relaxed and just throwing the ball in. He just hovered around there and stole the ball and was able to get a steal and get back to the free throw line.
Gets that one. One of two. And the rebound, second chance opportunity doesn't go. It's a scramble for the ball. A jump ball called, I think, called a bit early there by the referee. But possession will go to St. David's. Merits.
I think with the blood on the floor already on St. David's, the ref's just being cautious, trying to make sure that the guys don't fall onto each other.
Dribble picked up. Animeke. St. David's. Well contested. The rebound, or the block picked up by Sutufara. Shabangu goes, but again, that's some sharp defensive work by Mtombeni. Tleko will inbound a substitution there on the floor. The captain Khadebe back on for St. David's, and this rebounding battle. Mtlutlu.
This game, Quinton, is going to be won and lost on the rebounds, on the boards. Like we always say, second chance opportunity, third, fourth, fifth chance opportunities. You need to limit them to none at all. The more they get, the more chances they get to shoot.
It's like we're starting to look more comfortable on the floor for Sutufara. St. David's have only scored that single field goal in just over 10 minutes of play. It's 12 minutes of play. Attack! Score left hand. Manzini, his first field goal. Lead now up to 8. St. David's attacking. A foul drawn.
St. David's got the right mentality there. Attack the open space. But when he attacked, the rest of the 4 teammates stood still. No one cut into positions. They need to be a little bit more active. Give him some options if he wants to pass. Because if he needs to pass, he now needs to look back and find them. So move into position, let your teammate find you, and, you know, make a nice play.
Nasoro got himself into a good position. He's now at the free throw line. And a much needed make didn't come courtesy of Nasoro, who had the chance to at least add to St. David's scoring, who've been scoreless since that early make by Partridge. Dombeni. Oh, sharp work by Shabangu. Shabangu goes left. And it's going to be Dialisio whistled for the foul.
Strong, smart take by Shabangu right there. Went left. Well, was on the left side. Most kids at this age, they're going right, using their right hand, going to the strong side. But he said, listen, defender's on my right side. I'm going to go left. It's basic, fundamental, great execution.
Shabangu, free throw line now. This backcourt for Usuthu Forest has impressed me so far. That is both number 6, Shabangu, and number 7, Tleko. They are versatile young players. Rebound picked up in Tlutlu. Goes. He's also been pretty good coming off the bench.
I was about to say, there's the front court and there's the back court of Mtlutlu, number 14, my favorite number, of course. He's just present, you know. He needs to be a little bit more aggressive. He's present. Be aggressive. Be the action guy. Be the rebound guy that the guards go to if they don't have a shot. Or if they miss a shot, you get it and you put it back.
Dutlu misses the first, and what will please the coaching staff of Usuthu Forest is the fact that they've held St. David's to just a single field goal for almost the entire first half. Ball now out. Dombeni. And there's another whistle. That'll be only the second team foul for Usuthu Forest. As player goes to the floor injured. There's a timeout called as well on the floor. And it is Coach Clement Cock of St. David's who wants to have a word with his team and they really need to figure out ways of putting the ball in the basket, because the single field goal, all that they have on the offensive end.
Not only putting the ball into the basket, but stopping the second, third, fourth, fifth opportunities that Usuthu is having on the rebounds. I mean, the rebounding numbers must be just I don't want to say shocking, but scary, because Usuthu seems to be building a house in the paint of St. David's.
They seem to be, it's not only a house, it's a campsite when they both have a little bit of time to light the fire. And right now, that's just not good enough.
We might as well just call it a construction site, because they're doing all the work needed to be done inside that paint. You know, so St. David's needs to come up with a strategy, stop them outside the paint, and then find a way to actually convert on your free throw lines, because they get into the free throw line. So convert, make your free throws, and, you know, play confidently. That's confidence. St. David's needs to have a little confidence, a little swagger, you know. Be confident. Find it. Usuthu has both those, confidence and swagger, because they found a rhythm.
A little bit earlier, Adam Zawada was talking about fear of failure. You need to have none.
Yeah. Fear of failure. Don't be scared to succeed. Don't be scared. Allow yourself to succeed, actually.
Ball
you know?
gets thrown away out there out of bounds. Sure, that's not the execution they were hoping for out of the timeout. Glutlu inside. Again, Partridge is back on the floor. This might help St. David's. Picks up that rebound. Khadebe inside. This right-hand floater won't go. Strong rebound. Kosi. Shabangu to the left. Slices through the D.
Oh, my God. That is just beautiful. Unbelievable, but beautiful. Just that slice. It's just very meticulous, like a surgeon.
There was no space for him to do that. That was a beautiful move indeed. Now in Ntleko, he has Shabangu as an option, and that was just the wrong option.
I mean, he is young. He will grow eyes at the back of his head to notice where your teammates are, so you can give them that no look, you know, get a feel for where they are. So it comes with age and experience.
Shabangu picks up the rebound. Spoke about second. Glutlu challenged by Mtombeni. Ntleko throws some contact, but gets the bucket. And
Usuthu camping out at St. David's. That's what they're doing. You know, get them some tents, get them some construction, because they are comfortable in that house.
There's another whistle, and called on Ntleko. Picks up the foul. Third team foul now for Usuthu.
Partridge from St. David's needs to make himself, present in this game. They need to know that he's here, he's big, and he needs to enforce himself.
Mtombeni finally breaks the scoring drought, and that is the way that we're going to end up finishing off this second quarter. It took a while before Mtombeni and St. David's would find another field goal, but they do so late in the second quarter. It's been a scoring drought indeed for St. David's, but Usuthu have done well to continue to find ways to score on their end, and they've been led by their backcourt of Shabangu and Ntleko. And the score here at halftime, it's St. David's 4, Usuthu Forest 15. And time now, I think, for me to get into the coach's head a little bit, Sakani Ngobeni, as what would you be saying to your team from St. David's? Because, you know, it was a pretty tough first half, and this is a knockout game. It has lots of relevance. How do you start building the confidence of the young men now? Because they struggled a bit.
You tell them, listen, 2 quarters have passed. We did not play well. Well, we are down, 11 points? You know, we should be down more. That's a good thing. So now, no second, third, fourth, fifth time opportunities. We've been hopping on that the whole first and second quarter. So limit those shots. That should limit the attempts at the rim. That's 1. 2, increase your aggression. You know, because right now St. David's is playing on the back foot. Be the aggressor. If you're the aggressor, that allows for you to get back into the game and dictate the tempo. That's what I would say and do if I was Coach Clement Cock.
For Usuthu, I think we would ultimately just continue playing through our front court, continue to let Shabangu and Ntleko be aggressive from their end, and just let them do the creating, especially with the kind of defense that St. David's has thrown at them so far. They've done nothing wrong, and if it ain't broken, you don't fix it. You just keep playing at the same tempo and the same intensity, and they should see them through to that W.
And one thing I would add on to that is that they need to press. I would start the press because St. David's does not look to have its house in order. So I would say if you're going to further dismantle that house, because you're already camping, you've already set up a construction site there, and you're dismantling everything, I'd say press them. Apply that pressure, allow them to be disorientated, not be comfortable in their own house at all. So, pick up the pace. And that would also allow Lesotho to prepare for whoever they face in the next round, because those teams are big, those teams can press, and that will allow them to, get into the feel for the next round, for the semis.
Well, there is still plenty to play for here, because it's not all done and dusted. 11 points in the remaining 16 minutes can definitely be overcome. We've seen point swings come courtesy. All that is a couple of threes, and then it's a 2 or 3 possession game, and St. David's will have a say in how this goes. But if Lesotho Forest come out the aggressors and get 2 or 3 quick scores, then this will be all but done and dusted. Plenty. Well, not too far away before we start this second half and the third quarter action. The teams, of course, will switch sides. St. David's Marits in the dark blue and yellow, and Lesotho Forest in that bright yellow kit. And that is the score, ladies and gentlemen, at halftime. St. David's and 15-4. Lesotho Forest 15. The referees have blown the whistle, and it is time now for us to get ready to start this third quarter. Semi-final, the 4th place available and up for grabs, and we will secure our 4th semi-finalist, and we will know who our 4 semi-finalists are by the time these 16 minutes have transpired.
I actually want to see, well, the game's not over yet, but if Lesotho is able to come out from this Heidelberg, Heidefeld, or Soweto against Lesotho, because this is going to be a very fast-paced game. Actually, against St. Charles, Lesotho against St. Charles, because they've got size and they've got speed. They should be able to match up evenly.
Coach Clement Koch going with the same lineup. We've seen Tombeni on the floor with Partridge and his captain Khadebe. Animeke wears number 77. It is St. David's basketball. They do keep possession. Just Khadebe looking for Partridge. There's a scramble for the basketball, but a push called. Partridge is certainly a presence in the paint. They missed him when he was off the floor.
And this is exactly how we started the beginning of the game. Just an aggressor, physical, and you cannot ignore him because he's going to get work done. And this is the intensity in which St. David's needs to come out with in the beginning of the half, This is how you set the tone. You say, listen, we won't be on the back foot. We're going to push back, and this is how you begin to push back.
This is how you get back in the game. Animeke now, free throw line for him. Gets the first. That'll please everybody, including the neutral fans here in the house, just trying to take in this action. And
they're appreciating the intensity. When the team is intense, that energy rubs off into the crowd and everyone else.
Shabangu steps through.
Shabangu, not only did he slice that one, that was very, very sneaky. He's been very meticulous, and he's a surgeon. We might as well just call him the surgeon.
Sublime Shabangu, and that's Khadebe!
Oh. Both teams coming out ready out the case to just show up and be the aggressor. No one on the back foot yet.
Lovely right-hand layup, and just gets that one in, and now the long-range jumper. It's a long 2. And of course, he's showing us some range. The travel, D'Alicio turns that over quickly. Quick ball movement. Shabangu underneath. He's been great. Shabangu again.
And just like that, if you Lesotho, you don't want St. David's to be too confident. You continue attacking them. Whatever they do, you do back twice.
D'Alicio picks up the dribble. Ntombeni doesn't look comfortable out there. Partridge back to Ntombeni. Khadebe for St. David's and attacks the zone, steps through, goes to the left. Everything was right again, except the finish. Body control, all that element, just the left hand letting him down.
Great intention, poor execution, He should have just went right because he was going to get fouled and convert for his team.
Kleko looking for the cut from the baseline. Can't connect with Manzi.
What's been impressive to watch this morning, Quinton, is when the coaches call out instructions, the team execute. Like, look at Lesotho. They said reset. The guys just took the ball, reset, and listen, we're going to execute what coach says. We're going to run the play.
Kleko with so much space, thinking about Partridge comes out. Manzini to the corner now. Nhleko thinking about it. Pass inside, and that's a good pass.
That's a great pass. So what St. David's was trying to do there is allow them or force them to shoot a three, right? Which speaks to the discipline of Lesotho. They did not fall for that. They just ran their play and moved their big guy slowly into position to get the easy conversion.
Ndutlu in great position, and that was a good pass by Nhleko. And you're right, controlled possession, and it shows temperament and patience, and that is going to help Lesotho in their quest to advance to that semi-final. Right now, Coach Clement Cock under quite a bit of pressure here at Old Mutual Sports Hall as St. David's try to find answers to some of the difficult questions being posed to them by Lesotho Forest.
Lesotho is a true surprise. I mean, every quarter, I'd say every 2-3 minutes, a different player is stepping up. Beginning, we thought it was Shabangu and Nhleke. Now we've got Manzini and Nkosi also stepping up, contributing to the team. You know, their confidence is rubbing off onto each other, and that is something that is great to see going into the semi-finals.
Well, timeout done, and it's time now for St. David's to see if they can make something of their possession. Nhleko gets a touch, and St. David's inbound from the side, running time. Dialisio. Amuneke. Amineke. Still has possession. The touch there by Shabangu Nhleko and Amineke Dialisio. Khadebe goes baseline and will pick up the foul call, trying to find space on a very narrow baseline. Amineke. Partridge, just a poor pass, and
you know
that's like handing possession right back.
That is a challenge that the whole of South Africa faces right there. Partridge had the position, but as a guard, they weren't able to get him the ball so he could do the work necessary inside the paint.
Substitutions now for St. David's Maris's. Mate comes back on. So does Nasoro. Travel, Nkosi of Lesotho Forest. A bit of a scrappy period of play here for both teams as they try and figure out and find ways to score. Somehow, some way, that's a nifty play.
That was actually beautiful. Went through the whole team, spun it off the ball, which is what he wanted to do last time. That was fantastic.
Khadebe is growing in confidence now, Shabangu. Draws a foul from Nasoro. Shabangu will fire from deep. That's just short, and last touch coming off Lesotho Forest. Khadebe. He's also the captain of their team. Looking to create. The trailing Ntombeni. Khadebe attacks inside, splits the D. And that's the kind of aggression I think will please the coaching staff of St. David's. That foul sends Lesotho into the penalty this half, and that's a direct translation from the aggression we've seen of St. David's Maris. They've been able to get Lesotho into foul trouble, and they're starting to make some inroads into that lead.
And that comes from your captain right there. He's leading by example, setting the tempo right there. As you can see, St. David's is now picking them up from a half-court man into a zone, which is like just keeping the pressure constant and not allowing them to get too comfortable.
From only scoring 2 field goals in the entire first half, it's a much better performance by St. David's here. But Lesotho Forest continue to just be creative through that man and Nhleko.
That was just a little too composed and too smooth to just execute. That was deliberate execution by Nhleke right there on that play.
Khadebe.
Lesotho creating a wall for Khadebe not to be able to slice and dice like that, so preventing him.
Nasoro. And a wasted possession once again. And substitutions now being rung by the coach of Lesotho Forest. On comes Dlamini, our first look at him. Dlamini now with ball in hand. Khadebe read the pass well, but just can't stay in bounds. Great anticipation. Just couldn't keep the ball out of bounds. Dlamini. Nhleko. Oh, he's going to try it this time. Nothing but net.
I mean, that's just confidence at this point. He's doing whatever he wants to do. The game is his. He's dictating how the game should be played.
Hadebe. Baseline tries to fire up a small baby jumper. That one well read by the defense. And then now a foul by St. David's Marist. Mate will pick up the foul. It's only the second team foul for St. David's. 24 seconds remain here.
You see, look at that. The coach is barking out instruction, hold the ball, let them come to us. You know, they're playing zone, let them be comfortable in their zone. They're the one who the pressure's on because we are up.
Nhleko attacks. Shabangu!
Oh.
He's been red hot, and
that's what I call an effort play right there. You can't teach that. He wants that. He wanted to make that happen.
Shabangu now with a chance to extend this lead to 20 points. And if he makes this free throw, that is the end of the quarter, as both teams will head to the bench. Shabangu does it, and 20 points. And that's probably going to be a bridge too far for St. David's, and they're going to try to restore some pride here in the fourth quarter. But for Usuthu Forest, I think they've done their job so far.
Usuthu Forest is confident, executing. They composed. I mean, that's just a problematic team to be down 20 by, you know. So what do you now need to do? Coach Clement needs to up the tempo, take the risk of going man to man. You know, as you see the highlights, the guys are just scoring at will. Right there, that was a St. David's play, but
Nhleko for Usuthu Forest, and I agree with you. There may be, you need to change up their comfort in possessions now. Let's try that press. Shabangu, they're closing out the quarter in style. Partridge, outstretched hand, but it's just powered up by Shabangu, who's been carrying his team along with Nhleko, and the resigned look of the
St. David's
clearly St. David's supporters and parents in the house.
I mean, if you are Coach Clement right now and you go into the press, you're going to press Shabangu and Nhleko right now, who are very confident, who are very strong.
They look competent ball handlers. They're able to distribute. So it's going to be interesting.
Coach Coach is having a very tough morning today. You know, how do you execute, or how do you stop? Not even stop. How do you contain them? Because you can't even stop them right now. So two young, confident players in the Usuthu team, in Shabangu and Nhleko. I'd say well coached. I'm loving the way Usuthu's being coached, because they listen to instructions and they execute, you know, and they're very composed at any given time.
Well, the team with all of the work to do, the first one out on the floor out of the quarter break, and we are heading into the final quarter of the final semi-final, the final quarter-final rather, the semi-final spot, the fourth and final semi-final spot up for grabs, and right now it's looking like Usuthu Forest are going to be the recipients of that. 8 minutes, all that separates these two teams. Shabangu and Nhleko on the floor for Usuthu Forest. And a couple of changes there for Coach Clement. And that's Shabangu. Spread the floor, they are pressing, and that's the timely cut, good give and go.
And that's all they have to do to close off this game.
Hadebe, he's been the floor leader for St. David's. Draws the foul, to the free throw line he goes.
You know, Hadebe is showing his team, our score might be down, but our spirit should never be down. Let's keep fighting, let's keep moving forward, and let's take it one possession at a time. You know, what's that saying? How do you eat an elephant, you know? Small bites at a time. This is a very big elephant that St. David's is going to try to eat, but one play at a time. Take it one play at a time, and hopefully you can get the results you want.
I love that analogy. How do you eat an elephant? And you certainly can't gulp it down. It's a big hill or mountain to climb for St. David's, but possession by possession, Dombeni rather.
Like that, and those are the possessions you need. You need to execute, and now defensively. Coach said press, you have to come out, execute. Put pressure on the ball, and put your team in a position to win.
Hadebe moving his feet. It's Nkosi attacking.
Yeah.
And that's well read. Had a wide open lane. Gets the score. 35 plays 13.
Foul right there.
Khadebe. 2 defenders on him. Splits the defense. Throws it up. Nothing there for him. Ntleko. Looking at his options. It's Lesotho Forest controlling the possession. St. David's come away with it. It's a timely interception. Khadebe, he's going to look to attack.
He's going straight to the rim. You know, as he should. When he gets the ball, go straight to the rim. His teammates should move into position where he can find him, kick it out if he's too many guys on him, and then they hit the open shots.
Ngina coming away with the steal, and it was a good finish by Khadebe. Now, this matchup, I like it. Ntleko into the body, good control, and finishes with that right hand.
Ntleko actually called the isolation play right there. Told his teammates get out the way, and I'm gonna score on this fellow, what do you call it, opposition player of mine. You know, talented player.
Outstretched hand, last touch Lesotho Forest. St. David's the inbound. Patel caught in 2 minds because there's a bit of confusion on the floor. Dina will inbound. Mtombeni will try and attack, and well met by the outstretched hands of Manzini. Nkosi. Composed approach on the offensive end by Lesotho Forest. Ntleko has also been superb almost all game long. He has not looked flustered at any point throughout this game. He's played a good role distributing the ball, and I think now Coach Clement is doing what we saw in the earlier game and running his entire bench. Inside they go, wide open and easy.
It's a great time for the guys off the bench to get that experience, especially against such a strong Lesotho team.
Or Rossini with his first action. Oh, that's Nicola Truder. 3 ball won't go. Patel fires. Shabangu attacking Ntombeni that time. That's some good anticipation on the defensive end.
Great anticipation by Ntombeni, but even better confidence by Shabangu right there. He wasn't even scared of the tall guy.
Of course, he met by Ntombeni. He's been present on the defensive end. Ntombeni touched again. Second, third chances for Lesotho Forest. Shabangu inside. Tries that floater.
Yeah. And if you're going to try eat this elephant, there is one thing you cannot allow as St. David's, which is allow second, third, and fourth time opportunities.
It's fair to say the elephant is going to conquer this time around. Dina, body into the defense, and that's going to be a foul call. Well, there's some changes now. Shabangu will get a break, so will Manzini, and that was a job well done by Shabangu. Manzini also putting in a credible performance as both the teams now going deep into the bench.
True. Manzini's that guy that did not allow St. David's to get those second opportunity shots on his board. So he was the foundation of that construction company that Lesotho set up at the St. David's paint company.
That felt more like a home address as they camped in the paint and were able to just impart their will. Now, travel called as Lesotho's Mpofu just hands possession across. Another substitution. Klutlu to the bench. Dlamini back on. So Davids to try the inbound. Rossini, tightly guarded. Rossini, double team worked, but there was a travel call. Inbounds now as St. David's would try to keep this to under 20 points. That won't help the cause as another turnover handed the way of Lesotho Forest. Nhleko has played almost all of these minutes, and
Yes.
just as I say that, Nhleko's being given a bit of a breather. He will sit out the final 70 seconds of this basketball game.
Sleke Manzini and Shabangu have been very instrumental to getting this point lead for Lesotho.
Foul by Gina, just over the back of the Lesotho Forest player. And Ndlagamandla. And 5 seconds running out here, being counted down by the referee. Ball thrown away wildly, and backcourt violation, rightly whistled. Because of the large margin, the game will be running time to close out. And another chance to inbound. Grina steps in, traveled, but the contact was called before that, and will get a chance to shoot two. And I do think these final 2 free throws, because the clock will run out before free throws are done. Grina will hope to make both, but it's been a very strong performance by Lesotho Forest, who will pick up that 4th and final spot in the semis. And we now know who our 4 teams are. It is going to be St. Charles, Heideveld, Soweto Academy, and Lesotho Forest, who make up the final 4 semi-final spots. And it's been a good performance all around by Lesotho Forest. St. David's, for them, they're going to have to put some work in, and it's back to the drawing board, as they only scored 2 field goals in that first half. A much better second half performance by them, and there's something for them to build on. For Lesotho Forest, their backcourt is going to be the key in the semi-finals. Shabangu and Nhleko, as well as Mancini, is going to have to put some work in that front court. But a job well done, I think, for Lesotho Forest to carry the name of their school high. For St. David's, it's into the bottom half, and they're going to contend for places and placement. At full time, it is St. David's under 15, 16, and Lesotho Forest 41. Any standout moments for you right there, Tsakani and Ngobeni?
Standout moments is normally it's Shabangu, Nzeke, and Manzini from Lesotho Forest. The young man just came out, surprised me, and just played like wise beyond their years. You know, I did not see that coming at all, but the composure that they kept and executed was just impeccable to watch, and I enjoyed watching that game by Lesotho. Like you said, Coach Clemens got a lot of work to do on his side, but he just needs to learn how to eat an elephant slowly. You know, have a plan, you know, in one step, one possession at a time, and surely you'll get the task done.
Well, it's going to be 3 small ball teams taking on the size of St. Charles, and that's just the way that it all breaks down as we head into the semifinals. So from me, Quentin Denason, and Tsakani Ngobeni, it's been our pleasure bringing you this 4th quarter-final here from Wits Old Mutual Sports Hall. Now on to the under-19 section, and lots still to come on School Sports Live. You do want to keep your eyes and ears peeled as we bring you the rest of this awesome St. John's tournament. These guys here.
Apart from that, we actually had a slow start, but at least we switched on and we kept to our play.
And then Kleko, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I feel the same way. We had a terrible start, but we picked up eventually during the second half.
Okay, so that's the first quarterfinal down. How are you guys feeling about the semi-finals?
Well, we just prepared to get on to our next games, and our next games we're just going to keep looking forward.
And Kleko?
There's some tough competition ahead, so I feel like we just have to keep our mindset focused on the gold.
Okay, and how's the travel been from all the way from Swaziland, guys? Coming here to Joburg, what's it been like? You guys been having fun? I mean, you're high school, you're having fun. Have you guys been behaving?
Yeah, we actually have been behaving for our age, so yeah.
For your age, are your teachers going to agree with that, huh? Sapio?
Yeah, it's been a tiring journey, but I mean, we come here to hustle, so yeah.
And there you heard it. They've come here to hustle, and they've been hustling well. Usuthu Forest School through to the semi-final. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you, thank you.
in transition. Oh, uses his body well, and that's great. Connects on long range. Good. Attacking the rim through the contact. Gets it to go, and that was a strong contest.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Wits Old Mutual Sports Hall. Another day, another dollar, and a lot is happening today at the St. John's College Basketball Tournament 2020. We've done the under-15 quarterfinals, and we're kicking off with the under-19s. And the first one of the day is St. Stithians versus Michael Mount Waldorf. Before we go any further, the chair next to me, Takane, how are you, sir?
Well, Adam, excited. Exciting morning. Usutu, St. Charles, Soweto Academy, Haddonfield, and the 15 have all made it into the finals, which we'll watch tomorrow. But this game is going to be very exciting because both these teams, I mean, have a history, and it's athletics versus execution. You know?
I'm glad you brought that up, because if we go back to the Nanda game towards the end of last year, Michael Mount Waldorf and St. Stithians saw each other in the final, and the victors were Michael Mount.
Michael Mount, very chippy, very smart play by them, executed every time down the floor, and changed strategies on St. Stithians a couple of times. They pressed, they showed them everything. They pressed, they showed zone, they showed man-to-man. So it also made St. Stithians think, not making them be comfortable at all. So I want to see what kind of strategy Michael Mount has for St. Stithians today.
Well, we were talking to Wanangwa Nyasulu from St. Stithians, the captain there, and he said they've changed their tactics in particular. So as we were chatting earlier, you'll see on your screen now, I'm standing with Wanangwa Nyasulu from St. Stithians, wearing the blue shirt today. Wanangwa, your first quarterfinal of the day so far, you're excited. You want to get through those semis, you want to get through those finals. What's the plan for your side?
Well, sir, for us, it's really just being consistent, sticking to the game plan. You know, we got to trust ourselves, trust our coach, and, you know, trust each other. So that's really just our mentality for this tournament, sir.
Fair enough. We also spoke to Ethan Fleetwood from Michael Mount. You remember the Inanda game very well, I'm sure. That must be tough. Are we looking for revenge today from St. Stithians?
Definitely, sir. I feel as if the last game we didn't really play our best. But today we have come with a certain tactic. We're not going to play the same, because obviously playing with the same tactics with the same team won't work. So we've really chopped and changed a few things.
Okay, so you guys have made some changes for Michael Mount here with your tactics and so on. A bit of, I wouldn't call it bad blood, but definitely some heated blood out there.
Yes, sir. You know, we respect each other. I think that's the first thing, but we are here to win, and that's our main goal.
Okay, absolutely perfect. Thank you, Wanangwa Nyasulu from St. Stithians. We hope you the best of luck today and have a great game. But
thank you, sir.
I like what he said there. He says not bad blood, but definitely a chip on his shoulder. You know, they want healthy competition. They've changed up a couple of strategies. So I want to see what the St. Stithians coaches have got planned. Are they going to be more aggressive, more physical, or is it going to be more dominate them in the center? So I want to see how his team will implement the game plan.
because we do know St. Stithians on the roster have a much larger roster. They have much bigger players, a couple dunkers in them. And Michael Mount, well, whilst not having that, we know that maybe they've had some of the better tacticians behind the bench for them.
I mean, not only the tacticians, they just have a coach who is smart, who draws up a game plan, and her troops, her team, that is Michael Mount, knows how to execute. You know, she knows how to read the game when it's time to press, whether it's time to play man-to-man, whether it's time to run plays, frustrate them, how to take advantage of St. Stithians' what do you call it, athleticism, explosiveness. So she knows how to work and how to execute with her team.
Well, let's hope head coach Dubravka from Michael Mount has that plan for today's game. And Ethan Fleetwood, the captain of Michael Mount, coming up next. Michael Mount Waldorf, the first under-19 quarterfinal. Ethan, you excited? A big game, huh?
Yeah, it is. It is. We've done a lot to get here, and we're excited to be here.
Okay, so you've worked hard to be here, and you're playing what one could say is another old rival. The last time you played St. Stithians was in the Nanda final, which you guys did manage to walk away victorious in the dying seconds. What's the approach to this game? What's different? What's changed?
Approach is the same. We lost a couple of players, but mainly the same. It's going to be a tough game, always is, against Saints. We played them a lot in the finals, played them a lot in the past. Games kind of chop and change, winner goes either way, but we're confident this time, and it's going to be a tough game.
Because it's not been an easy run to get here. You are here now. I'm assuming the goal is all the way to the finals. Do you think Michael Mount can take it?
I think we can. We have a good shot, but we got to work and we got to do it.
I like the positivity. Thank you, Ethan.
Awesome, thank you.
As you can see, Michael Mount feeling they can take something from it, which is positive at the end of the day. You know, like they said, it chops and changes. It's good competition, Sakani. What do you think today? What are the predictions? If you were a betting man, we know St. Stithians is coming out with a different tactic. Michael Mount probably going to be the much over matchness, but we remember how they play with their heart on their sleeve. What do you think?
I would be leaning towards Michael Mount, but Ethan sounds confident, but his body language is not exuding that, you know. So he says we've lost a couple of players. He's finding reasons to not want to go out there and compete. You know, you've lost a couple players, but that means everyone else who's coming back knows what you're in for, knows how to step up. So the burden is on them. Step up or step off. I mean, it's the quarterfinals, you know. You win or you go home, you know, or you watch the game like we do on TV with everyone else listening to us. So do you want to be watching the finals? That means you need to show up like a big boy and play hard. No excuses. So Ethan needs to step up, and, you know, that will carry on to the rest of his teammates.
And as you can see, the St. Stithians first team, we've got Firi, Magorantantiga, Nyasulu, Kulese, Munyamano, Maposa, Gambo, Shingangeni, Bremner, Dube, Rose, and Fleiser all coming in there. That is St. Stithians. I tend to agree with you about the Takani, but the thing is, we even saw last time with Michael Mount, they were calm, they were collected, but they played with their hearts on their sleeve. Particularly number 35, Wandile Mapepela played very well. We'll go through their squad first. Raiden Hunter Swart, Papo Robertson, Marcelo Dwarka. We got Kai Hunter Swart, two sets of brothers in this side. We got Padi Bester, Shreya Motsiela, and then Kwezi Motsiela, the two brothers again, and then Sipipiso Masuka. Still a good side. I do see some new faces here, but the core side seems fairly untouched.
There's new faces on both sides, and which speaks to the leaders of the team. Number 35, Mapapela. You know, tactician, smart, he's got heart, you know. So in games like this, you need to come out strong with your heart on your sleeve, you know. Set the tone for your teammates. Let them know. We can't wait for later for you guys to want to kick in. You need to kick in right after warm-ups. You don't want to start off on the back foot.
No, definitely. The one thing I always remember from Michael Mount is that they always played with their heart on their sleeves, and I will be very disappointed if they don't bring that intensity today. The last time I saw St. Stithians, they weren't really actually playing with their heart on their sleeves. They thought this was maybe a given, and they underestimated and just jumped to assumptions, and it showed in their game, and they didn't walk away victorious because of this. But maybe they're alive, they're awake. We know their coaches are going to be harsh on them. We know their coaches are going to come at them. This applies for St. Stithians and, of course, Michael Mount. Michael Mount's coach at Dubravka, and then the head coach of St. Stithians, Roland Vipes, being their head coach. So, you know, there's lots on the board yet, Tsakani.
You know, with the history of Coach Dubravka and the success that she's had with her teams, my confidence is with her. You know, Coach Vipes.
In the management side.
In the management side. Coach Vipes, very explosive guy, the way that he used to play, and hence the athletic team that he has. So I want to really see how both those leaders' temperaments is going to play off, especially with both these teams having played and having a history with each other. I want to see how that's going to play out today. Teams have changed, but there's a lot on the line. If you don't win, you get to watch the game with us.
Go big or go home.
Go big or go home. Win or go home, you know?
And we both know they're both very, very separate types of teams. We know they don't play similar styles of basketball whatsoever. And, of course, it's going to be interesting to see the tactical side coming out, like we mentioned, between Vipes and Dubravka. Yes. What is the way that the thinking, you know, the very fast chess that is basketball, how is it going to play out here at the Old Mutual at Wits in Johannesburg?
You see, on the advantage that Michael Mount has, they can play good basketball by being ahead or by being back. St. Stithians on the other side can't play from being back. They can't deal with that pressure, you know. So they need to come out very strong, get the lead, and then be able to sustain the lead. Michael Mount on the other side can handle any situation that you throw at them because they like I said, Coach Dubravka.
Mental strength,
technician, resilient, you know. So these guys, St. Stithians, I'm scared that they'll default to playing one-on-one basketball, which then means they are playing in the hands of Michael Mount.
Yeah, because that is not going to be to their benefit.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to kick off here. You can hear the crowd. This crowd is filled up here at Wits, and you can hear the backup They are here to support. The support is definitely here for both these sides. And of course, remember to tell your friends and your family. Come visit us at Wits or engage with us online. Our handles will be popping up throughout the game. So just keep an eye out for that. Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Tell your friends, tell your family. I know mine knows, Takani.
Pardon?
I know my family knows.
My family knows. My family's watching. My little daughter, I'm telling her right now, start watching basketball. My son's watching because in a couple of years, he'll be playing in this. So,
very cool, very cool.
You know, keep watching, know what the competition looks like. You know, that's what I tell him. Always know what the competition's doing. So
where's the bar? Where do I have to move the bar higher to?
You know, I always tell him to pass me. So the more he watches these kids play, he's going to say, no, Dad, I'm not going to pass you anymore. I'm going to start scoring.
Seconded. I back that, and I like that theory. I do. It's quite interesting, Michael Mount, having two sets of brothers. That will be Kai Swart and Raiden Swart. Then they have Lumi Motsiela and his older brother, which is Kwezi Motsiela, number 25, who played very well at Inanda as well.
You know, these guys are in. I'm actually excited. I can't wait for this to get started, get jump off, tipped off, because the guys will be very into this.
I like to see some engagement coming in here from Thierry Bashala, clearly showing your support for St. Stithians. So that should be quite interesting. No pressure there. And of course, I mentioned it once, I'll say it again. Please engage with us on the bottom left of your screen. You can follow us on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and of course, Twitter. Just find School Sports Live, and basketball is the way to go for St. John's basketball competition here. Oh, it's absolutely spectacular.
You know, your team needs you at this point, you know. Help them either way. In social media, come down here at the Old Mutual Sports Hall at Wits, support them. Any kind of support, any kind of advantage that you can give your team, come out here and support us.
You spoke about heart earlier. You heard Michael Mount now. So kind of you heard their heart. You can see these guys, maybe Ethan Fleetwood was a little calm and collected in front of the camera, but they look pumped up now.
It could be a case of a still river runs deep,
Hey?
you know.
Well, then again, we would give the benefit of doubt to Michael Waldorf when it comes to depth of their squad.
Yes, you know. So and that's the other thing that's going to play into this game, foul trouble. Which team gets into foul trouble still, you know?
Games and a few sides have been using the tactic of getting the fouls for the free throws.
Yeah, games like this, guys are anxious, guys are overly excited, which means they're going to make very silly mistakes. And let's see if they can stay away from that. Avoid silly mistakes, you get the victory. And it also goes to the boards, fouls, and who controls the rebounds. Show keys to victory.
No, definitely. Our starting lineup for Michael Mount is Kai Swart, Wandile Mapipela, and we've got Kwezi Motsieli. You also have Keegan Robertson in there. Then I believe that's number 99, Ethan Fleetwood. You saw him in the interview. So a big starting lineup. They will be playing in their traditional red shirts and black shorts. And Saints mixing it up today. Blue tops, white shorts.
Exactly. Keep the enemy guessing. Don't let them get comfortable where you are.
The little things.
Camouflage. Little things always count. Those small intangibles.
Because you'll notice the floor's blue. So
exactly.
you think that's Saints approach?
Exactly. Those small intangibles. you need every advantage that you can get to pull this one off.
It's a nice approach. I'm not going to go with that train of thought, but that's a nice approach. On screen behind the referee there, you got number 6, Tabani. Absolutely looking like a powerhouse for the tip-off, going up against 25, Kwezi Motsiela, and he wins it rather easily. Michael Mount, I think, will be okay with that, Sakani. Saints immediately on the front foot. They're taking their time, though. They're not rushing it. Not too much physicality. Goes up for the 3, pulls the trigger, bang! First 3 points. That's confidence, that's power.
That's how you set the tone right there. Big game, big shot. Step up or step off. That's how you want to play it. I told you it's going to be a very exciting game.
It's quite a change. It's quite a change from the under 15s to 19s. I need to click some gears myself here because already this game is gears and leagues ahead. Michael Mount shoots under pressure and the shot gets blocked. There was some good key running though, which is good. St. Stithians taking their time.
You saw that play, the previous play by St. Stithians. The ball went outside, went in, back out again for that 3-pointer. So they have a strategy. Let's get inside, get them to swarm, and just continually attack them.
There again, they drove in, coming out again. They're still spreading it wide. Now they're using the big man. Number 12 for St. Stithians. Goes up, poor shot. Michael Mount takes the rebound. That is Nyasha Gumbo for St. Stithians.
Gumbo needs to keep his head up right there. He's being double teamed, triple teamed. He needs to kick that ball out.
Needs to keep a strong elbow through the shot. Ethan Fleetwood tries to drive. It gets driven out by St. Stithians. It will be Michael Mount ball. You can hear the crowd in the background. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to under 19 basketball.
This gym is very electric right now, and that's not even 5 minutes into the game.
Robertson goes up but doesn't get the shot. He pulled the trigger, wasn't there. Takes a big advantage to try and intercept, but a big collision between the Michael Mount players of Hunter Swart, I believe that's Kai Swart and Keegan Robertson. Robertson losing his win there a little bit.
No, but that just shows you. If we lose balls, plays like this, all those small plays, or if we lose ball, the intangibles, everyone needs to go after it. And right now, Michael Mount saying, we're not going to let you have anything easy.
They want that 50-50, and they turned it round immediately. Gumbel goes up again, this time, still no recovery. Swart gets the rebound. Now, Michael Mount can turn. They're pushing back. They've got a 4v4. They had a 4v3 advantage. Swart goes up. We saw this last time, though. It might have been an air ball. Michael Mount are not afraid to play a percentage game.
Not
they
at
will
all.
throw it up.
Not all right there. Great intention, bad execution by Swart right there. Pull it back, move the ball around.
Saints go up for the 3. That's number 13 for St. Stithians. That's Isaac Shingane looking good with his shots. His techniques looks good, even if that doesn't go through. But Saints do manage to draw the defensive foul. First one of the day. Number 6, that will be number 6, sorry, Tabani going up, misses it, doesn't pull the trigger nicely. Saints not even going for the rebound, or thinking otherwise. Now they come in. Second shot now. Still 3-0 at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Tabani goes up. Great rebound, and they'll take the 2 points.
And that right there can't happen for Michael Mount.
Can't
If
get
you box
boxed
out,
out.
he can't give him second chance opportunities because those will be crucial. Control those, you control the boards, you should be in good position.
And I definitely think St. Stithians will make an effort to try stop that. A lot of screens happening at the moment. It's a bit of shoulders being rubbed there as well.
No, it's physical. It needs to be a little chippy, you know. They've got a point to prove. You know, you can't come out soft in a game that you intend to win. You know, you need to assert yourself, and that's what St. Stithians is doing offensively and defensively. Yes, it's the early minutes, but they're stepping up to the challenge.
Michael Mount yet to score a bucket at the moment. Maybe they just need to break that original one. Swart goes up, doesn't quite get it. It was a better shot than earlier. I think Michael Mount just needs to break that first bucket. Failure.
Yeah.
Number 6, Tabani goes up. Beautiful technique.
Beautiful Euro step right there. Sliced right through the defense. Controlled, composed. And that's what you want to see from a big man. Not someone running everybody over, but executing purposely.
7-0 at the moment. Does he draw the foul? He goes out to Robinson. Robinson thinks about the shots. Goes out to Swart. Swart drives, draws, and it gets stolen.
See? I like that change of pace by Swart right there. The last 2 shots by Michael Mount have been shots. This one, they were like, listen, our 2 shots have not fallen in. Let's drive. Let's get something within the paint, because those long shots by Michael Mount led to fast breaks and allowed, St. Stithians to get into the rhythm.
So first timeout called at the moment. It is a 7-0 to St. Stithians. Michael Mount calling that one. So clearly head coach Dubrovka going, that's fine. It's 4 minutes. It's not the end of the world. It's only 7 points in 4 minutes. It's not a huge amount of points, but we need to do something.
Yes. You know, and by do something means let's match their tempo.
This was St. Stithians' first 3. That was a gorgeous shot.
Started inside to Gumbo and outside to Shingane. You know, and look at that Euro step right there, slicing and dicing and getting straight to the rim. You see, like
a little bit of swagger at
the
end of it as well.
There. You know, it did it. He knew what he was doing, controlled and composed. Swartman right there going in for the drive. You know, met inside the paint by a jump ball. You know, so they didn't even try to foul him. They just went to get the ball and make sure that there was a jump ball.
Yeah, I think they just need to keep that up and just keep that up. Waldorf just needs to break that first thin glass ceiling of the first bucket.
You know,
once I think they sink that first basket, they'll be fine.
You know, and Saints is doing one thing. They're going aggressive offensively and also being aggressive defensively, which means they're setting the tone. Michael House needs to match that momentum, that tempo, that pace. They need to come out and also show them we're comfortable in the pace that you guys are dictating, and we can play and match you guys in it.
So Michael Mount taking possession in the halfway through the first quarter. That goes out to Swart. Swart drives, steps back, has a shot. Not in it just yet. A fumble by St. Stithians, so they get another chance. Fleetwood with a screen. That was number 25 with the ball. That goes out to 35. That is Wandile Mapipele. That goes out back to Swart. Now to Robertson. Robertson fakes the 10, goes up, has a nice air shot. The good recovery from Michael Mount. Throws it out to Mapipela. Mapipela goes up, pulling the trigger. Michael Mount, Robertson. Oh, got to make sure here, boys. Michael Mount needs to take their percentages better here.
Michael Mount needs to capitalize on every shot taken. Right now, they've taken 2 shots in the paint. Everything has been from outside. They seem to be scared of the size of St. Stithians, you know, so they need to attack that size and not be intimidated by it.
So Michael Mount, ref saw a shirt pull there, didn't call it because they gave the advantage. Michael Mount, their territory is absolutely superb though. They're keeping the ball in St. Stithians' half. Very little possession going St. Stithians' way. Scoreboard still 2 St. Stithians though. Goes back out to Robertson, goes up for the 3. 3's been called. Ethan Fleetwood gets the rebound. Got to make sure.
There you go.
Does exactly that.
And that's what you need right there. Get the ball, attack strongly. Don't even hesitate. Attack strongly. Let them react to you.
Immediately though, Michael Mount also goes to a full court press. That the second they didn't press, they jump back into zone.
Yeah.
Good pressure by Michael Mount again. Saves it, releases out. Goes straight to number 7. That's one Yananga. That's one Wananga Nyasulu of St. Stithians. It's 13. Goes up for a 3. No questions asked. He'll take 3 points. Number 13 from St. Stithians, Isak Shingangeni. Absolutely superb at the line.
And you don't want a shooter to find his rhythm early because that means you're just going to have a long day. And if Shingani continues to shoot like this, it's going to open up the inside where St. Stithians will then use its size to dominate Michael Mount.
Waldorf goes up. Swart. He might have missed the first and second. He needed the third, and he did exactly that.
Shooters keep shooting because the next one's always going in. Never let your confidence go down.
Some good gears being thrown out by the Michael Mount Waldorf bench, celebrating every point with their side. It's good to see that energy. Mapipela throws it back to Robertson. Swart goes again. Bang!
Wow. I mean, same spot, same shot. That's his hot spot.
It is raining.
That is his hot spot. Move him away from there or else you're going to be in trouble.
That's an interception. Motsiela now. He's got a running. Fakes one. Gives it to Mapipela. Mapipela draws. Shoots up. No rebound. Taken from Waldorf. Waldorf have found a rhythm here.
That's exactly what Michael Mount should do. Attack the insides. Attack their size. Don't be intimidated by it at all.
This is some absolutely spectacular basketball being played at the moment. St. Stithians now slowing it down because Waldorf, Michael Mount suddenly just bled points and just took 8 back. Only a 2-point game at the moment, Sakani.
Like I said, every play counts. These guys are going after each other. You can't take a play off.
I love how Michael Mount are backing their fitness. They are putting 3 on every postman every time.
Yes,
Kai Swart bringing it round again. He's holding, he decides to draw. Fakes the shot, goes up a second time. Didn't look comfy or set whatsoever. Tries to call for a foul, not given. The foot called.
So St. Stithians is trying to go big, throw the ball inside to Tabani or to Gumbo. But Michael Mount is swarming them, throwing 2 guys, 3 guys. So what those guys need to do is put their head up and find the open man and give them the ball. Especially if Tabani is shooting and has got the hot hand.
Well, especially since Stithians is looking for Shikangeni. Goes again, bang. They've got 2 positive shooters for 3s at the moment. That's Motsiela's man. Number 25 has to shut down Shangani there.
Shut him down, but he's shooting from the same spot. So shut down the spot. Move him away from that spot.
Zone it out. And that was number 13, Isak Shingangeni. Sorry. My Lord, ladies and gentlemen, it is your first quarter done, 13-8. Takani, it has been chaos. I am loving the energy, how they're playing, both sides, very different kinds of basketball. But my heavens, absolutely superb.
I mean, Malcolm Mount came out a little bit slow.
They did.
Right? Came out slow, but when they found their rhythm and found the energy and matched St. Stithians, it became a game. St. Stithians knew what they were doing. We're going to go inside, dump it down, kick it out for a 3-point shot, and now guys are hot. The guys came in hot and ready. That's 3 for 4 from the 3-point line. So that's a very good percentage. So give the ball to the hot hands. And on the other side, Swart is hot. Hot spot, he knows where to dial in, and he's just letting that ball fly, and it's finding the bottom of the net every time.
Look, number 13 for Stithian, Isaac, has been absolutely superb. He's hit 3 from 3. Yes. Swart had a bit of a slow start. That is Kai Hunter Swart, number 10. He had a bit of a slow start and then started sinking a few. This was Ethan Fleetwood's good rebound off one of the poor shots. And he did well. He made sure. That was some of the first points. That started a streak for Michael Mount.
Yes, that was
and then that was one of Kai Swart's shots. Absolutely superb.
And look at that,
like see it, he felt it.
As one of the leaders, as one of the seniors on the team, that's how you lead the team, with that energy. It rubs off on your teammates. It's infectious. That's how you need to be in these kind of games. Have energy every play. You need all the energy that you can get, whether it's a fist bump, chest tap, whatever. Get your teammates involved.
And we spoke about mental fortitude, the ability to hold out for the game. Yeah. And it seemed that the second Michael Mount caught some rhythm, some momentum, St. fell away.
Yes.
They need to control their mental game at the moment.
This is a game of, like you say, fortitude and resilience. If they punch you, you need to punch back twice. If they punch back twice, 3 times. So it's whoever is going to last the longest. It's a game of blows.
100%. So St. kicks us off at the moment, going around the key. There's Isaac looking for the shot. Decides to drive, pushes out, fumble. There's a big push in there by Mapipela, number 35. Does unfortunately draw the foul though.
Mapapela needs to keep that aggression contained. You know, great intention, bad execution. I mean, I like that phrase.
Yeah.
You know, keep
Right
it contained and get it done.
Number 7 goes up for 2. There's a rebound. Does really well to do it, and they win the offensive foul. So
defensive rebound, he gets a foul, and that's what you do with a big body. You box him out, he's going to try to go over you.
So Swart bring it up now for Michael Mount. Spreads it around to Mapipela. That's Motsiele down at the bottom of the key. Decides to drive. Fakes 1, fakes 2. Whistle blow. Offensive foul. Defensive foul.
Defensive foul.
Yes.
And you can see what Michael Mount is doing right there. They were settling for shots. Now they're like, listen, let's attack them inside. Let's keep them active. You know, don't be scared.
Keep them guessing.
Keep them guessing. Keep them active. Don't be scared to go in the paint. You know why? If they get into foul trouble, the bigs get out, and we can score easily.
No, definitely. So, Motsiele goes up. No problems there. Second shot of Motsiele doesn't find the net, unfortunately, and St. rebound well. They're bringing up the ball slowly, not feeling the rush at the moment. It's only a 4-point game in the second quarter, sorry. Time is flying. Isaac goes up again. Does he carry on his hot streak? Number 6, foul call, travel call. Yes. Michael Mount survive again. Some substitutions for Michael Mount. 35, Mapipela comes off for number 14. That's Tion Bester. That's Tion Bester coming in for Michael Mount. St. doing well at the moment. They're moving well off the ball. Swart goes up. Didn't seem settled in there to make that shot.
All Swart and Ngane took their shots where they previously made it. That's their hot spot. So it's cooling off. I mean, it's time to try something else now. You know, move, try to find another hot spot. They know you're going to shoot it from there. You know, relax. Don't expect to make it. Take the new shot. You know, don't live in the past.
Well, I think the idea, Isaac pulls one, but he does get called for travel.
You see? As I mentioned, he took a shot, he tried to do something different, but he's a little too excited, Sishangane. Same spot, but he opted to drive. You know, relax, calculate, execute.
I definitely think the way they've subbed Bester in for Mapipela, but then Swart's not traveling the ball. Robertson goes up, big rebound for St. Well done. It seems that their ball carriers are changing. So then now St. marking gets confused because they don't know which players to follow anymore.
Yeah, the point guard has changed. So that means the tempo of the game has also changed. As you can see, the guys are now driving. They're not settling for shots.
Number 6, that is Tabani for St. being a big player at the moment. Big movement around the key. That's a big drive by the big number 12 of St. That's Gambo. Gambo needs to make sure, but Michael Mount drawing offensive fouls.
You see, K-Swart boxing out, making sure that his body's between the defender and the rim, and he's able to collect 2 fouls on the last 2 defensive possessions.
Do those go in the book against the St.
Oh, those count against the St. and they count against the big guys. So
Swart going up again. I feel Swart's not settling himself. Fast break opportunity. St. have numbers. Goes up alone. And number 10 let down. That should have been easy point for Giles from St. 3v2, you got to sink that every time.
You need every opportunity on a game like this. You can't just...
Ooh, sloppy by Robertson. And a nice 2 points by St. Number 6, Tabani's not going to miss an opportunity like that. He's a big man.
Big man, explosive. He knows what he's doing, and he's...
Should have dunked though.
Yeah, he should have dunked that. That would have been an energy swing. You know? Swart has missed the last 2 shots from that position, so he's a little bit more hesitant.
He hasn't been set. Robertson decides to take on the mantle. Not a bad effort, but no points there. So now there's a big push by number 25, Motsiele. He tried to steal the ball. Isaac goes up for a 3 from previously earlier, doesn't sink it. St. walks away with the rebound. This game is anyone's at the moment. Big offensive foul.
No. I think it's a defensive. Wait, let's see yet. We don't know what the call is. Referee's
There's
undecided.
been a substitution.
It's a defensive foul. Ball is still with St. Stithians.
Yeah.
You know?
But I don't think he got booked for it though.
Or it might have been an out-of-bounds play, a deflection.
Okay, I'm with you,
Deflection, out-of-bounds play.
Mapipela comes back in, and he came in for Keegan Robertson. So almost the starting lineup at the moment. Bester doing good work at the moment with the ball carry. Another foul goes against Michael Mount. They're also going to have to be careful here, because if the big men do their job for Saints, lots of movement in and around the key. Gamble goes up, but that must be 2 points. It's a big 2 points with a stiff shoulder in it. So he takes 2 points. Gamble gets 2 and wins the foul. So, Kani, what do you think?
Michael Mount was looking to get a charge there. The ref thinks differently. But like you said, they need to be careful, because you want to get St. Stithians into trouble. And by doing that, you don't want to end up in trouble.
No, agreed. Gambo doing well, making sure to sink that. He takes 2, sinks his first free throw, makes no mistakes on the second. And this is now starting to go Saints' way a little bit, because they've stopped the Michael Mount scoring points. So
yes.
17-9. Even though Michael Mount is looking like the sharper team, Motsiela, what a run. Absolutely brilliant way to penetrate the defense. Doesn't quite get the 2 points though. Thought I saw a hand on wrist there, but unfortunately no whistle. Gambo pushing hard again. This time he goes back out to number 10. That's Isaac, back to Gambo. Gambo going for a 3, feeling comfy. Michael Mount almost wins the rebound.
Yeah.
Number 10, Giles, being used excessively at the moment by St. Stithians at the top of the key. Always to reset as much as they can. Bester's got an open key to go. He goes back out to Mapipela. Mapipela goes up for the 3. Wins the ball, does well as well.
And that's what he does well. He doesn't quit on a play. He continues playing through, gets a shot up, and is always involved.
Fleetwood drives. Does draw the foul though.
And that's what we need to see more from Fleetwood and the rest of the Michael Mount team. They need to attack the rim and stop settling for the 3-point shots. They need to get inside the paint, attack the rim, get the St. Stithians big men. Keep them guessing and get them into foul trouble, because all they want to do is block your shots. And then you need to be able to convert those free throws lines, because why? When you score at times like that, it deflates the other team, because you're getting in them trouble and you're getting points.
St. Stithians doing with the lead at the moment. Fleetwood not managing to sink either of those. So 30 seconds left till halftime, and 17-9 to St. Stithians. Goes out to the big number 6. Drives it into Gambo, draws a foul.
No.
Tabani being the start of that for St. Stithians.
Great call by the ref. I commend them for that one, but questionable at fact, because he was not in control. He did not have control of his body. Feet went on the ground. So, allow the kids to play.
Agreed. Number 12, a Gambo from St. Stithians. I don't think he's missed a free throw.
No, he hasn't. He's actually perfect from the line.
Bang, and we didn't curse him either. And there goes the buzzer, taking the score to 19-9 at the moment for St. Stithians at halftime. Sakari, what do you think so far?
10-point game, like we said. It's going to be an aggressive, fairly chirpy game. The team that executes the most, not the best, the most, is going to win. And today that has been St. Stithians. They've hit a couple of 3-point...
play the law of averages.
Law of averages. They've made a couple of shots from the 3-point 45 angle. Dump it in, dump it out, make the shots. Say, Michael Mount has not found their rhythm yet. In spurts.
I tend to agree.
Yes, in spurts they seem to show light, but they're settling too much for that long-range shot. They need to go inside and take that shot.
Well, they have moments where they completely leave St. Stithians for dead, but those moments are too few and too far between, while St. Stithians are holding to their form and they are transferring their actions into points. And I think that's where the difference lies at the moment. Because to me, Michael Mount Waldorf School has been the prettier team to watch.
Yes.
St. Stithians maybe not as much so, but they are leading 19-9, and we can't take that away from them.
St. Stithians is capitalizing on every possession, aggressive on every possession. Michael Mount is taking a play off every other play.
Yeah.
And that's reflective in the score.
And again, law of averages is going to hurt you.
The more shots you take, the more points the more good shots you take, the more points you're going to make.
Yeah, give it a chance.
Yes, give it a chance. So they need to just compose himself. Like I said, Michael Mount needs to attack the rim more aggressively with intent, because they are capable. They are fully capable.
Definitely, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is only the first quarter final of this competition of the Under-19s. That is the St. John's College Basketball Tournament of 2020. The next quarterfinal after this is St. John's themselves versus Maripula High school.
The host versus Marupula. You know, we should expect a full house with these guys coming in. You know, full support. You've got home court advantage. Might as well use it.
Well, I mean, it's actually quite ridiculous. For those who don't know, there have been 56 teams all in all. This is day 3 of the tournament at the moment. So it's been a long tournament so far. And I mean, we're represented internationally by this tournament by St. John's. Botswana, Mozambique, Swaziland, Lusaka from Zambia are all playing in here, Zimbabwe. This is some good stuff for basketball in the southern hemisphere of Africa.
I mean, for high school kids, this is exactly where you want to be, competing with your peers in different countries, knowing where the level is, going back, working out, ensuring that the following year, if you're still in the tournament, you're coming back stronger, making sure your school's getting stronger, you're more competitive. This is exactly what you want to see in the southern hemisphere for basketball.
You've got to represent well, and at the moment, both these schools are making their crowds very, very proud. Only 20 seconds left of halftime. 19-9, a score reminder there for you. So, Tsakani, I want to ask, tactically, what is the approach change going to be here?
Technically, St. Stithians keep the same energy, be aggressive, go after more offensive rebounds. That's what I would say. Michael Mount, don't settle for the shots because they're allowing us to shoot and get the rebound and run back on us. Try to attack them on the inside, you know? Crossover, draw isolation posts, isolation
Drive
plays.
a bit more.
Drive a bit more. Get the ball inside on the post. Let the guys attack. You know, let Swart assert himself on the inside. Don't be scared of the guys who are going to block you. Pump fake, go in, score, convert, you know?
I haven't seen as many screens as I'd like to.
Exactly. Be the aggressor. Michael Mount needs to be the aggressor right now. They can't play like they're on the back foot.
A good start here by Michael Mount would go a long way. They're really moving around. Besta moves it to Motsiela. Motsiela pulls in, pulls out, throws it to Swart. Swart covered by Gumbo. Goes back to Motsiela, looking for a screen from Fleetwood. He fakes the screen the other way. Drives one, drives two. Fakes it up. Oh, spoof.
That's what you want to see. Attack, be the aggressor, and he gets the ball right there, the steal right there. That's what you want to see right there.
That's grind, and he gets a foul, but whose foul is it?
Yes. This is the tempo that Michael Mount needs to come out with. Be the aggressor, don't be on your back foot. Matiela needs to continue being that aggressive, and Swart needs to follow suit. You know, attack the rim, attack the paint, get them on the back foot. The Saints big guys just want to block shots. That's what they want to do.
Absolutely agreed. That was some great play by Motsiela. He did really, really well there. After driving out, faking the screen, getting 2 points, then stealing the ball back to force a penalty. Unfortunately, Michael Mount not able to do anything with it. Here we go. St. Stithians on this counter, number 10. Keep forgetting number 10's name, Giles. Should have done better there. Goes out to Isaac, goes out to Gumbo. Gumbo drives, fakes it back to Tabani. Tabani, what a run. Does well for 2 points after drawing the foul. Superb.
And that's how you match a team's energy right there. Michael Mount came out aggressive. Giles, the floor general for St. Stithians, came out, slowed it down a little bit and said, hey, let's go to our strong. Let's go to our big boys. Let's go to Tabani. Let's go inside. And that's exactly what they did. They attacked the inside, shared the ball, and now they're on the free throw line, matching Michael Mount's energy from halftime.
Scoring 2 points and then getting the free throws, and number 6 goes up. Number 6 would of course be Tabani. Only the one throw, and it's Michael Mount's possession. So what are they going to do with it? They slow it down from Mapipela to Motsiela. It seems that the captain for St. Stithians is back on the court. Wananangwa comes back on. Mapipele thinks about the shots. There's a big screen. He had some room. Gives it to Besta. Besta to Motsiela. Motsiela fakes the shot. Decides to drive. Does brilliantly. Draws the foul and 2 points. This is what we're talking about. From your mouth to the Lord's ears, because Michael Mount is listening. They are playing the driving game you spoke about.
See, resilience and composure. And Motsiela noticed one thing. Michael Mount is gone from a zone defense into a man-to-man defense. So he's getting the ball, slowing it down, allowing players to move, and then attacking the rim.
And Motsiela makes no mistakes at the line.
And converting, exactly.
And that changes the game from 21 to 14 at the moment in favor of St. Stithians. It's Nyasulu, the captain for Saints, bringing it up. Then it goes out to Tabani. Tabani goes up. And Gumbo back on the field, sinking 2 points, 23-14.
Gumbo and Tabani feeding off each other. They know they're being double teamed, which means you just have to keep moving, and your teammate will find you.
Yeah, there'll be open space. Motsiela fakes it, finds the space for the shot, almost gets it, but it's fine. Michael Mount, oh, never mind. Gumbo gets the rebound. That was nice by Motsiela. I like to see that. If you have the time to settle, shoot. I don't have a problem with that.
He's attacking. He's the aggressor. The rest of the team needs to follow suit, Be aggressive.
Nyasulu spreads it to Gambo. Gambo decides to drive, fakes it back to Nyasulu. Nyasulu goes to number 16, that's Dube. Dube sends it to Tabani. Tabani fakes the shot, goes to Dube. Dube to Nyasulu. Nyasulu out to Gambo. Gambo's got space, takes a three. His shooting has been superb.
He is in form right now. He's in form and in rhythm. He's just looking to hit the bottom of that net. You know?
Motsiela playing well, gives it to Bester. Bester time on the shot, not enough in it. He does draw a foul though. St. losing their temper there. They need to be controlled.
That foul is on Dube, number 16 from St. Stithians, pushing foul. You know, when a guy goes up, you're not allowed to push him in the back. You know, we want them to be safe at all times.
Swart looking for a ball. He decides to go up. Bang, not in it. He's pulling, too much trigger pulling without result. Keeps it in by Bester. Now goes to Mapipela. Fleetwood goes up. Two, nope. Good rebound by Gumbo again. He's been superb, Gumbo, for St. Stithians. Absolutely superb. The problem is if you rely on one or too many individual players, if they don't perform, you're in problems.
Dude, but then keep the theme of the team. Attack the rim. Don't shoot the ball. That's what Michael Mount needs to do.
Dube to Tabani. Tabani drives. He might come back. He travels. So Michael Mount, clean.
You see, Dube needs to, Tabani needs to realize there's a wall in front of him. He needs to pass the ball and find a crack in the wall, move around the wall, not through it.
Yeah, they need to move around the key more. There's space. Oh, Gumbo does well and cuts out Fleetwood. Motsiela would have wanted that pass to work. Almost gets it through to Nyasulu. Back to Gumbo. Gumbo spins well. No, not a good enough shot there. The wrist was weak. There's 3 minutes left of the third quarter, 26-14. It feels like there's a lead here. Swart brings it up, but I still think this is anyone's game. A quick flurry of points changes this. Bester drives, goes to Swart.
It's a game of runs. Basketball is a game of runs, like you say, Adam. If they score and you counter, you're safe. You know, match their energy continuously. Match them, stop them, match them. And right now, I don't know who has the momentum right now, because
it's very balanced.
Because both teams have been matching each other offensively and defensively, and I mean in stops. They've been stopping each other consistently.
Tabani to Nyasulu, to Giles, to Gumbo. Gumbo's got time. He goes down to Dube. Dube to Gumbo. Gumbo to Giles. Back to Nyasulu. This is tossing around the key that we spoke about.
Yeah.
Now back to Giles. Gumbo has space. Doesn't go for the three. You were saying.
The ball is currently moving around the three-point line like a windshield wiper. You know, nothing's happening, no intent. So they're trying to force Michael Mount out that zone.
Slow it down. That's exactly what he does. I'd like to see Michael Mount defend with a full press. Bester goes up. They need to finish. Because at the moment, the only difference between the two sides currently is the fact that St. Stithians have been putting more of their opportunities away. Their hit percentage has been better, and it shows on the scoreboard.
Exactly. They're scoring more. They've got a higher field goal percentage. And on the other side, Michael Mount does not. You know, they've got a better chance when they shoot within the paint, and they haven't hit a three-pointer yet this whole half.
They do still have possession at the moment. After that, Motsiela does really well on the inside of the key. Goes out to Swart. Swart goes up for three. Does nothing in it. There's a big rebound by Fleetwood. Fleetwood goes up. Does he draw the foul?
No,
that
was a close one. That was almost a foul.
I felt it should have been at a stage.
Fleetwood put in so much effort, the ref should have rewarded him with something there.
That's a slippery slope there.
No, that was a foul. That was a nice way of saying he should have gotten a foul there.
Okay,
they hit his hand. I was trying to be diplomatic. I was trying to be diplomatic.
St. Stithians are getting away with one there, but they're fine. They drive. Gumball goes up, gets 2 points. No foul call.
No, it shouldn't be a foul call because he wasn't in a position to take a foul. So Gumbo got away with that one because Michael Mount did not have his feet on the right way, in the right place.
So Michael Mount also getting a bit of a sliver of luck there, not getting double punished. Swart, top of the key. I've noticed that Gumbo is marking Swart. Swart with a block. It's on Nyasulu. Nyasulu is working hard. Yeah. He is not stopping. Look at this energy on both sides. And there is a foul called.
Foul call? Nyasulu has been sent in and put into this game to make it difficult for Motsiela, number 35. And he's not making him breathe. I think they're going a box-in-one approach. He's like, don't let him breathe. If he breathes out, you inhale his carbon dioxide. That's how close you need to be to that man.
Motsiela goes up. There, finally, some points for Michael Mount. What's very good here is that no one's been scoring. Yeah. So St. Stithians really hasn't been running away from Michael Mount. No. It is 28-15. Make that 28-16. Motsiela does, no questions there. So it is very, very close. St. Stithians has almost doubled their score, though.
Yeah. But Michael Mount needs to realize their shots aren't falling. They haven't made a three-pointer. There's nothing.
In the last 2 quarters.
Yes, no long-range bombs have fallen for them. So they need to attack, penetrate, and execute. Score.
But they haven't
Score
been
within
driving
the paint.
either, because
They
Stillion's
haven't.
kept them out the key very well.
Only Matsiela is getting inside the paint. No one
Yeah.
else. Everyone else is settling. Don't ever take what the defense gives you.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Go inside. Impose your will. Come on, man. You have the ball. You're in control. That's what you're supposed to do, you know? And right now, Michael Mount is playing like they're on the back foot. You know, they're being hesitant.
They're still
being
fear of
reluctant.
failure. They're still holding
The
very
fear.
strong,
They-
but fear of failure.
Exactly. And you look at Swart. When Swart gets the ball at the top of the key, he's no longer in the triple threat position looking to score, to assert himself. He's now holding the ball, looking to pass. And that's not the Swart we saw in the first and second quarter. He was looking to let that ball fly. He was pumping his chest. He was leading his team. That's the Swart they need.
Look, I think it's going to be interesting. Motsiela and Mapipele for Wandile Mapipele and Kwesi Motsiela for Michael Mount have been absolutely superb. I don't think the scoreline shows their effort whatsoever. Particularly for St. Stithians, though, we are proud of, it must be said, Gumbo. Giles have yet to impress me yet so far. But Gumbo, number 13, Isaac shooting in the first quarter, spectacular. And Tabani doing absolutely superb. And the captain, Wananangwa Nyasulu for St. Stithians, has been superb.
Gumbo and Giles have showed up to play. They are locked in, and you can see from the first shots that they've both taken has been money.
Agreed. There's been some subs. Maposa comes on wearing number 11 and number 15, which is Riley Bremer. So number 11 goes to Bremer, goes to Tabani. Back to Bremer, back to Maposa. Number 16's Dube, goes to Gumbo. Gumbo drives out, looks big, finds Bremer. Bremer finds Maposa. Michael Mount holding them out. Tabani's probably going to change that. He finds Maposa. Maposa calling it. Gumbo has space, goes down to Dube. Dube find Maposa. Maposa fakes it back to Dube. Dube Maposa down to Bremer. Bad pass. Lucky to walk away with it. Tabani back to Bremer. And then Gumbo finally with a big three, but no 3 points in it. Wasn't a bad shot. It was in and out. Look at Motsiela's aggression up the field, up the court. It's a nice 43-point effort from Bester. Goes back to Mapipela. Looking for Motsiela. Fakes it. He drives to the big Tabani. He's stuck in the corner now. Fleetwood fluffs it. Oh, they're walking away with it, and too much of a foot. Timeout called by Michael Mount. So Dubrovka thinking they need to talk again after halftime.
Timeout by Michael Mount. She's realizing now that they don't have, I would say strategically, they don't have, which is the St. Stithians, they don't have an offensive solution for the zone that they're playing, because they're just passing the ball. It's moving around like a windshield wiper, like I mentioned. Then the guys are passing the ball. They're looking for a three-point shot, which plays to Michael Mount's advantage, because if they take the long shot, they get the long rebound and fast break. But Michael Mount is not being aggressive. They need to be aggressive offensively and defensively. Guys need to step in. It can't just be Motsiela being aggressive. The whole team, Swak needs to come to play. Mapapiela needs to come in and play. So guys need to just be in the moment. You know, Saturday afternoon, high school basketball. This is why you play.
Push
this is
hard
why you
and
enjoy.
push well.
Put your heart in it. If you lose, you're going home. You know, I think coach needs to remind them that. Come on, guys. We don't have.
Do you want to be here?
Yeah, we're not guaranteed another game. We only guaranteed another game if we win.
Yeah.
And we win by leaving it all out there. Be the team that we know with your hearts in your sleeve, you know? Every play counts. Like we mentioned at halftime, Michael Mount seems to be playing every other possession. They're taking plays off. And on the other hand, St. Stithians is coming out strong, playing hard, being competitive, challenging every shot up, every rebound. They're contesting everything. So they are present and want to win this game.
Remember, St. Stithians 28-16 at the moment, feeling the comfortable enough to change up their team to try and mix something out. Tabani now at the top of the key. But what's going to be the approach? Look at that. Motsiela boxing him out. Doesn't keep it in, though, but completely boxing him out.
Motsiela not only busy offensively, but defensively, getting their best player, saying, listen, you need to, if you're going to win this, you got to earn it through me. So that timeout was called for a man-to-man switch, which Michael Mount is now playing, and which St. Stithians now just exposed by dumping the ball down to Gumbo.
Yeah, so maybe the zone would have been a better...
The zone was better, but you can't play zone when time is also against you.
Yeah,
so
fair.
you need to be the aggressor on the man-to-man offense and allow them to actually be more
and make
active,
a mistake.
More active and make a mistake.
Bester drives past Bremer. He's got the space. He goes up high to beat the big, tall Gumbo. He does beat the player, but doesn't get the basket. Michael Mount's just not converting in my eyes. That's what's costing.
A play like that, you are hoping and shooting. Game like this, you need to aim and fire. Make sure you get your basket. Shoot with intent.
You need to have high hit rates when you're pulling the trigger. Dube throwing it to Tabani. Tabani driving against Fleetwood. Drives one, drives two, and he converts.
This man-to-man offense or defense by Michael Mount is playing into the hands of Michael Mount. They're just now going inside in the paint, noticing it, and just dominating you.
Yeah, Sinstinian's currently on the front foot at the moment. Does draw a foul again on number 11 from Sinstinians. That's Maposa taking a foul there. So Michael Mount will have to start. Giles coming in for Bremer. I think they're getting a bit of a fright, Sinstinians, though. They're feeling comfortable at 32-16. It's the last quarter. I think Michael Mount have left too much of a mountain to climb, and I think it's because they haven't converted. Their hit rates are too low percentage-wise.
See, what I mentioned earlier is that a game like this, you can't eat an elephant in one bite.
Yeah.
You know, they need to be present every possession, every play. Chop down, you know, offense, defense,
Swart
offense.
goes up, still no points. Yeah, I completely agree with you, Takani. It's you couldn't have said it better. It's now they're trying to go too hard at too much of a big portion instead of just working away at it.
And the whole team needs to be a team effort. It can't just be Mapaela on offense. Defensively, it's the whole team. Offensively, it needs to be the whole team as well.
It definitely seems at the moment that Michael Mount only have 2 or 3 players stepping up to the field today. And it is definitely Mapipela, Motsielo, Swart's trying very hard, Fleetwood's trying very hard, Best is trying his best. Robertson, I think, when he lost his breath earlier, when he wore the one shoulder and got the wind knocked out of him, he hasn't been on back since. So clearly Dubravka not happy with him.
Dubravka, I think, coach is not happy with one thing. She's coaching, but the guys need to up their effort level right now. The effort level is on 6, 7. We needed it at 8 to 9. This is the quarterfinals, you know? Show up.
I tend to agree with you because at the moment Mapipele takes a breather and now Keegan Robertson comes back on. This is a very clean-cut Michael Mount side that we've seen before. It's about the ball in the basket, though.
Ball in the basket. See, they've gone back to the zone and they got to stop immediately.
That's all. Take the shot, Ethan Fleetwood. You're there. Why not take the shot?
And that play right there, I think, describes Michael Mount today.
They're not
tentative, they're not aggressive, they're not taking advantage of the opportunities they have.
They don't want points.
That by the captain shows us the mode and the temperament.
I think he maybe felt that he was maybe a bit behind the basket because he was very deep on the baseline there. So Gumbo, now he's got space. Gives it to Tabani. Tabani drives. Gives it to Giles. Giles has all the room in the world. He should be sinking that. That's an easy shot. Swart brings the ball up. Best is open. He doesn't release it. Draws one, draws two. Gets bounced out. No whistle. Swart getting very frustrated at the moment.
And I mean, it should have been a foul, but he was also not in control.
Yeah.
You know? So the refs looked at that as well. Are you in control? If you're in control, we'll award you the foul. So try to for those watching at home, players, try and maintain control at all time.
It's number 2 for Michael Mount. Number 2 is Karibu Papau. He's going up against the big Gumbo man. That's tough to mark there. Number 6, Tabani goes up, draws the foul, sinks 2. Silly mistakes here by Malcolm Mount. I think this game's done, unfortunately.
Game is done. Ball went to Gumbo, to Giles, to Tabani to score. Why? They're moving the ball. You attack the zone by attacking the middle, inside, out, and back inside again. The guys are moving. They know what they're doing. Like we said, we saw them beginning of the game. They were locked in. They have a game plan. Like we mentioned, Adam, whoever executes the best and consistently will have the desired result.
And I think Nyasulu said it very well in his interview before the game that they've changed up their game for Michael Mount. Because the only way I could really phrase it is I don't think Michael Mount did much wrong.
Yeah, no.
They played good basketball.
They did.
Their conversion was terrible. Let's be honest. They had a terrible conversion rate, and they're not. I mean, for them to score. Oh!
Whoa.
And Tabani comes in hot.
And that's how you put a nail in the coffin right there. That's how you assert your dominance on the team and say, hey, listen,
that's
be ready.
Attitude now.
Because now look at St. Stephen's energy. They're up, they're ready, everyone's defensively ready. So he just gave his team his second air.
Mutsiela tries to back with a 3. He does exactly that, 6 3-points.
And Mutsiela read the rhythm right there. That's how you shut the team up, that's how you shut the crowd out, and that's how you say, guys, we're still in this. You know, there's a minute 20 seconds left. He's not giving up at all. He's playing till the end.
That's good heart on him. Tabani goes. Gumbo's got a chance now. He wants to dunk, but now pushing too hard when he's not the scenario there. And he draws a foul. So Michael Mount's possession. What I was saying before Tabani's dunk is a big sub out for Michael Mount. I think they're giving some of their youngsters a run at the moment. 36-19, a minute and a half. I think they realize this now.
Indeed. I think St. Stithians is doing a statement game right now. They know they've won the game, but they're preparing for the next game. They're not taking their foot off the accelerator, foot on the metal. They want to go until the end. We're playing and seeing this game through because why? We want to play through with this intensity to the finals.
For me, though, like I was saying before Tabani stamped his authority with that dunk, is the way Michael Mount played today, which really killed me, was the fact that they didn't play bad basketball in my mind, but they did not convert. They are a better side than scoring 19 buckets.
True.
They are a better side than that.
True. But St. Stithians did mention that they have a game plan, they stuck to it, they executed it, and you can see that unraveled Michael Mount a little bit.
So maybe Coach Roland Vipes read the room right and he had the plan all the way.
Yeah, correct.
So a bit disappointing here. Well, obviously not if you're a St. Stithians fan. St. Stithians will be more than happy with this outlook. They'll be progressing through to the semi-final. They will be over the moon, to be frank. Actually, a solid victory, 36-19. They're all the way through comfortability. St. Stithians through to the final here at the St. John's Basketball Tournament. 36-19. Sakani, fair reflection of the game, you think?
Fair reflection of the game. There's that one game where Fleetwood, with one possession, where Fleetwood had the ball under the rim and he wasn't aggressive. So Michael Mount seemed to take every other play off. It's reflective in the score, it's reflective in the play, it's reflective in the result.
And even when they had an approach, they didn't have enough, you know what I mean?
Aggression, tenacity. Michael Mount will not himself today. St. Stithians, though, stuck to their game plan, came in hard, kept the intensity at a level, and just kept executing. They were the aggressor. Offensively and defensively, they dictated the tempo of the game.
And St. Stithians' big players stepped up really well today, particularly Nyasula. Giles, I think, still let me down a little bit as a player today. He didn't do what he was supposed to. The shooting of Isaac was particularly good. Gumbo, number 12, absolutely superb. For me, it's between Gumbo and Tabani today.
I'd say Gumbo and Tabani, you're right. Can't we give it to them both?
If not, why not?
Yeah, if not, why not? But both guys were locked in. You know what I like from the St. Stithians bench, not bench, but the whole team? The whole team was locked in. It was a team effort. They all executed.
Yeah.
They all played their roles. They all shot the open shot, or made the extra pass, which was nice to see.
Which, if we go back to the Ananda game, St. Stithians almost had the problem of only trying to score through two instead of allowing it to happen naturally and so on and so on.
True.
But that's it. There's not much more to say, is there, about this game, Sakani? It's a bit disappointing. St. Stithians over the moon, I'm sure.
I'm sure. Disappointing for Michael Mount. Great day for St.
I'm a little disappointed. I thought it would be a lot tighter.
I'm disappointed. But hey, so that's why we played. That's the game of basketball.
No, fair enough. And all credit to St. Stithians doing really, really well. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. The second quarterfinal coming your way between the host St. John's and Maripula High School. So, Sakani, it's been an absolute pleasure. You have a wonderful day further, sir.
Adam, thank you. It's always a pleasure.
There you go. My name is Adam Zawada. You are listening to School Sports Live. Don't go anywhere. Some more basketball coming your way. Seamless, bro.
In transition. Get back on here. Uses his body well, and that's great. Connects on long range. Good. Attacking the rim through the contact. Gets it to go, and that was a strong contest.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to School Sports Live, the St. John's Basketball Tournament happening at Wits Old Mutual Sports Hall. It's actually happening over a few venues over Wits. So many games being done. We're here at the second quarter-final of the under-19s as St. John's, the host school, and Mariapule High School coming down all the way from Botswana. Let's see what they can do. So much still happening. And of course, it's still an overcast day here in Johannesburg at the moment. Only 14 degrees. Not warm whatsoever. So, of course, we're going to have to see what we can do there. And my co-commentator joining me. How are you today, sir?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you doing, Adam?
No stress, no stress. Doing well. What do you think of today's game? Where do you think it's going to go? Where do you think the guys from Bots have been? Because, I mean, obviously both teams have done well to get into the quarterfinals itself.
Yeah, no. So I think St. John's is sitting in a very good position. Basically, lost one game to St. Albans. St. Albans seems to be St. John's voodoo team. From what I understand from the coach, they've basically been losing to St. Albans throughout the year. Nice close games, but it seems like his guys just can't get over the wall. But he's got a very solid team. You know, there's really no star player that you find within the St. John's team. Maruapula, second time here, they've got a 3-2 record. Lost to, funny enough, to the next quarterfinal finalists that are coming through. Great team, great coach, but I think in this case, I like St. John's.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at the rosters, both sides seem fairly balanced size-wise at the moment, which is rather impressive, especially St. John's. Like you said, there's no stand-out all-stars, but a very well-rounded side. And Maripules have got some tall, lanky men in that side. We can definitely look at some exciting basketball.
Yeah, no, Maruapula. I think number 18, Moteo, he sizes himself up as a somewhat of a shot blocker. From a defensive perspective, I don't necessarily see Maruapula having the greatest defensive discipline. I do like the effort that they put in. You know, sometimes effort can take you quite far, but if you have a very disciplined offensive side that is quite dynamic, you do need to have a little bit more discipline.
No, that's definitely very good to see. I mean, what is going to be the approach in what way, and what's going to be these two separate sides? St. John's will be in white, apologies, and Maripule will be in blue. Both of these sides, I feel, will have very different approaches, and that, I feel, is going to be very different approaches, and that's going to be very important. Apologies.
Yeah, no, we're in for a brilliant game today.
So, sitting next to me, Labaka Sekobela, and of course myself, Adam Zawada. Follow live and follow us where you need to follow us. Tell your friends, tell your family, the place to be for good under-19, if not the best. And you can engage with us on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter. So, get involved, tell your friends, tell your family. If you have any questions or anything you'd like to add, please feel free to say it, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. We're about to kick things off here. Lebaka, what do you think?
I am going St. John's all the way. These boys look like I'm looking at these boys tapping their bench on the other side. They look like they're in this game. Maruapula a little bit more reserved, a little bit calmer. I'm not sure.
Maybe that's because they're calm before the approaching storm.
Yeah, maybe. You know, the interesting part is that as I was chatting to the coach, he mentioned to me that his entire team is, well, I guess 8 out of the 9 players on his team are 16 years and under. And you know,
is this Marapula?
Yeah, it's Maruapula, and that is done quite intentionally. You know, Maruapula is a Botswana team. And
So we have the St. John's first team on your screen now with Kilborn, Setole, Renwick, Malgas, Omand, Anagu, and you've got Tomas, you've got Dumba, Graham, Bongwe, Balam, and Siso all coming in there. So this is going to be a game. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry, Labaka. And of course, we got the Marapula. We'll definitely want to hear about that only being 16 and younger. Because then what are they feeding these boys up in Botswana if they're 16 years and younger?
Listen here, he shocked me when he told me. What I asked him was, how many players are 16 years old? How many players are around 18? And he's like, all of them are 16 years old. I was pretty surprised. I'm not sure.
Feed them well up there, huh?
Yeah. No, I think they're living off the land. Yeah.
Number 10 for St. John's, that's Anagu going for the big tip-off there. And 21 for Marapula, which I don't have on my team list.
21 being Moeng, Hugo Moeng.
Yeah, Moeng.
All right, as we wait for the tip-off. Tip-off is won by St. John's. As always, I think we've seen, this is the first time I actually see a man defense this entire weekend. So Maruapula adopting a man defense.
They keep that out. St. John's not having much of an impact there. The impact or the intensity hasn't been very high at the moment. Marapula taking their time, playing in blue. They're spreading it around the key. Remember, there isn't a shot clock at the moment. Lakoma, number 13, keeps it in over the halfway line. Make sure, almost a mistake there. Goes to number 13, Lakoma, at bottom of the key. Puts it into number 12. That's in Signal. That's Daniel.
St. John's adopting a 2-3 zone defense on that side. St. John's on the attack. Ooh.
The big man, number 10 for St. John's, making no mistake. That's Anagu. Draws the foul and puts two points in anyway. Huh?
Oh, no, that's a nice end-one basket there by Anagu. I love the St. John's ball movement.
So Anagu, after scoring 2 points, is going to have to see what he can do. The shooting from the line has been superb all day. Anagu only gets the one. Good rebound by St. John's. Decides to go up. Doesn't win it. That's number 13 for St. John's. That's Graham. Graham did well to walk away with that. Did again. Not in it. Marupalo walk away with a rebound. Now they've got a bit of chance to counter. Lakoma comes up. Lakoma, number 13, with the white in his hair, is the captain of Marupalu. If you also look at the difference, if you take the moment, look how absolutely packed St. John's bench is.
Yeah, no, St. John's, Maruapula basically only has 9 players and they've got some injuries on their side. St. John's has got a full bench.
You allowed that many players, though. It's getting rather upset. There's not even spare chairs.
Yeah, no, I think some of them are staff. They form part of the St. John's staff.
No, I figured as much. Not all of them would be players. So Lakoma, clearly the ball carrier for Marupule.
Maruapula still can't figure out the St. John's zone defense. I think it's going to take them a little bit of time to figure out how to penetrate that 2-3 zone.
I think they need to have fear of failure. They need to drive. They mustn't be afraid to drive. St. John's is playing with some high energy currently at the moment, though. You can see big high fives, big chest bumps. It's only been 2 points in about 3 minutes of basketball. I feel this might be, no one's found a rhythm yet, Labaka.
Yeah, I feel like maybe St. John's got a little bit of a rhythm on their side. With Maruapula, what St. John's trying to do to them is that they're trying to get them to actually shoot the ball. Because in a 2-3 zone, what happens is that you've literally clogged up the basket. So the drive becomes slightly difficult. Putting the ball inside becomes slightly difficult. So they need to then try and open that up by actually taking the spots on the sides and taking shots.
St. John's immediately shows a bit of aggression with a big 3, trying to build up a bit of a point lead. That was number 7 taking the shot, Renwick. A foul is given, so it will still be St. John's ball on that baseline. Marupula really showing some aggression here at the moment as well. Big zone D, following their players big. St. John's, that's a big 10, goes up. That's a big 10 points for Anuga. Clearly looks like Anuga's going to try to be a big point scorer for them.
Anuga came to play. Anuga came to play.
So a lot of focus will be focused on Anuga from St. John's. That's 13, Lakoma, the ball carrier for Marapula. He's been playing very well, seeing a lot of the ball at the moment. Number... Marapula goes up. That was a throw and hope from number 21. That's Mueng. Mueng just throwing that up there. Again, Lakoma, ball carrying. There's a quick break for Mueng. He's under pressure, but he puts it away, and Marapula get on the board. 4-2.
Yeah, and I think maybe this will help settle them a little bit. This is probably the best way that they will be looking at scoring baskets in the time being until they figure out how to penetrate that zone defense.
Sloppy mistake from St. John's.
Yeah, Renwick has been quite active on the St. John's side, between the number 13 and number 10 on St. John's side.
Well, Renwick's in 7, and number 13, of course, is Graham. He's the one who made that fumble to lose possession.
Oh, my apologies, yes.
No, it's all good. Number 78 for the Marapula Eagles. It's going to be quite tough to give you Marapule numbers because some of the players are not holding the same numbers. That's number 1, that's Muteba. So Muteba there drives, throws it back out. Apologies, that's some number 18, Mateo.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because their number 1 looks like a 7 on that.
Yeah, Lakoma having time to take that shot. He doesn't get it away though.
And a beautiful rebound there by number 10 from St. John's.
That would be Inagu. Inagu's being very dominant for St. John's at the moment, spreading the key to number 7. That will be Renwick. Renwick getting involved to number 14. That will be Bongwe. Bongwe throws it to 8. That's Malgas. 6, sorry, not 8. That's Sitole. Sitole takes it to the top of the key. Remember, there's no shot clock, so you can take your time. Slower basketball.
I appreciate Sitole trying to calm everybody down, trying to set up the play again.
Renwick to Graham. 3 seconds in the key by Graham, and so turnover ball to Marapula.
Yes.
You were saying Sitole.
Yes. So the coach commented that he's small in stature, but he's big in heart. Number 6, Sitole.
Number 14 for Marapula. Hugo Moeng. Magana, apologies, that's Magana. Number 12, Nisao. Daniel drives hard, doesn't come away with it. St. John's loses possession in the key. St. John's needs to be patient here.
Yeah, no. And they need to be a little bit more efficient with the fast breaks.
Goes to number 12 for Maripula. Onagu mops it up. Not a great shot there by number 12.
Yeah, so the fast breaks come off missed shots by the other team, and what we're seeing right now is that Maripula is missing quite a lot of shots. So if St. John's finds those opportunities for fast breaks, they need to take advantage of them.
A lot of open space for Renwick, but that gets battered by the big number 78.
As I was saying, as Samausu, he likens himself as a great shot blocker, and he just showed us there why.
Oh, 18, not 78. The digits on their shirt are very weird, huh?
Yeah, no. So their ones look like 7s.
Understood, but Swan is a funny place. Timeout's been called 4-2. I understand what you mean with Mateo Samusa now deciding, he's going to get involved. Make sure to block those shots. He did very well there too.
No, he did. They had a game yesterday against St. Stithians, and as you saw in the earlier game, St. Stithians got some big boys that are high flyers, and he went up with one of them.
Decided, no, this is my house.
This is my house. Unfortunately, it was a foul, but it was beautiful. It was beautiful to see, especially in high school basketball. The athleticism that was displayed by displayed by these boys is, they show that there's a great future for basketball in this country.
Look, Maripula's shot efficiency there on the board, you can see it at the moment. Maripula only sinking 17% of theirs, while St. John's have sunk 40. So that also shows with a 4-2, it's early. It's still the first quarter, ladies and gentlemen. Still a lot of basketball to be played in this quarterfinal.
Yeah.
That goes from Renwick to Graham. Maripula mops it up. That's Mateo again, holding possession, throws it out wide. Maripalo need to make their mind. He drives it back out.
And then we have Mutebe with the ball.
Mutebe.
Back to Magana.
Yes.
And Magana misses the shot with the Renwick taking the rebound off the shot. So Sitole controlling the game once again.
Graham not under pressure at the moment. Throws it back to Anago. Anago, the big man, gets blocked but brings the foul.
Yeah, so what we've seen, Anago has really, he knows how to draw the fouls. Between Anago and Graham, the cuts that they make, the cuts are very precise, they're educated, they understand the time to actually make their cuts, and their teammates are finding them. So for right now, the two most active players that we're seeing on the court.
Anago makes sure and doesn't make a mistake whatsoever, sinks his first one. It's under the first minute of the first quarter. Scores 5-2. Does Anago pull the trigger for 6-2? Nope. So there is a rebound for Marapule.
Which St. John's manages to get the ball back. This is good. What you need to do here is you need to be able to win your own defensive rebounds and also win on the offensive glass.
Goes out to number 14, Bongwe, throws a decent shot in, no one to mop it up, so defensive rebound for Marapule. Big pressure, plays it through, no whistle blows, he drives under. That's some great individual skill there by number 21. And that's Hugo Moeng. Moeng doesn't get the basket though. Bongwe comes right back up. 2 points.
Beautiful spin there. Beautiful spin by St. John's. That looked like a carry by Moeng there, but I think that
first quarter down, Lubaka 7-2 to St. John's. Marapule is lacking tempo at the moment. St. John's dominating the current tempo, which I guess is to be predicted because they know they had to come out hard here and not play many games. Marapule, maybe they're tired after a long weekend. They've got less players. They know they're lacking legs or injuries, but Marapule seriously lacking with a bit of intensity at the moment.
Yeah, no. So I like the intensity on the defensive side, the Marapule on the defensive side. Although St. John's is very, very disciplined with their offensive plays. Which has made it difficult for Marapule to stop them. On the offensive side, Marapule really is struggling. In the last minute or so, they've tried to come back with some individual play, but individual play can only carry you so far. They need to make sure that they get the team effort correct, and they need to get the right place in place.
I tend to agree. I think St. John's needs to remain patient, not push their luck too hard. And if they stay firm, they'll be fine. As long as they stay firm and keep their conversions going through, they'll be okay. So, not sure what the approach will be from St. John's at the moment. They're leading at the moment 7-2. That's only 5 points. A quick flurry of points could change that very quickly, though. So, what is the approach going to be?
So I think that Marapule needs to make sure that they.
I think they need to drive more.
They do, but they need to create more fast breaks for themselves as it stands right now. And that's a beautiful drive, as you're saying, Adam. They need a drive. There's a nice drive and dish there by Marapule. The St.
21, that will be Moeng who put that away.
Yeah. Oh,
bad pass from St. John's. That's 13. Graham misses his player completely. He was looking for the space though, but Marapule, when they do score baskets, they are sheer moments of beauty. They are really well-crafted points.
Yeah, and you hope that we can see a little bit more of that from Marapule, because that is what's going to get them into this game. They seem to be getting a little bit more comfortable now. Oh,
tries to draw the foul, doesn't come right. That's number 12.
By number
Daniel.
12.
Daniel struggled. I think he tried to pull the foul off, didn't get away with it.
Yeah, and Nsingo has a tendency to have these type of moments where he doesn't read the defense as well as he should. You'd hope that he gets a little bit better as the game goes along. As we see a turnover there by Marapule.
Well, number 6, Sitole is carrying the ball up currently for St. John's. Like you mentioned earlier, not the tallest man around, but he does play hard. He's a big ball carrier. Nuga now throwing it to Graham. Graham to Renwick. Renwick drives. A lot of men in there. He found some space, and it's a good basket by Renwick. He found a lot of space there by Marapule. They led him into open space.
Great drive by Renwick. Beautiful drive by Renwick. Marapule needs to attempt... maybe that's not what they need to be attempting right now. They need to be attempting more drives, a dish inside.
Well, they're finding some space in the key. That's exactly why they go up. Nothing in it just yet. Sitole brings it up for St. John's, throws it through, finds Graham. Graham's got space. He went too deep. That should be a defensive foul. Traveling. Graham went too hard in. He went too deep. He needed, as he picked that ball up, he needed to go up. He couldn't come up short there.
Still love Graham's drives. He is doing very well on there. He's very aggressive on the offensive side.
Maripule gaining some good ground there. It's a big drive by number 14.
By number 14, Lewis Maganga.
Lewis Magana getting that. He's drawing the foul. Did well because he went against two big men who seemed very planted down.
Yeah,
drawing the foul well.
Apologies, Adam. I think that's Lewis Maganga.
Magana.
Yeah.
Here we go. The score 19-4 at the moment, halfway through the second quarter. This has been a very slow, calm game at the moment. Both sides calm and collected. Not much intensity. Not
Free
great
throws
shooting from
are
Maripule.
not as free as as they're meant to be.
Anuge did well to get that rebound. He's been quiet offensively in the second quarter, though.
Yeah, but I think now it's time for Graham to take over. So between him and Graham, I like this.
It's a
the
big
scoring
fake by Setole. Goes up for the two, pulls the trigger. No points in it. Number 14 now. Just Bongwe gives it back to Setole. I tend to agree what you said there, Labaka, about how Graham needs to step up. Stolen by Maripule. Setole recovers.
So there we go. Nice drive there by Dermis on St. John's side. Fast break by Moeng. Oh, Moeng just missed an easy layup over there.
That can't be happening for Maripula, and they know that that's not a plan for them.
Yeah, and I say easy layup. It was a little bit. He made it a little bit difficult. Oh, Agango once again goes on that aggressive drive.
Draws the foul.
And I think that's literally just been the story of the day on the St. John side. Is every time that Agano has a ball, he seems to be drawing fouls and going to the stripe.
No, Nago's been doing well getting in the paint, as Mr. Tsakani would say. So at the moment, St. John's calm, leading by 5, only 4 minutes, halfway through the second quarter. St. John's, I agree they must be patient, but they still need to put those baskets away, just like that. Anugu, I don't think Anugu has missed a single free throw.
Yeah, no, he's doing very well at the free throw line, especially given that every time he drives to the basket, he draws a foul. He just needs to make sure when he goes to the stripe, and once again, he made both free throws.
St. John's take a 7-point lead against the team from Botswana. Maripula have been looking very good in the middle of the field, but they've been struggling they've been struggling defensively and offensively. When they're throwing the ball up, they're sort of throwing and hoping. There's no real intent behind it. Setole finds Anuge with space.
Again.
Draws another foul from Anuge.
Yeah, no. I think this is gonna be the story of the game. Anagu at the free throw line. He's basically carrying on from what he was doing in the first quarter. Oh, unfortunately, it looks like timeout that's been taken there by St. John's. Not sure why St. John's would want to take a timeout, especially when they have this game under control.
There were a few substitutions coming in from St. John's, so they might be completely planning from zone to D or from man-on-man, so they might completely mix and match it up at the moment. 11-4. Now, just to remind you that Onuge is on the free throw line with 2 shots on the board, so we'll take it from there. But currently, Maripule lacking a bit of intensity at the moment. It doesn't seem like one of the most exciting games ever, but it has been very technically sound from St. John's. It must be given to them.
Yeah, no, St. John's is doing well. They came out of the gates blazing. Maripula, as you mentioned, Adam, they've been struggling. Their second quarter looks slightly better than their first quarter, but that's not saying much. They do need to get together and show a little bit more discipline. They've driven to the basket a couple of times. They've had some decent looks, but those looks have been few and far in between. So it's St. John's ball. It looks like it was actually a side ball and not free throws by Anagu. Oh, nice inbound.
Number 11 to Graham. That's Termoy to Graham. Graham doesn't get the shot off. Anuge finds the space. No basket, though.
That's an offensive foul there by Anagu.
He's got to be careful of trying to use his size too much, because then it's just actual bullying and he's going to get blown for that.
Yeah, no. To be honest, I didn't see much in that, but you're right. The size difference kind of Oh, beautiful play there by Graham.
Made sure his feet were planted and drew the foul. This is some good play currently by St. John's. It must be said, St. John's technical ability at the moment is superb.
Yeah.
They are playing a great technical basketball.
Yeah, and Graham there made one beautiful basket before he was just substituted. Oh, unfortunately, the new substitute that just came in, Temoe, commits a very unnecessary offensive foul there.
It's still only 11-4, so let's not forget the fact that Marapule, with a quick flurry of baskets, could change this game up.
Yeah,
but they haven't looked in position to do that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, when they keep taking shots like that, you know,
throwing and hoping.
Yeah, it's all about the hope. But I do like the defensive intensity.
The boom mic wearing a bit of a ball bout over there.
Yeah. And you'd hope that they turn some of these turnovers into, okay. So, as I said, I like the defensive intensity.
I like that intensity, but 21, Mueng, he's not letting Anagu come at him hot at whatsoever.
Yeah, but they do need to watch out for these fouls, especially given that they don't have much of a bench. Maruapula only having nine players in this game. Oh, unfortunately.
Temoes, after a bit of a scuffle under the key, they find number 16 from St. John's.
Number 16 goes up again for a shot, and unfortunately, he's missed that shot. And Maruapula, okay. Maruapula going to the free throw line.
He was clever though. He drove before St. John's could place themselves in the key.
Yeah.
Drawing the defensive foul, allowing them to cut this deficit down to what, maybe 5 points if they sink these two.
Well, let's hope he actually makes them, because I'm not even sure if Maruapula has made a free throw yet. Mutebe at the free throw line.
Their conversion has not been great at the moment.
Yeah. Okay.
Misses the rim, hits the backboard. This is what we were talking about earlier. St. John's have been more clinical. I don't think this is going to be the highest scoring game we've seen quarterfinal.
And that looked a whole lot better. He put some legs into that shot. Unfortunately, he front rimmed that.
Oh, you've got the time in the world. Goes up for 3. Number 4 for St. John's. Banks
beautiful shot.
Beautifully. This is what I like to see from St. John's, that even if Marapule are being slow and maybe not pushing them, or maybe the not most challenging quarterfinal, St. John's is still going, you know what, we're still going to play our game, we're still going to play well, we're still going to push. Because now it's half-time. 14-4 to St. John's.
Yeah, no, so they've taken a quick time out there, Maruapula, because they can see that this is going to this game is running away from them. I mean, that was a beautiful basket on the St. John's side with the number 11. With the number 11 Termas providing a beautiful assist there to the St. John's number 4. Unfortunately, I don't have number 4 on our score sheet, but you know, that was a nice looking shot there. There was a nice follow through. Nothing but net on the St. John's side.
It was a great shot as well. Really, really powerful shot.
Yeah.
But we are at half-time, Labaka. St. John's 14-4. Here's some great stats. 2-point shots. So, Marapula have scored 2 of 12. St. John's 4 of 19. So, you know, it's not the best stats either. But the fact that St. John's threw up 19 of them means that they scored 4 of them. 3-point shots, St. John's just sunk 1 out of 2 attempts. That's a 50-50 rate. We can't hate them on that. Yeah. And then 0 from 3. But the free throws, that's the main point right now.
That's the main thing. And that's where the difference has been in this particular game, is that when St. John's goes to the free throw line, they've been able to convert 60% of their free throws. And as I said earlier, Maruapula has not converted any of their free throws. Interestingly enough, it looks like they've had the same number of free throws for both teams.
So the fouls have been balanced.
Yeah. So I was under the impression that Anagu has been creating a number of fouls on that side. If we look at the total fouls, Maruapula has 7 fouls versus 5 from the St. John side, but Maruapula can't afford to to keep picking up fouls.
And Those stats are brought to you by iSports Analyst. The statistics also supplied by the analyst. Capture code, analyze feedback. So, without this information, because it actually shows us what is going on in the greater setup of the game, and we have to thank them for providing us with those stats. I mean, the more stats you get, the better, I always say, because it just gives you a more all-round understanding of what is happening within the basketball game.
Yeah, no, the stats tell a
Even
story.
life.
They tell you a story about the game, right? Sometimes, you can use the eye test, but it's also good to be able to verify the things that you are seeing with the stats that's being provided.
Yeah, currently Marapule taking their time coming back from halftime. They've still got 15 seconds. If anything, this shows St. John's intensity because they're going to go on the attack now because they've got possession after halftime. They've got one at the halfway line, one infield, and 3 men at the byline. At the baseline, they are going to attack hard with 3 men. Marapule making their way in. 14-4, a reminder there. And St. John's takes us off.
A beautiful setup. So they have a forward low play coming up.
Big screen by number 16. Throws it out to number 4. Threw in earlier 3. Is he hot? This one rebounds. Anuge works hard on the rebound. But St. John's do walk away with it. Just not Anuge. Goes right across the key. Under pressure. St. John's big drive by Tremo. He releases out. Right idea. Big block by number 12.
Tremo has got great vision there.
Yeah, very good eyes now. St. John's stolen half court. All the time in the world. Fakes it. He drives.
Beautiful.
Right idea. Needs to finish. Anuge, great rebound and covers the point. That was good foot basketball.
Yeah, no, that was a great basketball by St. John's. You can see that St. John's came out of the half knowing exactly what they wanted to do. Maruapule once again, it feels like they're throwing out quite a lot of prayers, and St. John's is bailing them out.
Well, what I'm liking is that St. John's is keeping up the intensity. Because if I was a coach of St. John's right now and it was a low-intensity quarterfinal, I would be so worried that my semi-final is ruined by not enough challenge in the quarters.
Which is exactly why he is treating this game like any other game, because he is preparing. He is basically saying, guys, as much as there might not be competition in this game, we have to play like this is our last game, and which it could potentially be.
Well, it's been day 3 of the tournament. It's a long weekend. Maybe that's telling a bit on Marapule. A small bench, some injuries you mentioned. They haven't really made many subs at the moment. Marapule on a quick break. Can they convert? Individual brilliance, letting them down. That's the captain, Lukuma. He's got to do better than that.
Yeah, unfortunately, the rim the rim just did not allow for that basket. It was a nice drive. Basket was in and out. And St. John's, once again, very disciplined in what they do.
It's a big effort by Tremois. Doesn't walk away with anything, though. It's nice to see that the St. John's coach is allowing maybe some of their other players that wouldn't get as much court time out onto the middle. They're feeling comfortable at 16-4. Marapule takes a 3, doesn't walk away with it. It allows St. John's players to come into the fold and not lose big dips when you lose players to varsity or to the next stage of their lives.
Exactly. So he is bleeding in some of the future of St. John's into these games.
And they're playing well.
And they're playing very well, and it gives them the confidence, the confidence for the next round. But what it also does, when you're dealing with tournaments, is these things. The tournaments take a toll on players, so it allows him to rest some of his better players. Graham making his way back into the game. Subbing in for number 16.
So, score currently 16-14 to St. John's. We're about 3 minutes into the third quarter. Marapula haven't scored. They've scored 2 baskets in 3 quarters, and that is not what their coach wants to see. It is about that cleanliness to finish.
That was almost a 3-second violation there.
St. John's takes possession, drives it up the court. Tremoa, the main ball handler for them at the moment, taking point guard duties on.
Tremoa has been doing very well at the point guard. His vision has been fantastic.
Graham drives too far under the basket. He pulls it back in. Marapula can maybe counter. Some skills by the captain, Lukoma. Lukoma needs to release. It's 2 individual. He finds one. He needs to go somewhere else. Marapula drives. There's an attacking foul, though.
Yeah.
And so they should get some. It wasn't a shot, so it will just be possession.
Yeah, side ball for Maruapula. I have to commend the St. John's coach on that side. Okay, Maruapula, drive by number 12 for Maruapula. And once again,
His knee's tweaking. He pulled up a little funny and in single.
yeah, I appreciate your number. In single from. Okay, there's a turnover by St. John's. As I was saying, I appreciate Nsingo from Maruapula trying to be a little bit more aggressive and looking for, for driving lanes. But unfortunately, I'm not sure that he's got the necessary vision as he's driving, because he's always looking for his shot, and that's very predictable.
Anuga, big man, runs it forward, jumps, and he's going to dunk it all the way through. And it shows he has the time, he has the energy, he had the space. Maripula caught sleeping, throwing a very dangerous cross-key pass, and it showed. And so Anuga said, you know what, thank you, I'll take it, and I'll add insult to injury. You can't take Anuga with
once again,
another steal. You can't take him with a pinch of salt, but a shot of penicillin, because he'll make you regret any mistakes you make.
Yeah, no, that great steal.
Maripule throwing and hoping, still haven't scored. Bad pass by St. John's. They're going to have to focus up here. Kilborn in number 5. It's a big pull by Lakoma. Lakoma doing too much at the moment. Now there's space. Maripule are beautiful till the first 3 quarters and then struggle in the key. Too much done. Individual effort. Still no basket. They can't confirm.
Another rebound by Anagu.
Kilborn, number 5 for St. John's, walking up slowly.
Anagu calling for that substitution.
I think he's played since the beginning.
Yeah, it's a very well-deserved substitution. He's taken one break, but yeah, he has been probably the most active player on this court, and it's a well-deserved rest for that young man.
And that brings on number 14, Bongwe. And of course, he gets quite a bit of a clap, Anagwe, not just from his teammates, but also the fans appreciating some of his dunking antics, that is. So St. John still in a scoreable opportunity here, and that is exactly what they do. 20-4.
Yeah.
Maripula trailing currently in the 3rd quarter. Labaka, what do we think here, huh?
Bongwe walks right in, and he decides to carry on where his teammate left off. Okay.
Maripula showing some life, coming in, and a nice easy layup for number 12. And that is Nsingo.
Nsingo finally gets that basket that he has been looking for. Probably the most aggressive player on Maruapula's team.
Roster showing intent, agreed.
Yeah.
St. John spreading it to Kilborn. Kilborn taking control of his side. Where is he going to go? As the man with the ball, he needs to go decide where it's going. He throws it to number 8. 8 brings it to Bongwe. Bongwe has the time. He goes up for 2. Bit too much flight to it. Maripule walk away with it, and they'll walk away with a foul. So, easy possession for Maripule.
I appreciate the patience from St. John's. I appreciate the patience. Even though they didn't make a basket, but you have to love the patience. Maruapula now still trying to see if they can. Unfortunately, they do not seem to be able to penetrate St. John's. They can't move the post players for St. John's.
I think Maripule have been struggling with their drives. They haven't been cutting where they need to, and so St. John's have been cutting them out easily. Their conversion rate alone has been a large issue. St. John's goes up, fakes it to Graham. Graham goes back out to Bongwe. Bongwe throws it to 4 to Kilburn. Kilburn's got space. He drives beautifully. That gets defended well, though. Now they've got a 2-on-1. Easy basket, easy layup, height advantage. Maripule, finally, a bit of good basic basketball coming through. And it showed immediately in the ease of what that basket sang.
Yeah, no, thank goodness Mueng made that particular basket. Maruapula really needed. They're 12 points down, but unfortunately the time is running away from them.
Well, I mean, there's only 10 seconds left in the 3rd quarter, 20-8. St. John's do have possession. It's not going to be stop-start, so they won't be able to do much with it. They do throw it up. No time on the board, and the buzzer's going to go. So, 3 quarters down, Labaka, 20-8. Maripule, I think they look like defeated men, not just in this game where their heads are down. I think they're tired. It's just been a long tour for Maripule at the moment, the boys from Botswana.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a way back for Maruapula in this particular game. But having said that, you can be.
We've been surprised by more.
Yeah. You can throw up a prayer and a hope from a 3-point line, and it could completely turn the game around. Highly unexpected, but I wouldn't be shocked. So St. John's needs to just continue doing what they've been doing the entire game.
Well, one thing I would be a little worried about is St. John's is fine. It hasn't been a very intensive game, right?
Yeah.
Now they go into the semi-finals. I've mentioned this earlier, but they've only scored 20 points. Is 20 points a winning score? It is maybe against Marapule,
Well,
but is it a winning score for a normal semi-final or
Not
a
in a
semi or a
semi-final.
final?
Not in a semi-final. You cannot win with
So they
with 20
need to
points.
look at their scoring opportunities. And guys,
And-
if we're struggling to score against this, well, how are we going to do
How are we
when
gonna score?
Marapule are not stepping up very well?
Yeah, not a very true, Adam. It will be a difficult semi-final for them if they continue to convert at this rate.
But this has been a bit, if you look at your screen, a bit of the swan song of Marapule. They get here, and then they seem to struggle. They can't drive, they can't get loose. Then there's pressure. St. John's moving very well off the ball. Then they throw and hope. And of course, the shot isn't there, the conversion isn't there.
Yeah,
Marapule has struggling driving abilities at the moment. They cannot get through the three-point line to attack the hoop.
Yeah, I mean, if you're throwing air balls from the three-point line, especially when you're wide open at the three-point, we start to question whether you are actually a three-point shooter. So from the looks of it, Marapule doesn't necessarily have any three-point shooters, which is making this game even more difficult for them because they can't open up those lanes by being a threat at the three-point line. As it stands, I mean, at the timeouts that are happening, I appreciate that the St. John's coach is still drawing up plays. He's still trying to get his players to remain disciplined in what they're meant to be doing. And it's very difficult in a game like this, a game where you basically have it under the bag. Players tend to be a little bit more relaxed. They tend to then want to do their own thing.
Well, the head coach of St. John's called a timeout almost only 2.5 minutes into the last quarter. I think he saw something about how Marapule was setting up that he wanted to change and tweak with his side to either score more, because you cannot allow yourself to get lazy, to sit back, to take your foot off the drag, and that's what happens. And Anuge back on the court for the quarter and immediately impacts. That started with him in the back of the
I
baseline.
love me some Anagu. Anagu has been my favorite player in this game.
No, he's definitely our man of the match today, the way he's been playing for St. John's. He has been absolutely dominating.
Yeah,
not just his presence on the court, but also more than that, how he's been stepping with the way he's been playing, what he's been doing with points and everything.
Yeah. Oh, Marapule driving and a foul on number 12. So number 12, who's been the most active player on the Marapule side, eventually going to the free throw line. Let's hope he's able to convert both these free throws, because his team really needs them.
No, definitely some free throws. Again, more points missed by Marapule.
Yeah, Marapule has not made a free throw the entire day. They have wasted their chances at the free throw line. And fast break by St. John's. Unfortunately, number 14 Bongwe could not catch that ball, and he's tended over to Marapule.
He had to hustle hard to get there, though. A lot of pressure to actually even just get to that ball. But of course, Bongwe has been working hard.
Yeah, since Bongwe has come in, I mean, Bongwe literally made the first basket on his first touch, and he has been quite aggressive since he's walked onto this court.
So Marapule again at the top of the key. What do they do with it? They're shifting it wide. They're bringing it back. No, they carry on wide. It's so much pressure. They try and go across the key. No one's there. Number 5. Oh, no, that's number 9. It's Omont from St. John struggling to bring it down. The swan song of Marapule. They cannot get into the key.
No, unfortunately not. Now, and the coach has now called another timeout. I'm not sure what he's drawing up on the board for them, because whatever he's drawing up on the board is not translating onto the court. The players don't seem to be executing what the coach is trying to tell them. Not sure if the moment is too big for them, or they've never seen a 2-3 zone defense before. But as I've been saying throughout this match, a zone defense is very difficult to break if you cannot hit the 3-point shot. A 2-3 zone defense, you need to be able to hit your shots, to be able to pull out the 3 that are at the bottom of the basket, so that it can open up the driving lanes for you.
Well, there's only 5.5 minutes left of this quarter final now, and it definitely does seem all the way through and through St. John's right here. I think St. John's, it's the second quarter final of the day. I think St. John's owns it, but they have to ask themselves, are we scoring enough buckets?
They're definitely not scoring enough buckets.
Because 22 points at the moment, and I wouldn't be surprised if a large portion of that is Anugwe.
I'm pretty sure that Anagu has got most of those. Between Anagu and Graham, they probably have a bulk of the teams.
Renwick threw in a nice 3. Bongwe scored 1 or 2 buckets as well, but Graham and Anagu have definitely been the powerhouses, and that's a great one by Renwick.
That's a beautiful jumper.
But remember, we mustn't also take away that St. John's did play some other players, giving some court time and so on. Now they probably play better side, main of their players.
Yeah.
There's Anagu, Graham, Renwick, Bongwe, these are all big players for them.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, the St. John's coach is doing very well in terms of his substitution.
Keep them fresh. There's still a lot of basketball.
There's still a lot of basketball to play. He's looking at the competition that he has, he's up against at the moment, and he was able to play some of his younger players. But even the way he brought them in was great. Anagu grabbing another rebound. St. John's on a fast break.
Again, though, Maripula does not put ball into basket. I can't even fault their build-up play from the baseline to the key because it's been smooth, it's been superb. Some of their defenses needed work. Anagu and Graham have been able to pierce it a little easily sometimes. Renwick trying to steal there, doesn't come right. Look how easily they just come up to the three-quarter line. They're 3/4 of the field. Now they spread it beautifully. Now they can drive. Goes up for a shot. Nothing in it. It's in the three-point line that Maripule have really struggled.
Yeah, and Maripule allows St. John's to set up their defense. When you're having difficulty penetrating a defense that is that disciplined, why do you still then give them an opportunity to set it up to try and play your half-court game?
If
when
you're not going to sink three-pointers. There's a bit of aggression and going up early, and it
fantastic.
resulted in points, just like you said.
Yeah, Moeng being quite aggressive there, and he was able to convert.
It is the weirdest thing, though, because when Maripule have sunk baskets, they have made it look so easy. But, it's so easy, but only happens so rarely. It's where...
Unfortunately, they need a little bit more consistency to be able to have been competitive in this game.
Renwick goes up for a big 3. He pulled the trigger, didn't come right. That wasn't a bad effort. Now Maripule come up, and St. John's having time to set up again.
Yeah. But we need to remind our viewers that...
Now, it's always going to be a bad pass. That's always going to be intercepted across the key like that, you were saying.
And a three-point shot by Maruapula, unfortunately missed, and that's a turnover by number 12 on the Maruapula side. As I was saying, Nzingo turning over that particular ball because he couldn't corral the rebound. But we need to remember that Maruapula is a team that is full of 16-year-olds. If you look at the other teams, most of them have got 18-year-old players on their side, so a little bit older players. They will grow into this game. This is a great learning experience for Maruapula.
But them making their way to the quarterfinals, they clearly had to beat out good teams to get here. I think maybe they've just turned off. Maybe it's been a long tour. Something seems afoot, amiss for Maripule at the moment.
Yeah,
something doesn't seem right.
Yeah, no, I mean there could be a number of things. We will commend them on reaching this area.
Anagu going for the flare. That should have been an easy layup.
Yeah.
It was a great play through the key. There's all the time in the world for 6. Sitole.
Sitole grabs that.
Not his best shot ever. Bongwe gives it to Sitole. Sitole back to Bongwe. Anagu went way too much for the flare there. He wanted to dunk instead of just getting the layup and the points.
And he did everything well until the very, very last play.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
The cut was beautiful. All he could have just done was just lay up that ball, and it would have been.
It wasn't need to be dunked.
Yeah.
Or maybe if he had more consistently hit that dunk, then yes.
Yeah, if he had converted that dunk, it would have brought the house down. But I think at this moment they just need to put points on the points on the board. Unfortunately, Anagu could not hold on to that particular ball, so it's a turnover to Maruapula.
2-point shots, 9 of 38 and 5 of 26 So one could argue that St. John's percentages are just as bad as Maripula's, but they've thrown more of them. I mean, 9 from 38 is not great. I mean, we were watching some of the earlier games earlier, and their shooting was absolutely superb, even at the under 15 level. And you're not going to win quarters and semis if you don't get the ball in the basket. Maripula is showing some life. That will turn it to 6 out of 27. Now St. John's showing some speed, and that to me is the big difference here.
Yeah, I mean, St. John's has taken.
That's good basketball, good eyes, good passing.
Beautiful play by St. John's.
That will take them 10 out of 39 though.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, if we're looking at that, that's probably sitting at about close to a 25%. It is around 25%.
You're not going to win finals with that, unfortunately. You need to go a bit more at it. Tries to draw the foul, loses possession. There's only about 10 seconds left on the clock. St. John's maybe doing a last grasp effort. Sitole throws it out to Tremar. He's got the pleasure. He should have shot. He gets it off the buzzer and misses it though. So that's game, ladies and gentlemen. St. John's wins it 26-12. You can hear the home crowd finally. The thing is, I think they were pretty quiet because this was not one of the most exciting games ever. Maripule played well, but it's about conversions. This was not a high hit percentage rate game for me.
Yeah, no, not the greatest game, but a lot of things to take away from this thing. A lot of positives, some negatives that you can take away. St. John's needs to appreciate the fact that they showed a lot more discipline on the defensive side. They were able to hold Maruapula to 12 points, but unfortunately they then need to look at their offensive struggles as well. So as much as they were able to find some of the penetrations and some of the lanes, they could not convert.
Yeah, so that end score 26-12, St. John's versus Maripule. These stats being useful now. Look at those conversion rates, not high enough whatsoever. But St. John's threw more free throws, three free throws and 3-pointers, and more 2-pointers, and just sunk more of them to have more points. I mean, it sounds silly, but more shots, more buckets, more points, more winning games.
More winning games. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at the 2-point shots. St. John's only scored 10 baskets versus Maruapula scoring 6 baskets. The difference there has really been the free throws. And that's basically how St. John's won the game.
Yeah, and of course these statistics are supplied by the analysts and iSports analysts, and of course it is very, very useful for us to get a round image of that. My name is Adam Zawada. I'm going to take a quick breather. Labaka, you're coming back though, aren't you?
I am coming back for the third quarterfinal game, and let's hope this is as exciting as the first quarterfinal game, and unlike the...
I'm sure it will be. I hope you thoroughly enjoy it. And of course, it's been an absolute pleasure. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. And Labaka, you'll be right back too.
Yes, I will be right back. My name is Labaka Skhovela, and I'll see you in a few.
Bye for now.
in transition. Get that out of here. Uses his body well, and that's great. Connects on long range. Good. Attacking the rim through the contact. Gets it to go, and that was a strong contest.
And welcome back to the 2020 St. John's tournament. This is the third quarterfinal of the day between St. David's Maris Inanda and JP Boys High School. We've watched two great quarterfinals. Well, the first one better than the second one, and we're hoping that the third one will be a much better affair than what we just previously saw.
I like games like this one. It's the second one, right, for the under 18. So these games, Coach Elvis and the coach on JP Boys is Andile. He's going to be very aggressive. It's win or go home time. If you don't win, you're going home. So these guys need to figure out what they want to do, and you don't have that much time because it's running time. Everything is on. Every play counts. So I want to see which games is going to follow the game plan. So we've got Mube, Fihile, Munuing, Pacheng, Paranyetwa, Nkosi, Maseku, Agu, Kimani, Kelly, Hank, Reed, and that is the St. David's, another team for 2020, taking on the JP Boys. So I'm actually interested to see what strategy both these coaches are going to have.
Yeah.
Then we have for JP.
So just look at the JP Boys. We've got Swart, we've got Nagbara, we've got Alibai, Heyman, Tuma, Maibube, Boyniski, Rocha, Chibalalanga, Ramashia, Kearney, and Dinty. Okay, as we wait for these for the JP Boys to step on the court.
So the theme of the day has been who shows up first, who has the most urgency, and who executes the best. So if you have your game plan and you execute it to the T, you should win. But remember, it's all about intensity in these games. Can you match the other team's intensity? If you do that, then you should be able to stay in the game. If you don't, you'll get left behind.
Yeah. So Tsakane, who do you like in this quarterfinal?
It's been a day, like I say, it's been a day of surprises. Everyone, look at both teams. Physically, they both look evenly matched. Are they going to go the inside-out game? Are they going to look to press? Are they going to play fast? Like I say, who's got the strategy? So I'm going to say in this situation, I'm going to go with Coach Andile Hlope, which means I'm going to go with lean towards the Jeppe side of things. And yourself?
I think I would also follow suit with the JP Boys. I know Andile knows how to get his boys very well prepared, and I like his number 8 player. And as St. David's wins the jump ball, shot, beautiful end one by St. David's number 15.
You see, you can see already not St. David's. St. David's is going inside. He's trying to assert himself inside and say, hey, listen, we're not here to play. We're going to get an and one, and you guys are going to deal with our powerhouse down low.
Yeah, so Kimani, number 15, misses the free throw, and JP Boys gets that rebound, and unfortunately, they were careless with the ball, and they turn it over. St. David's needs to do a better job. My apologies. The JP Boys needs to actually do a better job of keeping that ball. Kimani attacks the basket once again. So Kimani looks like he's going to be the danger man there for St. David's as he gets another basket there, with St. David's leading the score 4-0. JP Boys showing some patience on the offensive side, trying to find their big man inside. He goes up, and unfortunately he cannot make that particular basket. St. David's on a fast break. And another basket converted by St. David's number 9 there.
Perenyetwa seems to be just setting the tone for this team. Like he's like, listen, no, that's Pangela. Pangela is just setting the tone for St. David's.
And unfortunately, once again, JP Boys turns over the ball. And okay, and we then have. Okay, so it's St. David's ball. St. David's looks like they are looking at running this ball. It's their intention that they will run this team, the JP Boys team, to the ground. While JP is taking a little bit longer to get into this game. And unfortunately, St. David's is all over them, with JP Boys turning over the ball once again. Kimani trying to find a basket, unfortunately gets blocked by number 6 from JP Boys.
Come on, you don't need that kind of play from St. David's. You've set the tone. You don't need silly fouls. They're playing a man-to-man defense. You can see every guy is locked in. Jeppy with the ball, swings to left, 3-point. No one from Jeppy is being aggressive. They're just running the play right now with no intentions of scoring. No one's looking at the rim. Great shot. Rebound. Oh, foul by Jeppy. Foul on St. David's.
Okay, so that was Buyinski got from JP Boys getting fouled by the St. David's player. And we have our first timeout of the day.
Timeout, JP Boys. Lebaka, what's surprising you in this? Why do you think JP came out the gate slow?
I am very shocked that an Andy Letrope team would come out of the game slow, but I would never actually write them off. I think the boys are just nervous because of the stage of the tournament.
You're right. It's anxiety, quarterfinals. You need to be anxious. Come in ready to play, and the longer it takes you to wake up, the more far behind you become points-wise. And as we can see right now, St. David's 6, Jeppe 0. They're slowly waking up. Hopefully, this timeout serves as a coffee boost. To put some energy into the boys and say, hey, coach says, listen, boys, let's get out there, let's play, let's execute. We have a game plan. We don't have time for you to slowly wake up and ease into the game. And then on the side of St. David's, those guys look ready. They look locked in. I mean, even the team chant, look at team Coach Elvis. Team chant, everyone is there. It's in unison. They're in sync. So it's a great place to be if you're St. David's. You don't chase anything, but what you do instead is you increase the tempo and allow Jeppe to continue falling on their back foot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not changing my prediction of this particular game. I do believe that the St. David's guys, the Jeppe boys will get back into this game. They are really trying to run some sets, and St. David's is just not giving them that opportunity. So let's see what changes Coach Kloppe has put in place. And unfortunately, Buyinski misses another bucket, and St. David's goes on the run and gun.
Pangela with the shot. I mean, look at that right there. That play right there just lets you know that Jeppe is not all locked in. I mean, that's a simple play. Every possession counts. You haven't scored yet. Ooh, great shot by St. David's right there. They're in rhythm. That's a three-pointer. They're in rhythm. They're feeling themselves, and they slowly, with every possession, getting more confident. 6.
And St. David's, Jeppe continues to go inside, and finally they manage to get themselves to the free throw line. And we have Kalama going to the free throw line.
Kalama, I like him. He asserts himself on the post. He's ready. He's sturdy. His teammates find him. And I'd say St. David's needs to be very careful because this is the second time Jeppe goes to the free throw line. And if they're able to convert, that is how they would actually sneak into this game. But they need to be careful that if they continue to foul and be that aggressive, they won't have their bigs down low to protect them.
Yeah. Jeppe finally getting on the scoreboard through that free throw by Kalama.
St. David's moving the ball around. Kimani with the ball, the shot. Kelly with a shot, converts. I mean, they're just ever present in the paint. They're asserting themselves onto Jeppe, and that's just how you want to see it come out in the first quarter. Very strong.
Oh, and then there we have Buyinski.
Buyinski with the ball again, trying to assert himself on the post. He needs to start converting those because his teammates are finding him.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he's had some. Beautiful play by that now, by
Fibila. It's just the man to find himself. He's made a 3, now he's just in rhythm.
And you see him flexing there.
Yeah, now we have Rocha with the ball with Polinsky. That's what he needs to do. They find him. That is 1 out of 3 possessions that he scored in the paint. His team needs him to show up a little bit more. St. David's not even wasting time, going down the floor, attacking the rim hard.
So JP is going to continue going to Buyinski because he should actually be making most of the buckets for St. David's. Sorry, for JP. Up until the point that Coach Elvis on the St. David's side makes some adjustments to stop him. He should be converting on every single possession that he gets.
We have a 10-point game. JP 3, St. David's 13. We're still in the first quarter with 2 minutes to go.
Back to Buyinski again, attacking the bucket. Oh, dropping it down for Kalama. Very nice bucket. Very nice.
And that's how you find your rhythm. They've gone to them twice. They're finding their rhythm. And if I'm St. David's, like I said, Coach Elvis is calling a timeout. Why? Because they're slowly getting that confidence of playing in the game. St. David's needed to up the momentum, up the pace. But now, Jeppe has now met them halfway and says, hey, this is how you guys are playing. We're going to meet you. That's where we go. That's a 3-pointer. And by Fabila, and he's just feeling himself. He's in stride. He's setting the tone for his team. And then we have number 6. Not Fabila. That's number 14, Kelly. He's just that strong force, letting everyone know. Then Fabila again with the drive.
The and strong man drive.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, flexing after that drive.
Flexing, letting them know, hey, we're confident, we're getting there. And that's the kind of confidence your team needs. That's the flex you need. Then we have that great pass to a teammate there without people double teaming you. And he's just going in and finding a way.
And that is a bucket that forced Coach Elvis to actually call that timeout because he's seeing what we're seeing up here. That Coach Andile has decided that he wants to get his big men into the game and dominate through his big men up until Coach Elvis makes an adjustment for his big men. And I think as we're watching the two coaches coaching their teams right now, I think Coach Elvis is trying to make those adjustments.
This game is still in reach. You know what has worked throughout the day is the first team to press catches the other team off guard, and that normally happens in the second quarter.
Yeah.
If I'm any one of these coaches right now, just to offset, if I'm Jeppe, I would then just start a press. So Jeppe's like 29%, and then St. David's is 60% right now. You know, they're shooting very well for a team to be in charge, and that's how you need to capitalize on every shot taken. Yeah, you know, at a 60%.
Yeah, no. So St. David's has been very, very efficient so far in this game. 60% is very high, especially for a high school game. And that is how they have 60% efficiencies because they keep going down to their big man, Kimani, and Kimani has done well down low. Either he converts or he gets himself fouled, and this time he's managed to go to the free throw line. So let's watch his conversion at the free throw line. And unfortunately, he misses the first free throw. Hopefully that's kind of given him some level of rhythm for the second free throw. And there we go. So he's converted 1 of 2 from the free throw line.
No.
JP boys aggressively attacking, and they get rewarded with a foul for.
And that is the fastest pace that JP has come down the court. As
exactly.
You can see, they're getting rhythm, they're getting urgency. As you can hear, Coach Andy Lethlope, he's just yelling. He's in his guys' ear, and he's like, guys, come on, we need to get back into this game. We don't want to start the second quarter on the back foot.
Let's see if they can earn their points off the free throw line.
No.
Unfortunately.
I think both teams struggling from the free throw line. You know, I think every player, no one has made 2 in a row. Everyone's at 50% currently.
And we keep up that 50% trend as Iwa makes his second free throw. Oh, Fibila attempting to beat the shot clock. Just missing a 3-pointer there. And that is the end of the first quarter with St. David's leading 14-6. JP boys took a little bit of time to adjust to this game. They seem to now be in this game. In the last couple of minutes, they've shown to be a little bit more aggressive, forcing the the St. David's boys coach to actually call a timeout to make some adjustments. And now as we look at the stat sheet, as we mentioned, St. David's actually doing quite well on their 2-point shots.
50% from 2-point shots, and then they currently 100%. I think that number should change because they shot one right now. But they also 50% from 3-point shots. But like we said, the sharpest efficiency there at 60% when we spoke. They are efficient in their shots. They're not taking the shots that the defense is giving to them. They're taking the shots that they practice in the game.
Yeah.
So if you are Jeppe, you need to up the pace because St. David's at that efficiency is going to blow you out the gym. So you want to up the pace that will allow them to not play in their comfort zone. Because right now everything is happening at the pace in which they practice, which they play.
Yeah.
Everyone's in their comfort zone.
Yeah.
So as you continue to pick up the pace as Jeppe, I suggest you put more pressure on St. David's. And if you're St. David's, I suggest you start figuring out a plan because now Jeppe has scored a couple of points. They've gotten in rhythm.
And Jeppe needs to learn how to stop the fast break, of St. David's, because St. David's has made some conversions off the fast break. They catch them a little bit off guard, so they need to be a little bit more aware of that. As Jeppe runs through their first set, and we now have a turnover by Jeppe's number
number 9, Pangela. Whatever is from the other team, Pangela is on the St. David's team. We have Fabila with a shot, fadeaway shot, drive. He is feeling himself. He got rhythm.
Here to play.
They need someone to contain that young man because if he continues at this rate, he's had 7 points a quarter, and now he should be on 9 points. Fabila again with the interception and the steal. Brings the ball up, looking to see who's going to distribute to, but he's in rhythm.
Beautiful little floater, unfortunately couldn't go in. And now we have Jeppe on the attack. Oh, beautiful end one by Rocha from Jeppe High School. This is what Jeppe needs to do. They need to also pick up the pace. This is exactly what you were saying, Takani, that they need to pick up their pace a little bit more, go on the attack, and they can then actually catch St. David's a little bit unaware. And Rocha able to convert his free throw. Looks like Jeppe manages to turn over the ball as they have then changed up their defense to do a little bit more on. Unfortunately,
strong
Jeppe
post move right there, and that's exactly what you want to see. Look at that. Jeppe has changed the pace up. They're on a full court press or full court man to man to make St. David speed up the pressure. But Fabila is the man in rhythm, in the moment, enjoying himself.
Fabila in the house.
Fabila is not in the house. He owns the house currently. You know, from outside, from inside. But Jeppe on the offensive. Let's see what they can do.
Okay, and now we have another fast break by St. David's.
See?
Oh, that looked like a walk.
St. David's is a little, Jeppe is a little too tentative right now with their passes. They're not playing like they're down. St. David's is up. They have urgency, they lose urgency. But Jeppe has its moments. They're playing like they're down, then they're up, they're in the game. So they're not focused. They just need to find that consistent flow which will allow them to stay into the game and actually hopefully keep up with Jeppe.
Oh,
as you can see there.
That was almost a steal by St. David's number 9, Pangela.
The passes from Jeppe are really concerning me. Everything is slow, everything is lethargic. It needs to be fast bullet passes to the chest, hit the guy on his numbers.
And very, very predictable. And as you can see, it seems like Coach Andile has changed up a little bit of his offensive set to accommodate the players on the court as his big man is sitting on the bench.
Yes. Great on-the-ball defense by St. David's. That was a team effort right there. Not one guy let this man go by. They all helped each other out and made sure that they got a team stop. And that's what you want to see. Team effort, team stop, and that's how you play the game.
Yeah, no, and that was a very, very tough foul by the Jeppe boys. It was a foul that came out of frustration. It shows that St. David's is doing some very good things on the defensive side where they were able to frustrate the players on the Jeppe side. That foul basically came from Chibalalanga on Jeppe's side. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what JP will need to do or what Coach Andile will really need to say to these boys for them to be able to turn this thing around. Because St. David's came to play. One of the things that they also need to be able to do on that side, and by they meaning JP, is they need to figure out how to stop Fibila. Fibila has really been on point this entire game. I was about to say this entire quarter. He's been on point this entire game.
I'd say he's got a hot spot. Hot spot is on the left side of the court, 45-degree angle. I'd say if you're a coach, Andile, keep him away from that side. Even if he's bringing the ball up as a point guard, force him to the other side of the court, because he haven't shown us that he can prove that he can shoot from there or he can attack. So that's just a small strategy that I would use if I was Coach Andile, to give Fabila, the man with the ball right now, bringing it up, some discomfort on the floor. As you can see, he gravitates towards that side because that's his hot side.
And even when he fakes to the right, he always wants to go back to his left side. So that's very sound strategy there coming from you, Tsakani.
I love Kelly right now. He's very aggressive, shoots the shot, and follows his shot. But what he must do is once the other team gets the ball, don't reach. You know, you've missed the shot, rush back on defense. If you reach, you're giving them a foul, and now you also got a chance of going to the bench.
Looks like St. David's is adopting a full court press there. Generally, the full court press comes because they don't believe that JP has ball handlers. Oh, beautiful pass by number 13 from JP Mpempe to allow Kearney to hit a. In fact, my apologies, Kalama to hit the nice 2-point shot there.
So we have Pangela with the ball to Fabila, to his hot spots. His teammates are looking for him. Long rebound, long shot. JP with the ball, nice drive, aggressive, staying very aggressive. That is Rocha, very calm, very calculating, jumping between the guys, trying to slice between them and get the ball. But he got the foul there, and let's see. He should be able to convert because that will give his team a cut into the lead, because this is what they need right now. They need to be able to cut into this lead from the free throw line if they can't score.
Rocha seems to have a nice stroke about him. He is 100% right now from the free throw. It was almost a commentator's curse there, but he remains at 100% as he's 2 for 2 at the free throw line. Rocha makes all of his free throws and helping JP claw back on the scoreboard. So as it stands right now, they're 5 points down, so not bad. They haven't played at their best so far, but they're not completely out of this game. St. David's bringing up the ball. Nkosi giving Kimani the ball. Kimani on the attack once again. Kimani is fouled, and he's going back to the free throw line. Kimani needs to convert his free throws. I think the last time he was at the free throw line, he was 1 for 2. So let's hope that he's able to convert both free throws. Unfortunately, Kimani unable to convert the first free throw.
St. David's has been on a scoring drought for I think the last 3 minutes, because they've been on 18. And that breaks that drought, hopefully.
Yeah, once again, Kimani goes 1 for 2.
Yeah, you don't want a team to gain confidence while you're not scoring, because that's a very bad sign.
Yeah. Oh, that is probably something. It's some sort of foul that happened there, unfortunately.
I'll say it's a strong take. It was all fair play. Nothing was malicious. Nothing was done. And, he should have made that basket.
He should have made that particular basket. Okay, we have St. David's on the offensive side, trying to run a play there for their big men. Yeah. Able to get the ball inside to their big man there, Reed. And Reed is able to convert that 2-pointer. Rocha with the ball for JP Boys. Kalama with a strong
take.
And one.
See, I'm liking, JP needs to realize that when they get the ball and they score within the first 7 seconds of that transition, before St. David's defense is set, they have a pretty good chance of scoring, because once the defense is set, they get good shots, but they're not converting.
Yeah.
So they need to start play that fast tempo basketball to allow them to actually get into this game, because now it's a 6-point game. Get into this game and secure a lead, because if they keep waiting for them to settle their defense, they find it harder to score.
Yeah, and that tandem between Kalama and Rocha has really worked for Jeppe in this quarter.
Yes. You see, and they cannot do that. You cannot have fouls like that because what? It stops the game. The time runs out. It's running time because we're playing 4 quarters of 8 minutes each, and the time is running. And in the last quarter, if it stops in the last 2 minutes, it's only because the team is still within reach and it's not a 20-point lead.
Jeppe is very, very careless with the ball. They had a beautiful steal, but unfortunately they were quite careless with the ball and have turned it over. St. David's unfortunately St. David's has also turned over the ball.
I mean, both teams are anxious, both teams are nervous. There's a lot on the line, but that means you still need to stay and execute, because execution is what will get you the win at the end of the day.
Yeah, okay, so now we're now at halftime, and the halftime score is St. David's 21 with Jeppe Boys 15. Jeppe Boys have made a strong run in this second quarter to claw back on the scoreboard. I think Coach Kloppe should be quite happy with how his team has performed in the second quarter. They still have a turnover problem. They need to resolve their turnover problem. And as we look at the stats,
see, interesting to see, Jeppe hasn't even attempted a 3-point shot, while St. David's has gone 1 for 4, and free throws 2 for 5. Most teams, like I said, they're all sitting around 50%-ish. Shot efficiency, Jeppe Boys is at 33, St. David's at 44. Steals, St. David's 3, Jeppe Boys 6. Total fouls, St. David's is fouling a little too much, 9-6. You know, it's an aggressive game. You want to see that.
Yeah, and these stats are
brought to you by iSports.
Yeah,
iSports Analytics. You know, thank you for providing us with the stats, because that gives us, as Quinton would say, the actual factuals. It paints the picture with the numbers. You know, stats don't lie. It shows you where you can improve on the game, where you're slacking on the game, because it's been a fairly competitive game, and by competitive I mean both teams are losing focus. They're not consistent. They're letting up. They're letting each other into the game. No one is completely dominating the game. I would say that second quarter goes to Jeppe Boys only because they showed us effort. They came up. They finally woke up. The first quarter belonged to St. David's. They were playing. They came out hard. They came out ready. But they lost the effort and momentum as the game goes. So the second half will be dictated to whichever team has the most effort. What strategies would you employ if you're Coach Kloppe?
If I'm looking at Coach Kloppe, so right now Coach Kloppe has found some rhythm between Rocha and Kalama, and there's some beautiful interplay that happens between those two players. I would bring back Pozinski, because I believe that Coach Kloppe pulled out Pozinski because he was just not converting. But he is probably going to be their biggest threat between him and Kalama. If they're able to then find a little bit of rhythm and nice interplay between those two players, I would continue to go inside, go back to the free throw line, and see if we can convert. If you look at Jeppe Boys has done very well at the free throw line versus what St. David's has done, but St. David's has gone to the free throw lines a little bit more. And for me, if I'm Coach Kloppe, that's potentially what I would look at doing. On the defensive side, as Tsakani, as you initially mentioned, they need to be able to take away Fibila's comfort zone. Mm-hmm. They need to be able to take that away from him. And I think once you take that away from him, it becomes slightly difficult for St. David's, to find that rhythm.
Jeppe Boys got into this game by increasing the pace, increasing the tempo, scoring within the first 7 seconds, going inside between Roche and Kalama, and that's what you need to do. On the St. David's side, if you're Coach Elvis, you do up the tempo. Why? Because when the tempo was up, Jeppe Boys could not keep up. You know, your boys became too complacent. They need to wake up and just remember, the winner here goes through to the semis. The loser goes home.
Yep. I mean, no one wants to be playing a consolation games in a tournament. As we start with the second half, with St. David's attacking the way that they started the game. And there we have Kelly putting back a bucket. Strong rebound and a bucket by Kelly there. And a poor shot by Jeppe Boys. We have Kearney taking a very, very ill-advised shot. St. David's once again on the attack with Kimani. And a beautiful take by Kimani. This is probably the first drive that we've seen from Kimani all the way from the perimeter.
They were slow and meticulous. And now we have Roch going in And that's what I say. That's the first 7 seconds. When they go in the first 7 seconds, they either get a basket, a foul, or they get a very good high percentage shot. And if they don't do that, they then lose their shape, they lose their form, you know, and coach has to work out instructions from the side in order for Jeppe boys to execute.
Yeah, and at the free throw line we have Chimbalalanga. Okay, Jeppe continues to convert their free throws, which is keeping them in this game. And unfortunately, the young man was unable to complete the second one.
And the good news, it's now a 9-point game for Jeppe boys. You know, they've cut the lead. It used to be in double digits. Now it's a 9-point game. You chip away at it slowly. Defense needs to start your offense. And that's the theme that Jeppe boys needs to do. Get a stop, go on the other side, get a bucket. Get a stop, get a bucket. You see?
Jeppe boys unfortunately unable to convert on that side. Another fast break by the St. David's boys. St. David's is not allowing Jeppe to settle on their defense. As soon as they grab the rebound, they're off to the races.
And that's how you keep Jeppe on the back foot, you know? Keep the pressure going.
And a walk.
Traveling call by the referee right there. You know, anxious feet. You know, he had good intentions. Just very slow, bad execution right there, you know, on that travel.
Unfortunately, Mwenge couldn't set his feet. Now we have Jeppe on the attack, trying to find a weak spot in the St. David's defense. St. David's not letting up. Great drive by Jeppe's Chimbalalanga. And once again, young man goes to the free throw line. Jeppe looks like they are going to make a living at the free throw line. But if you're going to go to the free throw line, you need to convert. And unfortunately, he does not convert the first one. So everyone needs to understand that the free throw line, if you convert both, you get 2 points. Right? But unfortunately, as we're seeing now, most of the players seem to be going to a free throw line converting one. But you cannot be exchanging a bucket, which gives you 2 points or 3 points, for one made free throw, which gives you 1 point. You're not going to get back into the game if that's what you continue to do.
Not at all. And you have to be very meticulous with your passes, which they have not been this whole game, Jeppe boys. And we have Fabila with a strong take. Great transition offense shown there by St. David's. And Fabila continuing to just score and scorch up Jeppe boys.
Oh, finally, Kearney makes that 3-point shot that he's been looking for. This is a shot that I think should turn things around for Jeppe. Let's hope it gives them a little bit more confidence. And Fabila trying to respond, but to no avail. Jeppe boys with the rebound, and now they have the ball on the offensive side, going inside to their big man, Buzinski. And unfortunately, Buzinski is unable to convert.
It's been a long week, you know, and he's been earning and working very hard, and everyone knows his moves, so he needs to be a little bit paced with his moves. All big men should be, you know?
Yeah. Kimani showing Buzinski how it should be done.
Showing him 2 different tempos. He went fast at him, but finished off slow. So give a guy something different. Don't let him get too used to your pace of attacking.
Rocha giving the ball up to Buzinski. Oh,
you see?
Beautiful fake.
Like he did there. He saw that St. David's has got a defense for him. So he went in strong, stopped, pump faked, got the guy in the air, got the foul, which is good because that was on Kimani.
That was on Kimani.
That was on Kimani. So you want Kimani to accumulate as many fouls as possible and then convert just like that on the free throw line.
And Buzinski converts both free throws. Hopefully that gives him a little bit more confidence.
Kelly with securing the ball right there, passing to his teammate. And you want to see St. David's show a little bit more composure here, you know? Kelly has the ball.
Oh, no, that's a terrible shot.
You know?
Like
I said, they need to show composure because right now they've got the lead. They need St. David's to come to them. They don't need to play at a pace that allows St. David's to come back into the game.
Rocha has calmed down this Jeppe boys team. and he's done well to just control the tempo on that side. Oh,
And that is a great isolation play there. They drew a 2 execution, and that's how you finish it, going straight to the rim without even hesitating. And that's how you keep your team in the game.
yeah, Chibalalanga with 2 nice drives, and Fubila once again trying to respond to that, and unfortunately he misses that basket.
Fabila with the right intention right there. He wants to get his team back into it, but he needs to do it at a rate where he gets everyone else involved. Because right now, when he got his shots early on, his teammates were finding him. You know, so right now he's being the aggressor. I agree, but he needs to find his teammates because everyone is looking at him as the scorer right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it feels like every time JP makes a bucket, he just immediately wants to respond.
Yes.
Right. And I agree with you, Takane, that it's fine for him to look at responding, but respond through
In that way that it does on the screen right there, in
Exactly.
the rhythm of the game right there, with your teammates' help. You know, play the game in the structure of your teammates. Don't step outside the team spirit or the team culture, because that's when you allow the other team, you allow Jeppe to get back into the game. You know,
Yeah.
and that's Kimani right there, just ever present under the rims, finding a way to get it done.
And JP Boys, Chimbalalanga with that strong drive to the basket, bringing
Yeah.
JP within 5 points.
It's the third quarter. It's a 5-point game. St. David's with 29 points. Jeppe Boys 24. This is what you want to see in a quarterfinal. You know, the
Listen.
game started off very slow. Both teams are locked in. Both teams are engaged. They felt each other out. Now it's about who executes and who wants it more.
Yeah, and Coach Andile has now found something that works for his team, and he's trying. And there's been a number of fouls that have been coming on the St. David's side. They should be worried about the foul trouble in the third quarter, even though we're 1 minute away, and unfortunately Chimbalalanga.
Shimbalanga right there should have just gone up straight. Don't be scared of the block. Gone up straight and converted that.
Oh, Buzinski with a beautiful steal there. And then we have Kearney with the ball. Kearney, I think, is the shooter on that team, because he is not afraid to put it up.
Kearney is the confidence shooter on that team. He lets that thing fly because he believes it's going to go in. And that's the spirit of a shooter. Your next shot is going in.
This man, Chibalalanga, knows how to attract fouls.
But he needs to be able to convert in the paint. Attract the foul, but convert. Don't be scared. Don't be shy to score. Allow your team, because what Adam said, don't be scared to succeed, because some of these guys are so scared at playing that it's the quarterfinals that they're not in the moment. It's fear. You're in the quarterfinals. You've got in here because you've earned it. It's not a time to be scared. You know, it's time to step up and put your team forward.
And St. David's once again in foul trouble. Chibalalanga going back to the free throw line. JP Boys has been living at the free throw line. They've literally just made a living at that free throw line. We need them to convert a little bit more in order for to see a great fourth quarter. And now we have a stoppage in the play as we wait for
Wetness on the floor, you know, removing the sweat of the guys on the floor, because we don't want anyone to slip, get injured. We do have an emergency team waiting here, but, you know, prevention is better than cure.
Yeah, we actually prefer to see them just lazing about on the side, because that means that we have no injuries.
No injuries, the guys are playing hard, everything is going well, you know.
Yeah, and beautiful conversion there by Chibalalanga.
I like that. Kelly, active hands, loses the rebound, but goes and secures it and steals it from Jeppe Boys.
And let's see if St. David's can make one basket before this quarter ends. Kalama.
With the fast break, he needed to convert that. That would have given his team a nice entry and allowed the game to be a 2-point game going into the fourth quarter. You know, that anxiety, that anxious energy they need to control and compose themselves because it's the finals. You know, you want to go into the fourth quarter with your strong foot in front and not on your back foot. And currently, Jeppe has been playing the whole game on their back foot because St. David's came out strong.
Okay, and as we watch the last replay there with Kalama trying to beat the buzzer right there, and unfortunately just a little bit too strong off the backboard. And that would have basically cut the lead, the St. David's lead, to 3 points going into the fourth quarter.
So the boys need to have situational awareness. They need to know how much time, how many seconds are on the clock in order to know, hey, listen, I've got a second to bounce, compose myself, shoot, or to put my body in a position that allows me to score better or at least get a foul, which will allow me to go on get an and one and go into the game or the next quarter not only down by 2 or maybe by 1. You know, so the boys need to have a lot more situational awareness.
And unfortunately, they don't practice with the clock and all of those things. So it becomes very difficult to have that situational awareness. But it is very, very important.
Lebaka, you don't need a game clock. Coach can have his smartphone and do a timer and, do the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The guys can get used to that energy and get used to finishing. Because right now, it's the fourth quarter. It's win or go home time. We have 8 minutes left. St. David's is up 29. Jeppe Boys is down 24. It's a 4-point game. Whoever wins this quarter goes to the next round.
And let's see if St. David's will start this quarter the same way they started the third.
And that's what you want to see from Fabilla right there. Him not forcing the shot, driving, drawing the defense, kicking it out to Kelly. Kelly then going up strong. Hopefully he converts on the line, but he should have finished that on the first go-around.
Yeah, Kelly, unfortunately, he pumped that ball. For a big guy like that, I do not like to see big guys pumping the ball. They just need to go up strong.
Big guys don't pump. Big guys go through people. Power. It's your power game. You're a power forward for a reason.
And unfortunately, Kelly comes off the line with no points at all. And big man running the fast break there on the JP side, Buyinski. And now,
look at that positioning.
Terrible pass there by Rocha.
Kelly with amazing, post defense, positioning himself in the right place, keeping his defender guessing as to where he's going to be.
I like that Chimbalala driving once again to the basket.
Too easy.
And then converting that basket.
He might as well have had a security detail because he was just escorted down the lane and felt very safe. St. David's needs to pick up the defense.
Yeah, this man has been quite aggressive in the second half. I think in the third quarter he probably had like 4 or 5 drives to the basket. And there Kimani once again showing that he is the king of the post.
All day, just so smooth, getting it done effortlessly, Kimani.
And Chimbalala again. Chimbalala looking for that drive once again. So if Chimbalala does not get to the bucket, he gets fouled.
Chimbalala has been doing that play all day. He gets screened at the top and then goes straight down the middle of the lane. St. David's has not realized how he's doing this, but, he's just staying aggressive.
Unfortunately, Chimbalala slips on the wet floor.
We don't know whether it was wet or not, So we know Chimbalala slipped.
And Chimbalala has received a technical foul. Well, actually, my apologies. It looks like it's the coach, the JP Boys coach, Andile Hlophe, who's just received a technical foul. Now we wait to see who from St. David's is going. Oh, okay, it's Fibila to take the shot.
So Coach Andile Hlophe was frustrated that Chimbalala got tripped because he slipped on the floor. As you can see, the referees are now calling the people to wipe down the floor, and in his outrage received a technical foul, which is why we now have Fabilla shooting the free throws, the one shot, and then receiving the ball back for St. David's.
And unfortunately, St. David's continues to miss their free throws, and they might end up ruining those missed free throws at the end of this game. As we sit here, we've got 5 and a half minutes left in this game. It's a 4-point game with St. David's up 31-27. And it looks like Fabilla's...
It was the technical foul. He only shot one free throw.
Okay,
He was supposed to shoot 3. There was miscommunication between the refs. They fixed that, and now St. David's gets the ball back. As you can see, Coach Andy Letlopa has now changed up the defense. They go into a full court man to increase the pressure on St. David's.
And unfortunately, that full court press was quite unsuccessful. But JP Boys with the ball once again. It's that man, Chimbalala, getting fouled.
Chimbalala getting fouled. The referee saying that it's a flagrant, unsportsmanlike foul, insisting that he went for the body and not the ball, because that's the only time you get a flagrant foul, unsportsmanlike foul. So he will get his free throws, and then JP Boys will then get the ball back as well after this.
Oh, I actually thought he called a common foul. I think it was
a common foul. I just saw him grab at his wrist, indicating that it was an unsportsmanlike foul.
And then we timeout there called by Coach Alvis. And as we look at the score again, St. David's leading JP Boys 32-28. JP Boys living at the free throw line. They're able to convert at the free throw line, which is something that St. David's is not doing. St. David's needs to continue to go inside to Kimani, who's really been their most consistent scorer the entire day. Kelly, probably the most aggressive player, probably their junkyard dog, the man that does all the little things.
The intangibles, the man that gets the intangibles does. So I agree with you. Coach should go with Fabilla and Kimani, isolation, with Kelly on the other side, making sure that whatever comes off the rim, he grabs and puts back. And then on the St. David side, I'd say go to your bigs, because that's where you started in the middle of the game, in the beginning of the game, and then go to
Chimbalalanga.
Chimbalalanga is just aggressive. Every time he goes down the lane, he scores. Something positive happens. So that's the kind of play we need, and that's how we have the last play of the second quarter, of the third quarter actually, and missed opportunity to score. So much potential in that. That would have made it a 4-point game. Then you have Chimbalala right there taking a slow take to the rim. And that's just how we played. Now back to action. Chimbalala with the play right there. And one. He needs to convert those, Lebaka. He's had so many opportunities to have and ones, which is an equivalent of having a 3-point play. He could have had 3 or 4 of those points. That could have been an easy 4 points
this
play.
This game could have been tied, or JP could have been in the lead if he had just converted a few of those.
Yes.
And unfortunately, misses the his first free throw.
No. Because had he made that, that would have been 30. And then that free throw would have been 31. It would have been a one-point game. So he needs to be very cognizant as to how he's finishing around the rim. And Coach Lithope from JP Boys has now...
he continues with his full court press. It's a bit of a weak full court press.
It's not.
Very nice steal by Rocha. And Rocha gets fouled as JP Boys inbounding the ball. Rocha trying to set up a play for the JP Boys.
And they go to Chimbalala on the
and the bigs, they go to Buyinski. And Buyinski finally makes a bucket. And a very crucial bucket at that.
We have 3 minutes, 28 seconds left in the game. JP Boys 31, St. David's 32. And Kimani with the ball and doing what he hoped to be doing the whole game, but misses the shot. But he stays in the paint, gets the rebound, misses again. You know, they need to convert that. Fabilla with the ball. And let's see if St. David's is able to convert on this.
Oh, Kimani probably upset it. Oh, that is a beautiful 3-point shot there by Muwenge. That is that is so needed, that 3-point shot.
That is what we call a momentum play right there. Takes momentum out of JP Boys unless they can answer with this.
Chambalala with his own shot. Unfortunately, he misses that. And St. David's with the ball. Strong take there by...
Paranyeta with a strong take, took it all the way, was not intimidated by a big guy on him. And that's how you get your team into it. Look at that, Paranyeta with a little shovel, got away with it, ref didn't see it. But he's able to convert. Look at the elation from his teammates, the energy. Now everybody's getting involved. That's the energy you want to see in the quarterfinal games. Guys getting involved, your bench getting involved. It's energy. Because right now, what does energy equate to? Energy equates to effort.
Yeah.
And your effort's up, if your energy is up, that means you're going to do the right thing on the court. Even if you do the wrong thing, it's at a high energy level, which means the other team needs to match you.
Look at that three-point shot. That three-point shot is what started this whole thing.
Yes.
That team, the reaction from the St. David's team shows you.
And
how
that is from Fabila smacking Paranyeta's hand, saying, this is how we've been playing. You shoot, I shoot, we all shoot. You know, let's just shoot and score all day. And that's the elation you want to see between teammates. People being happy for each other's success, because why? It's all about the team.
Yeah.
The name in front of the jersey, not in the back of the jersey. Because at the end of the day, the team wins.
Yeah, no. As we sit here, St. David's really knows that those buckets were very important. They needed those buckets to give them some breathing room. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left in the game. St. David's is able to stretch the lead up to 6 points. Let's see if they can. Unfortunately, their woefulness at the free throw line continues. And St. David's in foul trouble. So for the next 2 minutes, every time they foul, JP boys, the JP players are going to go to the free throw line.
That is number 10, Paranyetwa. He's fouled out of the game. With 5 fouls, he will not be returning to the game. You know, and that's what you want to see at this point. This game is intense. Play hard. Leave it all on the floor. That young man did. He played hard. He put his team in a position to win. And now they need to carry him and make sure he's in the semifinals.
And Chambalala converts both buckets to close the gap to 4 points. Unfortunately, the transition defense from JP still very poor. They can't afford to have such... Oh, Kearney with another one of those shots. Every time he goes up, that ball looks like it's going to go in.
Yeah.
Nice defensive play by Chambalala. Unfortunately, St. David's able to get the ball back. And Kimani with an offensive foul.
Kimani should have made the easy play, not the hard play. The easy play was passing the ball to Reed. And now they're back on defense, and the pressure is on St. David's to perform.
Strong take there by Buzinski, taking him back to the free throw line. He's a very decent free throw shooter, so you know you hope that he converts both.
You know, Kimani out of the game with 5 fouls, but being replaced by the capable Kelly. But what they lose when Kimani is a impulsive, instant offense scoring guy who reads the game. But Kelly is just a beast on the boards. He goes and gets the ball.
Buzinski needed to make that. Yes. They need all the free throws they can get to keep themselves in this particular game. Unfortunately, Buzinski misses both free throws. Once again, St. David's on the attack. And another careless pass.
A minute and 15 seconds left in the game. JP Boys 33, St. David's 39.
Chambalala.
You know?
Chambalala is a foul magnet.
Yes. And at this point of the game stops because what? The lead is not over 20 points, it's below that. So it's going to be stop-start for the last 2 minutes. And on the clock, we have a minute and 6 seconds left. And if you are JP Boys, you get the ball and you run it down the paint every time, because St. David's is going to foul you. They're in foul trouble. You get to go to the free throw twice. But it's pointless going to the free throw line if you're going to be pointless
at the free throw
line.
Very, very true. It's like a very poetic.
Thank you, Lawaka. Thank you. You see, that's what you need to do. Convert every time.
Unfortunately, the team that seems to be running is the St. David's team. And that is a foul that is a little bit unnecessary from the JP Boys. He did not need to foul him.
He does need to foul him because they want to stop the clock, get the ball, allow them to shoot. So they need to to foul them and accumulate the fouls so that they can go miss the free throws, and then as JP get possession of the ball and try to score again.
Yeah, the only reason I felt they didn't need to foul them is because the 8 seconds, they were under threat of an 8-second violation. So he just needed to stay in front of him and not foul the man.
But that speaks to situational awareness. You know, they need to know that there's 8 seconds left. The ref needs to count that out. Everyone needs to know that how many seconds are left for them to get a violation. You know?
We have 50 seconds left on the clock. JP boys have taken St. David's back to the free throw line. St. David's has not converted a free throw in a very long time. But that man Kelly understands the moment, and he's living up to the moment. Kelly able to convert 1 of 2, but St. David's also able to grab the rebound. Buzinski with a beautiful steal, and then a very acrobatic. Very nice play there by Kalama. Kalama basically saying that he wants to continue playing. He wants to stay in this tournament.
Kalama embracing the moment and being very aggressive. That's what you want to see in the last seconds of a game. You know?
Kalama unable to convert at the free throw line. Buzinski with a shot. St. David's able to. St. David once again
being a little. Look at that save right there, which leads to Kalama going all the way down and converting that and getting an N1 basket. Beautiful finish right there on the screen. Beautiful finish. That's what you want to see in the last moments of a game.
As we watch JP frantically trying to get a point to make sure that they stay in this game. Where was all this rebounding throughout the game? Unfortunately, JP coming away with absolutely 0 points.
For a second there, I thought we were watching rugby because that was a full-on body tackle. But, you know.
It's desperation from JP boys. And
desperation, urgency. But, I mean, I beg the question, where was all this rebounding and aggression from JP? Had they come out with this rebounding and aggression, they would not be in the situation with 5 seconds left in the game.
That man Kelly back at the free throw line. Kelly, the junkyard dog, does all the intangibles.
The rebounds, the boxing out, the screens, dives for loose balls. If there's a guy that you need on your team, it's that young man, number 14 from St. David's, Kelly. Just everywhere where he needs to be with the effort that you need him to be there with to make the play happen.
And padding the stats there for St. David's, especially the free throw stats for St. David's.
Look at that. Like I said, everywhere where he needs to be, when he needs to be there to make a play happen. That is Kelly, like you said, the junkyard dog, the guy who's aware what's happening in the paint, you know? Keep your eye on your man, but even better, keep a body on him or else he'll make something happen. Box him out, you know, very strong young man, that is.
Back at the free throw line, converted his first free throw. And unfortunately, couldn't convert his second. But that is the end of the game, with St. David's going through to the semi-finals. As you can see, those young men are very, very ecstatic to have won against one of their chief rivals, JP Boys.
This is a game that St. David's won, but this is a game that JP Boys lost because they had effort at the last seconds of the game and only started playing with a little effort and assertiveness towards the end. They should have been locked in from the beginning of the game.
From the start of the game.
Because that's what the quarterfinals are all about. If you show up late, you get shown up. And they can see the results of that.
So true, Tsakani Ngobeni. I mean, you cannot afford, in a running time tournament, you cannot afford to have lull moments. And as we see the score, the final score there was St. David scoring 42 points versus JP's 36 points. And as we look at the stats looking very similar throughout the game.
What jumps out, though, is the 23 fouls committed by St. David's, you know? Those are the fouls that JP Boys should have used to get themselves into the game. So those are all missed opportunities. Those are all free throws they should have shot. They went 15 for 27. This game for them could have been secured on the free throw line. Like I said, it was their game to lose.
All right, yeah, and those stats are supplied by iSports analysts and the analysts. Thank you very much to iSports analysts for giving us these great stats.
And
in transition. Get that out of here. Uses his body well, and that's great. Connects on long range. Good. Attacking the rim through the contact. Gets it to go, and that was a strong contest.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to St. John's College 2020 basketball tournament. We are live at Wits, the Old Mutual Sports Hall. It has been an overcast day all day, but it has only been cold outside because after a long day of basketball, the floor is hot, hot, hot with some great, great basketball. St. David's and Jeppe just wrapped up their third quarterfinal of the day, and it was a hell of a quarterfinal as well. Going to St. David's in the end. I'm sitting in the chair. Next to me is Tsakane. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good, man. Like you said, it's cold outside, but it's hot in here. These boys are really lighting this gym up. They all rise up to the occasion. Some of them don't, but those who do seem to be enjoying this tournament, you know? So if they don't rise up today, they can rise up next year. Because if you don't rise up today, your team won't be playing tomorrow. You'll be playing next year again.
So the last event of the day. We still have semis tomorrow, but the last under-19 quarterfinal. This is the big one. This dictates your last semi-final place. It is happening between St. Charles and Michael House. This is St. Charles's lineup. What do you think, Tsakane?
I think Mayanas, Harris, Dlamini, Zuma, David, Lambo, Ngwenya, Lyons, Harris, Bandu, Vanchela, and Aronson. St. Charles should be solid. I think they're very well coached. That's my old captain, also Coach Craig Gilchrist. I've had a couple of battles with that man growing up. So this should be fun. This should be a well-oiled team and with a nice aggressive temperament. if Craig's leadership is anything to go by.
I think both these teams know the value of today's game, and they are absolutely excited to be here. St. Charles working hard to get here, but that doesn't necessarily mean Michael House didn't, because it has been absolutely superb basketball all day. I think this is going to be an absolute nail-biter of a game. This isn't going to be a walkthrough. We've got Michael House's first team with Nteta, Willowser, Jean Kluter, they call him JC, a big man there. They're going to be there to watch with Matty. Then you've got Stevenson, number 9, Makela, 10, Sitole, 11, Makela, 17, Isipiso in 16, Kombe in 15, Dominic Lesiwa in 14, and Kwanele Kumbalo, number 13, a big number to look out for in Michael House, and then Sekoto, number 12, Ratibile. Some big basketball games being played here. The umpires, especially the referees in particular, I think have been calling it rather well. They're only human, and 1 or 2 calls have gone amiss, but I think they've been very on the ball by and large.
If I was going to give them, before this game, if I was going to give them a rating for throughout the day, I'd say definitely high 90s. I'd say 90 to 95. Like you say, they're only
that's
human.
the best you can ask
Yes,
for.
and they haven't been making that many mistakes, you know. It's all been in the spirit of the game.
Nothing glaring.
Nothing glaring. No players are injured. The games are in control. The boys are having fun. You know, no one's being aggressive. So it's when it comes to the officiating, shout out to them. They've been doing a very, very well job. Good job.
So for everyone watching at home, it will be Michael House in the blue, white and red, and then St. Charles in the all white with the Saints on front. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. So much good basketball still coming your way. My name is Adam Zawada with Tsakani sitting next to me. How do we say your surname again, sir?
Adam, that's it. Tsakani Ngobeni. Adam, I love this part of the game when everyone is shaking hands, being all friendly, you know, being all gentlemen.
It's a thin veneer.
And then, like my coach used to say, you know, everyone's nice and a gentleman, but as soon as that whistle goes up, that ball goes up, it's all blood and war between the lines, you know.
All is fair. All is fair.
We don't want the players to be harmful to each other, but we want them to have a great time in there.
Number 18 from Michael House going in. Simfemi Kayamare pushes that out, unfortunately. So it will be Michael House ball. So I apologize. Saints throwing that out. Number 11 from Michael House. Sitolo going straight up, trying to bank a 3 early in the game. Pulls the trigger, nothing in it. I think Saints are going to take it calm. I don't think they want to rush. They want to set the tempo, play their style.
They're going to set the tempo, be aggressive, try. I mean, both teams are fairly big. So it comes down when
they're very balanced.
They're very balanced and big when size. When it's a game like this, it comes down to the boards. Who controls the boards, the offensive and defensive boards, you know? So games like this, I'd say if you're going in the paint, pump fake the big guys. Let them jump and then score, just like we saw right there.
James Lanes, number 14 from St. Charles, drawing the defensive foul. Goes up, misses his first one. It's okay. You could see his frustration. Yeah. I think he backs himself to do more than that. You were loving the crowd in the previous game. If this gets tight, I think it will go back there.
No, definitely. You know, it needs to get tight because why? This is the last entry for the semifinals tomorrow.
Big game.
And the last games are normally energy. These guys have been waiting all day to play against each other. So they're rested and they're hungry.
It's JC Ulofse goes up, draws the defensive foul again. So now it's going to be Michael House's turn to try and put points on the board. James Lanes for St. Charles missing his chance to put points on the board. It's been, 2.5 minutes at the moment, almost 3 minutes, 20 seconds, as the board will tell you. And Ulofse goes up. Oh, nothing but net. How's that technique for you, Tsakani?
Nice form, feet are balanced, legs are easy. You know, beef, you know. Balance, eyes, elbow, follow through.
Bang,
and that's what it looks like
every day. And that puts Michael House 2 up. That beef, I like that, eh? Everyone likes a bit of meat with their soup, eh?
That's how you teach the kids how to shoot, you know?
And I'm telling you now, there's going to be some beef between these two sides. St. Charles trying to get on the board. They draw another foul. So it seems the foul game is very predominant at the moment.
The foul games will be very predominant. That means be careful, keep your hands up, and don't foul, you know? Because, like I said, it's a big man's game. So what they're going to try to do is try to eliminate or eradicate or limit the other team's big guys on the floor.
St. Charles still not on the board. This is number 5, Bradley Harris. Knows he needs to try and get on the board here. 1 will do. Not there. Michael House takes the rebound. The big number 18 for Michael House. That's Simfemi Kayode. Who's bringing up the ball now? Number 11 for Michael House. That's Bonolo Sitolo. He tried to bank a 3 earlier, didn't come up. Oh, too much pressure. He's picked up the ball. He's got to release it. That's to Coyote. Coyote goes up, drags a foul again. Again, literally there's been 3 attacks.
Yes.
One each direction, right? Starting with St. Charles, and it's been a penalty either side.
Exactly.
Because this is Michael House's second and St. Charles is at second. So 4 attacks, 4 fouls.
Offensive plays, use your big guys to dominate the other guys. So what St. Charles did is they drove and kicked and created the help defense to be off balance. But here, they just use the big size, Assert your dominance as the big guy inside. Use your big gun.
And St. Charles is going to have to make a plan here because if Michael House keep that percentage up, because they have not missed a free throw shot, they are going to run away in this game. And I think St. Charles know that. Charles spreading it around the D at the moment. Goes up for a 2-pointer. It looked healthy, but not enough on it. Caught a bit too heavy on the backboard. Number 13, big drive from far out from Michael House. Coyote, what a rebound, and he wins a foul.
I mean, not only does he go for the rebound, but he goes for it aggressively, and that's what you want in your big. That's an offensive rebound. That's, we were saying earlier. If
you shouldn't have them by right.
Yes, if you limit the chances that the team takes on your rim, you have a chance at winning. But Michael House just seems to be, attacking the glass very hard, increasing the offensive shots that they're taking.
The first shot that Michael House has missed from the line, and that's 2 from 3 for Coyote. Can he make it 3 from 4? It looks healthy, in and out, but a good pickup by JC Willowser. He fakes, he pump fakes, 1, 2, and
great
points.
Footwork, especially with that much pressure around you by JC Olofsson right there.
He just looked like a top turning in the middle of the key, huh?
It's a pump fake and step through. That's what we call that play.
Very nice. Now St. Charles moving up to the key. They try and play James Lynn. JC Willowser makes him. No, sorry, that's number 14 for Michael House. That's Dominic Lesueur making his impact known. Good defensive rebound. Now Michael House come up, carrying the ball with Sitole. Sitole goes up, does beautifully, and he takes 2 points.
That's what you want to see on your fast break run. Timeout by St. Charles, because they need to adjust and replan, reorganize, and come out with a different plan, because Michael House is coming out strong, they're executing, and they're playing to their strengths.
On your replay, you can see Sitole, 1, 2, comes up beautifully, still draws the foul at the back of the hand, getting hit, and still sinks 2 points. The thing is, as well, if you are going to foul hard.
That's what I was taught. If you're going to foul, don't hurt the guy, but make sure he can't get the shot off, Yeah,
make sure he doesn't get the 2 points plus the shot for the possible 3.
Exactly.
And I agree that this timeout, this tactical timeout at the moment is because St. Charles need to reset, readjust, and garner their attitude to make something happen.
They have to, because we've seen this throughout the day. The team that comes out on the back foot ends up on the back foot. And right now, St. Charles is 8 points down. Michael Mount is 8 points up. And they've got the energy, they've got the momentum. So now St. Charles needs to come out and match that momentum. If they don't, they will continue being on the back foot. So up your pressure, be more aggressive on the boards, and you'll chip your way into this game.
Look, St. Charles have a nice opportunity to try and come back on it with the possession after that timeout. So they take their time. That's silly loss of possession. It's JC Williams will bring it up. He's got Titole. He goes up himself. Doesn't come right. Now it's a fumble on the ball. Bit of a rugby game.
Scrum time,
Touch, pause, engage.
There you go, When the ball's on the floor, everybody dive in. That's what I was told.
Looks like St. Charles will walk away with the possession. That was silly loss of control. Number 6, the captain for St. Charles, Nkosi Sinata Dlamini, needs to be better with the ball. Number 4, is Langile.
Look at that. Langile just ever present. All the hands around, they're playing a zone, 2-3 zone, hands widespread, makes it so difficult for St. Charles to even get a breather once they get a shot at the goal.
I think Dominic Lesueur, because he's not quite as tall as his counterpart center there as Coyote. Yeah. So Dominic Lesueur playing really, really well at the moment, very underrated. He's always up for those rebounds. 3 gets thrown up by 11, that will be Sitole. It will be St. Charles' ball though.
I'm enjoying Coyote's defense. For a big guy, he doesn't try to block everyone's shot. He just alters, and that's a small intangible that you won't see on the score sheet, because everyone's just intimidated by his size. He just stands there, puts his hands up, and everyone just tries to move the ball around him.
No, definitely. It looks like it's an interesting setup. It's a 3-2 by Michael House with the 3 big men with
2-3. We're calling it from the top down.
My mistake. 2-3. So yes. Willowser, Coyote, and then number 14, Lesueur in at the back. He draws clean tackle by Coyote.
I told you about Coyote right there. Did not reach, kept his hands up and scored.
Very unselfish from Olofse and Sitole. Olofse then decides to go for the shot. Comes up short, unfortunately. Looking good, though. Here comes number 6 for St. Charles. That's Dlamini. Dlamini goes up, comes up short. Sitole wins the rebound, wins a foul. Sitole's ball carrying has been superb at the moment. Very underrated, nothing fancy, nothing special. That is great
defense
by
right there. He didn't reach, he didn't disturb, he went straight for the ball, and the refs rewarded him by a no call right there. I'm not saying it was a foul, I'm just saying that was great defense.
Coyote did well. St. Charles still not on the board in the first quarter. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
Sitole goes up, doesn't score.
It happens. I mean, what? 8 points in the first game, in the first quarter. Michael Mount just with that 2-3 zone, hands widespread, dominant. Every shot is being contested. It's not going to be an easy shot for you to make.
Sitole misses his second shot. Now St. Charles come up around the baseline. They release. He tries hard. Good recovery by the big number 5. He wears an elbow to the nose, but he carries on. That's Bradley Harris. And now Sitole, number 13, apologies. 11 is Sitole, 13 is Kumalo. A good bucket by Kumalo, 10-0 at the moment.
Michael Mount is just executing both on offense and
Michael
on defense.
House, yeah.
Michael House, yes. They're just dictating the tempo on offense and defense, and that's what you want to see. Look at that right there. Active hands, busy feet, communicating, everyone in position. See, that's what you're doing in the zone. Active hands gets you those small deflections, gets you the team the ball.
The thing that bothers me is they want to try drive against 3 big guys. That is really not the plan here. I think they shouldn't be afraid to take some pot shots from further away because you're going to have more space at the top of the key. If you sink a few, it's going to draw them out.
They should hit those open shots, but the thing is they're playing a high extended 2-3 zone. You know, that's deterring them from taking those shots. And the boys are so long that by the time they get the ball, there's a defender on them.
Ball speed in other words.
So move the ball, but you need to attack them aggressively. You can't attack them passively, slowly, because what they're doing is that they're containing your drive. They're not stopping your drive. They're containing your drive.
Like in any other sport.
They're shattering you, making you think there's defense, which takes away the pass that you would make.
It's interesting stuff at the moment, really, Takane. It blows my mind because Michael House said it doesn't seem to me that they have overly exerted themselves. They've not been brought anywhere. If it's running, if it's sweat now, it's just because it's warm inside with a big crowd supporting. It's not, they're not being exerted by St. Charles at the moment, and St. Charles will be disappointed with that first quarter performance.
Michael House is locked in. If you look at them, and you can see a team is locked in on defense by the way they play. The energy is up. They're sharing the ball on offense because why? They're communicating on defense. If a team shares the ball on offense, they communicate on defense, they know where they should all be. Kumalo's leading the way.
So as you can see, I mean, St. Charles hasn't got on the board, so that board is always going to be 0 out of 10. So St. Charles have had more shots, but not one of those shots have been an established, feet set, honest-to-God shot at the hoop to have a good chance.
You know, some people say, don't hope and shoot.
Yeah, don't throw it up and see what happens.
Aim and fire.
Yes.
You know, so that's what St. Charles needs to do in this quarter. Aim and fire. They've gotten more shots up. Put purpose behind that shot.
Michael House converting 3 from 8. That's almost a 50%. Look at all that space for number 16. He should have punished that. Coyote walks away with a rebound. It's very tight. He had full control over that, so it will be their ball.
So Coyote needs to learn when he gets the rebound, keep the ball above your shoulders, you know, and go right back up. Don't bring it down. You bring it down, these small guys are going to take it from you. You know, but he's learning how to play.
Number 16 from Michael House. That was Richard Isipisu.
Look at that. Great defense by Coyote right there. Most big guys don't fall back. He stood his ground. They ran into him, and he just moved back. That's a charge. It's a great defensive play by the biggest man on the floor.
And there's no need to have your ego in it. Just hold it firm. You'll be fine.
It. No need to fight. You see, then he gets excellent position right there. And then
3 on him. He needs to bring that ball
see,
up,
like I said,
said.
when he gets the ball, keep it above because he gets excellent position. His teammates find him. They're rewarding him for the good work he did on defense. But he needs to say, hey, guys, if you're going to reward me, I can make sure it's a payday.
The thing is, with so many on him, that opens up number 16, which is Richard Isipisu. He missed his first shot, sunk his second. So this is good tactics from Mike.
And that's what we say when we say aim and fire. Don't shoot and hope. You know, you're open, let it fly, and make it hit the bottom of the net.
What I really like about Michael House's game at the moment is that, okay, we'll use the big man. Okay, box him out. A big stop by J.C. Wolofse there. It's fine, we'll use the big man. The big man gets involved, right? Another charging foul. Or was his feet not down? I think
his
that
feet
might
not
have...
set.
So it would have been a defensive foul.
Yeah, that's a defensive foul on him. But
Needs to
I'm
Lights
impressed
of feet.
by how Olofse is using his length. Hey, he's deceptively long. His hands are active. I think he's got 2 steals to his name already, and he just has busy hands. Busy hands, keeping it busy and making it more difficult for the defense to pass the ball.
I don't understand why St. Charles want to go deep with the ball. That is number 4, Langilile Manyatsi for St. Charles. They still haven't got on the board. None of these shots are going through. How many free throws have they missed?
All of them. Because
Yeah,
they have no
fair.
points on the board.
You're not going to win quarterfinals like that.
Yeah.
You're not going to deserve to, frankly. Number 11, Sitole, driving hard. I like that he drives and he's happy to come back. Richard calling for it. Number 16, Richard Isiputsu drives, goes up. The big hand by number 5. St. Charles showing frustration now. Bradley Harris unhappy with that call.
Mr. Harris right there. Great defense, but he shouldn't hit the hand, you know. Waited a second later, he would have had an easy tip on the ball.
But I think
See,
Richard
here we
did
go.
really well to
As
turn
he
back
reaches
with him.
over and he hits his hand. No, that was straight up foul on the hand, you know. From our angle, it looked like he had a chance, but from the camera angle, the camera never lies, man.
Yeah, it also
The
adds
camera,
10 pounds. Don't forget about that.
That's
why we're behind the scenes.
That's the only time it lies.
Yeah, sure, I'm sure. And Richard Isipisu makes sure to put that away beautifully. Sunk 1 out of 2. Quick substitution comes on to 13. Justin Harris comes off for James Lanes for St. Charles. St. Charles needs to make a plan here. This can't happen. They're still holding 2-3 at the moment, Michael House. There's been no need to change it.
Yeah, no need. I mean, they haven't made a shot. You're aggressive. The only difference is that the intensity in hands have gone down.
James Lanes going up. He does win an offensive foul, but I don't think it's going to help them at this stage because they're not singing their free throws.
That too, but they're also making St. Charles know it's not easy down there, you know? Like you said, if you're going to foul someone, foul them hard. Don't let them think they can get that shot off. So he's going to think twice about coming back into that house.
And Lames is doing well, though. He's clearly showing no fear. He's happy to go, happy to draw the foul. He's happy to wear it,
Yeah.
which is a good heart from the man on screen now, but it doesn't help if you don't sink your points.
You know? It's pointless if you don't take the points.
Agreed, and St. Charles still scoreless after 5 minutes in the second quarter. I like that Michael House is calm and temperate.
Oh, yes, they are. Very active in that zone. Look at that. Extended 2-3 zone.
I
As you
can see that because Willifson wraps around and
wraps
so
around
does Richard.
and so does Richard. So you think you're open until you get the ball. You have all these long hands around you.
Oh, yes, finally, and St. Charles is on the board. Something for the crowd to cheer. 13-2. But is it already too much of a mountain? I believe that was James Lanes who sunk it.
That was
At
James
the moment,
Lanes.
the one man showing a lot of heart for St. Charles. The rest of the boys seeming not on the ball. They don't seem aware. They don't seem focused. They don't seem driven.
It's not too much of a mountain because it's not too far yet. If they change the tempo and pick up the pace.
Which I think they need to do. Here's some speed. This is exactly what we spoke about.
Exactly.
It's a great pass, finding the man, and he draws the offensive foul.
But you need to be able, Adam, you need to be able to convert that. If you're under the rim with 2 hands, convert that and make an and one.
That hand
Because-
came out of nowhere, though. Let's be honest.
No, man. You can't convert from the stripe, so you need to be creative. You know, go up strong. If he hits you, you know, he is going to hit you
This
because
is
you're on the fast
old
break.
Bradley Harris, who was showing some frustration early on defense, goes and
There
sinks
you
it.
go.
If they can just build these few points, if this can build a bit of confidence and a bit of momentum, St. Charles can really close this gap down to a 2-point game or even tied up, just
I
like
mean,
that.
You see, if they do that and keep the game below a 10-point lead, like it's a 9-point game right now, they still have a chance, you know? So
And immediately, is it just me, or can you see there's a bit more step to their step?
there's a step, there's urgency, and that's what they need to do in order to win this game.
I definitely don't think they can let Michael House set. They need to try counter everything from
Everything,
Michael House.
yes.
Fast ball speed, get it out there. That's good defense, clean defense
Yes.
by Lanes. Then
This
there's
is
the
the
travel
defense you need.
forcing the mistake.
I mean, look at Maccaus. They realize it's stop-start. They're running the clock now.
They
There's
need
a
to go
different
faster.
pace. They're moving the pace up when they're moving up the floor. So they realize that this team is bigger. They need to attack them before they set, because once they set,
They're a
it's
problem.
tougher to score.
Now there's a big drive, does beautifully.
it.
Who hit that? Number 14, I believe, from St. Charles. Absolutely wonderful from, no, that can't be James Lanes. I've lost the player. Let's watch on highlights. It's number 11. Oh, yes, he had to stretch his arms around the world to get there. That's Rafael Wankiele.
Yes, that's Rafael right there. Nice move, read the play. And like I said, he attacked them before they settled down. So if you do that to Michael House, attack him in transition, you have a better chance of scoring. Because once they score, like I said, they're playing an extended 3-2. The guys know how to move, where to be, and everyone's hands are up. So the court looks very small. So attack him, while the ball is in motion or while they are in transition before they set up, and you've got a better chance of scoring.
I 100% agree, except I'd still like to see St. Charles move it faster and get it up there faster.
That's what they need to do.
Because I do think that Michael House in Coyote and in Richard, number 16, are not the fastest.
No, they're not.
They're not the quickest of feet. I think JC Olofse is an exception to that rule as a lanky man because he's very quick. But it's 13-6 now, 2 minutes left in the second quarter. Michael House has a chance to bring it back up and respond in kind. Setole has the ball. And how are they going to respond to something that St. Charles could call a bit of momentum? This is great key movement here by Michael House. Setole to Olofse. Sorry, that's not Setole. Olofse drives, draws one, draws two.
Ooh.
Every time. He is
slow,
precision.
methodical, precise drive that was.
And yes, St. Charles moving it up. JC Lane's too excited to move up there, forces the travel. I felt he needed to come out there.
You see what I mean? Coach has now increased the pace of the guys. They're moving and they're getting up the floor quicker. I call it a 7-minute drill where you get to attack the team within the first 7 seconds of you getting the ball.
What's interesting is Michael House now has 2 point guards on the field. They've got 10, which is Makale, and 11 in Setole. And Makale carves, absolutely carves through St. Charles.
Look at that. I thought their defense, Michael House's defense was impeccable. Their offense is actually also nice because they know when to move, when to cut, and how to complement each other.
He didn't finish it, which he should have, but Coyote was there, number 18, to back that up. And it worked. Number 5, Bradley Harris, big pressure on him, draws the offensive foul.
And that's what Bradley Harris should do when you're under the paint right there with those three guys surrounding you.
Control it up.
No, pump fake them up because they're going to jump, right? And once they jump, you then just lay it up because now you've got a clear shot and a potential to get a foul.
Seconded, 17-6 at the moment. Harris goes up, in and out. That must be so frustrating. Seems the big man, Simfemi Coyote, has come off for Michael House. Well done, Harris, sinking his second free throw, bringing the score 17-7, 10 points, like you said. And it brings on Nicholas Makele coming on now. Number 17, Nicholas Makele. It's an interesting name for that big 17.
It is very interesting. I agree.
Setole throws it out to Olofse. Olofse throws it to Makele. Makele misses it.
See, 10-point game right now. Michael House has lost an intensity, which speaks to their preciseness.
Lane goes up. Harris does well to get the rebound, but the buzzer had gone. It would have been close, though. I think his feet were up. What do you think?
Yeah, feet were up. No, that would have counted had he made it, but every shot counts, and they need to make shots like that. That would have made it a 9-point game?
Not even. 17-7. It's 10 points. It would have made it an 8-point game.
8-point game, you know?
So half-time, what do we think at the moment, Sakane? Because
what do I think right now? Coach Gilchrist on that side and Coach Darren need to speed up the tempo because that's how they were able to get the 7 points.
Of St. Charles now.
Of St. Charles, yes. That's how they were able to get that 7 points, right? And speed the game up, attack before Michael House
let them set, yes.
sets up.
Always have them on the back foot.
Have them on the back foot in transition. Attack them in transition, right? And then pump fake with your bigs. And then at Michael House, they need to pick up the tempo. They've lost a step or two. They've moved down to third gear when they're in fifth and sixth gear, you know? They just need to put that car in sports mode and be aggressive.
Got to hit the big red button.
Thank you, man. Don't be
scared. Got to hit the big red
button. As you've been saying all day, don't be scared to succeed, you know?
No fear of failure.
No
Come,
fear
boys,
of failure.
you're youngsters. What's the issue here? You know you're not going to get hurt.
They need to just, drive it all the way. Don't be scared.
Well, because at the end of the day, we've got Simfemi Coyote. He was off. I think he's going to stay off for a little longer to get his breath back. But him and JC, Jan Kluter Olofse, we call him, apparently his mates call him JC, is at the moment been absolutely superb for Michael House. Coyote at both ends of the basket, absolutely superb.
Out of all the teams that have come out and played today, Michael House is the one team that has showed me great offense and defense execution.
I agree. Here's some stats coming up on the screen for you. And I mean, look at that percentage rates, 11% for St. Charles. They know you do not deserve to be in a quarterfinal or semifinal or anything that ends in the word final with an 11% shot efficiency.
Just look at those free throws, 3 for 12. Just speaking of, and Michael House is 5 for 10. They've made half of theirs. 3 for 12. You make half of that, you are in this game.
And it's not exactly like Michael House's shot proficiency has been great either. So St. Charles knows what first they need to fix. If they fix that, then immediately this becomes a 2-3 point game. And of course, these stats are brought by iSports Analysis and the analysis. So this is some really good stuff being shown you. It gives you a more all-round picture of what's happening.
And it shows you why some players, like some Finney, is sitting down right now, because they're in foul trouble. That's 7 fouls. They're resting him, and they're also preserving him for later on in the game.
Well, they have to at the moment. I mean, it's a big game at the moment. A couple subs happening. So now there's a 2-point guard tactic coming back from Michael Haas when it's 10 and 11, and Jason Makele and Banele Sitole.
Yes. That's Coach Darren on the screen, St. Charles coach. I've also played with him on the national team when I was younger. He might look a little older, but, you know, he's got wisdom beyond his years.
I don't think you should give your age away, Takani.
No. I'm the young one compared to Darren.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I feel you would say that. That goes out to JC. He's got time. He banks a 3. Comes up short. Lanes. Now they counter. This is what we're talking about.
Yes, transition play.
Charles keeps it in, but gives it straight to Richard.
This is how St. Charles stays in this game with the transition offense.
Yeah, push hard and don't stop. Push hard and don't stop. We said it once, we'll say it again. Push the big red button. Michael Haas moving around the key. Sitole to Makele. Intercepted. Now they counter. It's 1v2. It's a 2v2. Draws one. He wasn't set. He draws it. And he'll get the and one in.
And
Great
one basket.
shot.
Like we said, transition play. You know, I thought he was going to get blocked there, but clearly the guard is a little magician. He knew what to do, how to draw that defender and convert that basket.
That's Dlamini, the captain for St. Charles, leading from the front, deciding, you know what, I'll go do it myself.
You know,
and he does exactly that, singing the free throw.
But that play for St. Charles started on defense. They got the steal, then got the transition. You know, so they need to be more aggressive in their defense. Everything for them is going to start on defense.
A slow start from St. Charles. They've decided to hit their big red button, and they're going hard now. It seems that the key swap around. JC Wolfsuk now comes to the top of the key. What's he going to do with it? Wolfsuk, what's he going to do? He hangs back. He almost drops it. He's looking for a player. Gives it to Makele. Then Sitole gets intercepted by the big number 7. He's got a free run. He goes. He draws the foul, if not the and one. And Olofsson goes down. That's number 7, Wandile Zuma, doing great. Getting the steal. Unfortunately, not the bucket. He needed to do that. That's the earlier one. That was the end one. That was absolutely beautifully played by Dlamini, the captain. Again now, I think those coaches, from your words to their ears for St. Charles, they seem to know what they need to do and how they want to do it. Zuma missing his shot.
And it all starts with effort. St. Charles increased the effort, the intensity, and that allows them to kind of chip into this lead. It is now a 7-point game.
Make that 6.
Make that 6.
And at a stage, let's not forget the fact that it was 12-13.
Everything for them starts on defense. Defensive intensity, get a steal, get a deflection, and then go to the races.
But have you noticed as well that when St. Charles do have time to set, St. Michael Haas struggles?
Yes, it does.
So why would either team not want to push hard and keep up the tempo? Richard intercepted. Now they can counter. There's pressure coming in from Sitole. 2 of them. He pushes big. You got to finish. He does exactly that.
That's it. Interception. Staying in the passing lanes is how you're able to get that conversion on the screen right there. The guys are active. They're moving around. And they're where they need to be.
When he released that, I thought he had made a fluff when he had a partner with him. He could have released that ball. See, now Michael Haas are getting flustered. Now they're losing the ball. Now they can counter. That's a great ball into the open space. Reset. He goes up, draws 1, draws 2. Is it enough? No. Big effort. But the number 11, Wankile, that's Raphael doing well there. He did well to draw 3, but not finish.
It's great, but they need to convert those kind of plays because, you know, once Michael Haas is set in the play, it's tough for them to score. So every opportunity they get at the rim, they need to convert.
This is a 4-point lead at the moment. Olofsson missing something. Oh, no, not Olofsson. Sorry, number 14, Dominic Lesua back on the court. Probably thinking something he should have. It definitely seems to me that they are currently missing Simi Femi Coyote. And would you look at that?
Listen, I mean, you spoke it into existence. You know, you missed the big fella. What does coach do? He gives you the big fella.
And Coyote straight onto the court with that statement.
Exactly.
17-3 to Michael Haas at the moment. It's a 4-point game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Tell your friends and family, this last semi-final is absolutely heating up. He goes up, big 13, air shot. He does draw the defensive foul. Did well there, though. That was a bit silly because he was never close enough to defend that nicely.
He wasn't, but that was, I think, a late call from the refs.
It was a bit. Corneli Kumalo doing that.
He did get the ball on that one, you know, convincingly, unless the instant replay shows us something different.
It's Kumalo. It does seem at the moment that Michael Haas is playing their strongest 5, except maybe for Dominic Lesueur not being part of the starting lineup. Michael House does seem with their strongest 4 at the moment, so they definitely want to try and get a bit of a run of play and a bit of momentum to try and maybe bury St. Charles before they can momentum their way back in.
True.
Spreading it around the key, drives in, comes back out.
And
He's probably going to spread it out. He does to number 4.
This is what you don't want to see from Saints. When Michael House is set up like this, it's very difficult for them to score. So you don't want to be in this position if you're Saints.
And that floating free man is really causing problems because you are not going to post up. There we go. There's a chance for a 3. Olofse comes in deep quickly. It's fine. That's what I like to see. Drive in, then go out for the 3. Draw them in, then draw the 3.
Inside out.
Big shield by Dominic Lesueur. Big shield. I'm not sure what the call is.
That was a shield. He was screening, and the guy ran him over. So that is a very questionable call on that.
Did it go to St. Charles?
It's going to St. Charles because he was standing there, and the guy ran him over like it's a rugby game.
He seemed pretty set to me as well. Maybe they missed the boot and thought he wasn't set in time, and he looked fairly set.
But hey, I guess we the commentators, he's the ref. You know, he knows better.
But you see, this is what I like from St. Charles. This was a great play, actually, by Dlamini, the captain, doing very, very well there. Getting that end one, sinking it in. This is where St. Charles turned the story. They changed the operation.
Exactly. He should have went to the rim. He would have gotten an and one play. But because he took a step back on that play and ran away from the contact, the ref did not give him the and one play because that was a foul on that play.
No, absolutely. I do tend to agree with you. I also thought Dominic Lesueur had managed. I thought it was actually quite a clever play from Dominic Lesueur.
No, I was
not expecting it being set and the guy going, well, I'm already through this. And then I think he was a bit unlucky not to walk away with that. Just a reminder, 13 St. Charles, 18 Michael House, just under 3 minutes to play in the third quarter. This game has absolutely disappeared because the second St. Charles played well. The second St. Charles changed their tempo and they changed the standard operating procedure. This game has tightened and closed up immediately.
But that has been the recipe for success all day. The team that changes the tempo wins, but the team that matches that tempo seems to succeed as well.
There we go, the big man, Koyate. He is an unstoppable mountain of a man at the moment. He might not be the fastest on his feet, but my heavens, he's quick. And he draws the offensive foul. That's number 4, Manyati, Lankile Manyati, doing superb. He has hurt that Michael House player. I don't think that was purposeful, though. Number 13, that's Kumalo, a very important player for them.
They need Kumalo. They need Kumalo as he stays down, and hopefully it's just a hard hit and nothing.
I think he's just a little winded.
A little winded. Nothing too serious.
And Manyati's trying not to. I think he landed on his elbow. He's funny bone.
Funny bone. It's not a funny feeling.
You had to do that, didn't you? Are you a father by chance with dad jokes?
I'm a dad with bad jokes.
I'm
well
lucky.
rehearsed.
I'm lucky we're on scaffolding. We can solve this really quickly from a great height. Manyati goes up. Should have sunk it, didn't. Koyate gets the rebound.
Foul called on the play. Yeah.
Manyati did very well there.
And that's how you attack them before they get back on defense.
And you see the intensity change.
Exactly.
15-20, Coyote up there. Don't force the foul. Can't. Olofse has time to sink a 3. Doesn't quite do it. Big fight between Dominic Lesueur and George Harris.
That is another questionable call from the back. Okay, that makes sense because both of the boys had possession and their hands on the ball. But I thought that was a 50-50 ball.
Dlamini coming in at the moment. What's the play? Oh, he gets 2 free throws.
Okay, foul on the play. I guess they've reached the team fouls.
This is not what Michael House wanted at the moment. This is
not what you want to do, but this is part of the strategy of Saints.
Yeah, but Saints have not been singing their free throws. I think this has been through good play. This has come right. Well done, Harris. Sinking one.
You know, that's how it started. They weren't scoring. Someone needs to break that glass, take the lid off the basket for them to start scoring.
But do you know what St. Charles have done very sneakily, which I don't think you've noticed?
Yeah.
If he sunk that, I was going to bring up the point that they had put it in a 3-point lead. It's 4 now because he missed.
No, I've picked it up. They've slowly snuck into this game by sticking to the adjusted game plan, the audible.
And it shows in Michael House's frustration because they're not scoring, and then St. Charles is. Having Coyote back for Michael House shows its own right. But you cannot win through one man.
Yes, you can. Reward the big fella because they can't stop him. Give him the ball. If it's working, don't break it.
Dlamini tries to go around the key. He gets a lot of pressure, draws another foul. Michael House in frustration showing at the moment, eh? Was that clean or wasn't it? That's also the end of the quarter. 3 quarters done. 22-16, and St. Charles will have 2 free throws here. These are important points to get.
That was a three-pointer, I think. Okay, his feet were on the line. I think he was straddling the line.
Oh, so does he get 3 now?
No, he should get 2 because his feet were straddling the line when they called the foul.
Okay. Manyatsi.
But that's a case of situational awareness. The shot clock is winding down. Not shot clock. The time is actually winding down. There's an urgency on the floor, and you don't foul a shooter, especially if he's going for a three-pointer in a game this close.
Manyatsi letting his side down. They needed those points to bring it back to a 4-point game.
And the shooting woes of St. Charles continue. Their free throws percentage was very bad in the first half.
I honestly think they've had 3 shots at it.
Yeah, and they continue to just, not convert on the free throw line because they need those points in order for them to be in this game. Like I said, had they made only half of those free throws, they would be in the lead of this game.
Yeah,
by
absolutely.
just making half of those, they would have a 3-point lead.
And agreed, like you said it, and you said it absolutely great. Their shooting woes is what is keeping them out the game. Because I feel this game would have been balanced at about 26-24.
Agreed.
But in actually St. Charles's favor, because tactically I feel they're actually playing the better ball at the moment.
I fully agree with you there, Adam. Fully agree.
If only that's how sport worked, eh, Tsakani?
If fully agree with you. Adam, you are on a roll right now. You are closing this off on a roll. I'm like, this man is doing all the
It's almost like
today.
I get paid to do this, eh? Almost.
Man, that's how you get the big bucks.
So, ladies and gentlemen, remember, tell your friends, tell your family. St. Charles, Michael House, the 4th quarter final. And, of course, we have a whole day tomorrow of semis and finals.
Same environment. SSBL, hashtag us. Get us on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. Tweet us. Your team needs you. Follow them, motivate them via social media because that's where they'll read you before the game, after the game, during the game. That one word might make a difference for your team, making it into the semifinals or making it out of the quarterfinals, into the semis, and maybe into the finals.
Very balanced game here. Some inspiring words from Tsakani on maybe what could change the game. And you never know. 1 in a million chances happen 9 out of 10 times, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
Sitole swings it round to Olofsson, to Coyote. He's been pushed out. No foul, surprisingly.
No fouls.
Now there's the counter. Now to Manyatsi. Manyatsi pressures. Goes up 4 points with him and one. This is what we're talking about. This is what
you want to see in a quarterfinal.
Good
that
basketball.
move by Manyatsi right there. Calculating, composed. He didn't just go off the momentum. He gathered himself, pump faked, went up, and then powered it through. Strong take by the young man, Manyatsi.
The last 2 quarters of St. Charles has been the Manyatsi show.
Yes.
It has absolutely been the Manyatsi show. And beautifully played at that. This brings it back to a 4-point game. What is Michael House going to do? Because they're taking their time. They're not changing their tactics. And, they're relying on Coyote. Coyote is going to stay. And, how long is he spending time in the key? Are they not going to blow that?
Exactly. No, they're not going to see that. I don't think the refs are looking to call that. But, like I said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's working for them.
And I understand that, but what's going to happen when you play the likes of St. Stithians, who've got 2 big boys? Coyote is not going to be able to do both sets of games.
Coyote's going to have his hands full, let me say that.
Some great hustle by Dominic Lesueur. Coyote goes up again, wins again. The rebound percentages are absolutely absurd of Michael House. And it's Dominic Lesueur, JC Wolofse, and some Femi Coyote.
And we've said this all day. If you give the team second chance opportunities, they will punish you, and that is what Michael House is doing today.
Oh, bit of a mix-up between 2 running players. They bumped each other. No intentional met there. Number 13, that is Kumalo. He landed early on his elbow. Yes. He's back in action and sinking it well. Oh, Dlamini hurting some feelings. Drives 1, drives 2, almost. Oh, it's a great effort from him. He's showing intensity. Now Michael House countering. They're showing other intensity. Drawing a foul.
Michael House doing what St. Charles has been doing to them, attacking them before they set up. Because listen, if you're doing it to us, we're going to do it to you. And that's been the story of the whole day. The teams match someone's tempo, do what they're doing to you to get the results.
The thing is, Michael House's shooting percentages have just been superb. Better. They are in the lead because they are converting balls into buckets.
Exactly. And when they get to the free throw line, they make sure every bucket counts. Every shot takes. If they miss it, they get the rebound.
100%. Kumalo sinking his first, missing his second. No, he has to keep it in. Oi.
Oh, you see, you can't have possessions like that.
Raphael losing his temper, saying the umpire was actually, the referee was in the
exactly,
way.
But he's part of the field.
He was being cheeky a bit, Raphael.
If that was me, I would have thrown that ball off the ref to get control over it. Because
they're part of the field.
Because he's part of the field. You know, if I'm out of control, throw it off the ref, get control over it. But that's a veteran's move, you know. The young
showing
guys.
your age again there.
Experience. That's the experience move, I would say.
It's just the different adjectives. It's
You
the
know,
same thing. You could get around it all you want. Come, old man. Show us what you got. Michael House spinning it round the key. Olofse drives, draws a foul. Shoots anyway. Wouldn't have counted, though, for those who weren't sure. So, 4.5 minutes left in the last quarter. It's a 7-point game for Michael House. If they can get this up to 9, they're looking more in control again.
Yeah.
But they're busy driving. Unless they can get it to Coyote, I don't see them scoring a bucket.
No, I don't see them scoring.
Because St. Charles is set.
They're going inside, and when Coyote miss, they're going off the second rebounds. You know, second chance opportunities.
Now there's no one to Sitole's left. Kumalo tries to fill the gap. Olofse wraps around. Kumalo's got a bit of space. He finds Olofse. It's intercepted. This is exactly what St. Charles wanted.
That is it.
Basic layup by number 7. Wandile Zuma. Bang, bang, click in.
Those cross-court passes by Michael House seems to be destroying them because that's where St. Charles is getting the steals off.
Now they go Ayada. Ayada spins. He turns. Gets the whistle. No 2 points though. So he does get the defensive foul again, though.
Yeah.
He is a legend at these,
He's a big fella, you know. But let's see if the game, the wear and tear will affect his free throws now. Because in the beginning, the first half, it's easy to make your free throws. But as the game has gone on, do you have that balance and composure to make them when they count?
Do you know what he's done very well, in my opinion, is he's used his size, but he hasn't become overbearing.
Yes.
He hasn't overdone it that the refs go, listen, big guy, you can't use your weight, you can use your size, but you can't overpower. You have to still hold within the rules, and he's done that very well.
He's imposing, but he's not aggressive.
Yes.
You know?
So the refs are still on his side.
Yes, the refs are on his side. No, the refs are calling it fair. You know?
No, but what I mean is they're not out to get him because of anything.
He's not playing bully ball. Because if you play bully ball, that's when the refs look to make calls against you. No, he's playing within the rules, within the structure, and doing what he needs to do. The one thing he needs to do, which will up his percentage in taking the shots and rebounds, is whenever he gets the ball from a rebound, is keep it above his shoulders.
His head,
You know? Above the elbows, keep it up there, and just slowly go up. You're the biggest guy on the floor. For them to block you, they need to go through you, which means it's going to be a foul.
Absolutely.
Every time.
Let's also not talk about the fact that this has actually been a very technical game from St. Charles.
Yes.
Maybe not so much from Michael House. I've been a little disappointed in their lack of originality. And can we also just commend Coyote on the fact that, fine, he gets the fouls and then he sinks them.
And he
puts them away.
St. Charles came out with the strategy after they were down 8, came out with the strategy, adjusted.
Down 10.
Down 10. Michael House has not adjusted from the strategy at all.
Got to sink it. That's exactly what he does. The number 7, Wandile Zuma, 2. It's 2 out of 4 of that, eh? He sunk it. It's back to a 4-point game. Only 3 minutes left. Ladies and gentlemen, this is getting close.
I like these kind of games. This is how you make sure you earn getting into the semifinals.
Another foul drawn here, and it seems that Michael House is going to go back to their basics. They're going to draw their fouls, and they're going to back their free throw percentages, which have been very good.
And that's how they got into the game, because they would draw, shoot, and then Coyote would get the rebound and put it back in, get fouled, and then convert it for 3 points. So they're going back to the strategy that was working in the beginning.
Kumalo goes up, doesn't sink it. It's this next one that's going to be important, though. And you always want to sink the first. If you have to miss one, you always want to sink the first one and miss the second. Kumalo sinks the second, so that's fine. Brings it back to a 5-point game.
Preferably just make both.
A 3, no. Thanks, Dad. Again, you and these jokes, your timing is letting us down. A big 3-pointer could go a long way here for someone. No, poor passing by Zuma. Olofse lets it down. It's changed hands again. Olofse is going to go up. Great tap. I thought that was clean.
That looked clean, but this is the same ref that called the foul from behind. So just because you're not in the
Olofse went up with his hand straight instead of with the back of the ball, and so for it to leave his hand, it means it has to be hand-to-hand contact.
That's actually very smart by Olofse.
Because he went
great-
up straight with it. He didn't have the ball, his hand behind the ball.
He had the ball protected.
Yes.
Kept the
and-
ball between him and the man.
And so then, if the ball leaves his hand in that, it infers that contact on hand to hand. Misses his first one though. Still a 5-point game. Bangs the second. Now it's a 6-point game with only 2 minutes left. 6 points is not enough to guarantee a victory in 2 minutes though.
Not at all.
Because now it goes stop-start.
Start. It's a longer game.
Spread the ball. Now Michael House is set. Now Dlamini trying something. There's great twist and turn. Almost gets the N1, but he does draw the foul beautifully, huh?
He's not scared of that contact. He wants the contact. So he wants to feel the contact first and then shoot the ball.
I'm quite surprised. That went against Coyote, and he's also a bit nonplussed on how that happened.
Yeah.
But I don't understand. Coyote seems set. He's not sure how that happened. When I thought it was number 14, Dominic Lesueur, who fell over Dlamini.
I thought it was Lesueur as well.
Yeah, so I think the umpire referee got it right, but just picked the wrong player.
But I think because Coyote is so big, the ref could not see around him.
Yeah,
He
the
just
whole
said
of Lesueur
automatically
was behind him.
And it's like, I'm just going to award this to you.
Dlamini sinking the first, has the opportunity to bring it back within 4. This is an important free throw. Looks good. That's 2 for Dlamini. Dlamini at the moment is St. Charles's golden boy. Worth his weight in gold. Sitole for Michael House brings it up. They're going to take their time. They have to be careful because setting doesn't mean points in this game. We know that. It's a big drive from Sitole. And now it means that, big hits, contact, 50-50 ball. It does go St. Charles's way.
You see, the players are not aware that it's stop-start right now,
So they have to
So
wait.
you can no longer just jump the ball and throw in as you go.
Which
The
suits
ref-
Michael House and not St. Charles.
Yes, which suits Michael House, not himself.
But we will point out when Dile Zuma will run to the jawbone like a man there.
Oh, yes, he just took that like a G.
6 goes up, and it's short. They're looking for that 3. A 3-pointer would have changed the game.
Communication, flustered right now. This is when you yell out, mine,
Pressure,
mine,
pressure,
to your
pressure.
teammate, so they just let you go.
Big match temperament's a thing here. So St. Charles have the ball in the attacking key. Nowhere to go. He needs to find Zuma. Find Zuma. Lots of time on the shot, but it's not enough. It's not a great shot. It's low on the ground. Can St. Charles walk away with it?
Smart play.
They get a defensive foul. St. Charles can bring it within 2. Who was that? Number 6. Dlamini, the captain.
Teta. Yeah. No, he took that. Isn't Teta?
It's Dlamini, the captain.
Yes, Dlamini. I like that because what? He just put his hands up and then failed it. That's what we call great acting.
But what I must admit, Dlamini's been very underrated, but he's been very important.
Yeah.
And I think that's why he's been made captain, is because of this understated style of play that is just impactful in all aspects of the game.
Understating yet understanding.
Yes.
He does all the
Bang.
intangibles, all the smart. He knows how to read the game, the momentum.
Takani,
And
can
that's
you
what
feel
you
the
want
mood
in your
shift?
leader.
Can
The
you
mood-
feel the mood
Can
shift?
you feel the intensity right now?
It is a 2-point game with only a minute left to play. All the pressure, and it's stolen. It does draw the...
Stolen. It's a backcourt violation.
Yes.
Ball goes to St. Charles. Excellent defense. Great intensity. Great pressure. And that's what you get
But
right
what
there.
is Sitole's plan here? Sitole, I don't think that was thinking basketball from Sitole.
No, it's not. He's still relaxed.
2-point game. If a 3 can get sunk here, it would be the first time St. Charles could take the lead the whole day. Oh, no one's looking. Oh, it got recovered beautifully by number 6. That will be Dlamini, the captain. Saves them in a moment of need. Grabs the foot, but it probably goes out. And is there a timeout called? St. Charles' timeout. This is hectic stuff. 47 seconds. The mood has changed, ladies and gentlemen. Takani, 2-point separating
The
these two teams.
intensity has risen. So right
Who's going
now,
to be the hero? Who's going to step up? Because if St. Charles play, if he sinks a 3 now, because they have possession.
they're not going to go for a 3.
You think so?
They're not going to go for
They're going to
three.
go for the foul.
Yeah, those are 2 big men. Darren and Gilchrist are big men. So they're going to try go inside, draw and kick, get an and 1 foul, hopefully convert it, tie the game, and then take the lead. That then puts pressure on Michael House. But what Michael House needs to do, they need to go back to the intensity that they had in the first quarter, which means hands outspread, defense up, communicating, and that's what got them this lead. So if they do that defense with their size, they will be imposing on St. Charles.
I hope the Michael House coach is riding on that ball, that whatever rebound comes off this shot,
Yes.
go, get rid of it, speed it, throw it up. We will score the basket.
And on that note, I think also St. Charles has been instructed, should we score, we are pressing because we don't have possession of the ball. We need to press and get them to make a mistake so we can get another chance
I
to
thought
shoot.
they would want to set.
No, you don't want them to set, So the intensity, we thought the intensity was up. I think it's about to go up 2 more levels.
No, let's hit the big red button because clearly something is going to happen in this very heated 47 seconds. 2-point difference. It is stop-start, ladies and gentlemen. Can St. Charles bring it home? When at a stage they looked dead. They were out of this game. They were nowhere to Kali, and they have come back and showed some real heart.
Yeah.
I also think they've played the smarter ball from a coaching perspective.
No, they have.
Zuma to Dlamini. Dlamini to Sitole. No, sorry, not Sitole. To Raphael. Goes for the 3. Did I not call it?
You called it. You called it.
And it's a Michael House ball. It came off Dlamini's hand.
See, now they should go in a full court press, foul the guy, and try to get a quick steal.
Sitole, bring it up for Michael House. Whistle blown. Stop start. They can't allow Michael House to set at all. 2 free throws. The foul pushed. I don't know. You could not foul him in the last 30 seconds, especially with 2 points behind.
You can, but they're in the bonus rounds. Both teams, whatever foul comes next, they're both shooting. So the free throws are even more critical and imperative at this moment.
Well, does Sitolo bank on that and put it through? Nope.
See?
They had a good arc to it. It was just in the wrong part of the backboard.
Good arc. So he needs to make this one. If he makes this one, it then makes it a 2-possession game. If he misses it, it's still a 1-possession game with 30 seconds left. The pressure.
Ooh, yeah, BMT. Can he be the hero for his side? He doesn't sink it. Michael House, Coyote, the big man, loses it. He picks it back up. He's bouncing it. He needs to make a plan. He spins and rolls. Is that a double throw now for Coyote?
Yes, it's a free throw for him.
And he has not missed.
Yes, he has not missed when it counted, but now let's see if he will miss or make them when he does.
And St. Charles' captain, Dlamini, is down. The most underrated, understood, but understanding player of the day. Did he wear an elbow?
I think he took one to the head. Let's call him Mr. Intangible. Because he
looks very out of it, though.
Oh,
wow.
Yes.
He is out of it.
I am happy he is walking off, though, even though he's out of it.
Some good sportsmanship being shown by the Michael House guys as well. So Dlamini, unfortunately, won't play the last 30 seconds to send his team into the semis. I think he just took a hard knock. He's a little disorientated. He'll probably have to pass the concussion test. He's back up already. Look at that, man. What a machine. Just needed a second to get his heart back. There's too many players on the court at the moment.
Yeah, he's been subbed off already, so he can't just walk off on the court. He needs to go back on the bench, sub back in.
His feet are heavy, though. He's disappointed. He's unhappy with that.
But he needs to just rush out and sub back in immediately.
So 2-point difference. Coyote goes up, misses it. One of the few he's missing. What have we said? It is time to be the hero for your side.
Exactly.
1 in a million chances happen 9 out of 10 times, and it has happened in 5 games just today. Coyote misses another big one. Dominic Lesueur wins a big one for them. They're going to try wind down the clock. That's Kumalo. He's driving. If he can see a space, he sees a space. That should be opposite foul. Yep. That's exactly what it is. Now St. Charles at stop-start. Relax, calm down. But now Michael House can set.
That is a charge. Like I said, the intensity is going to go up 2 levels up. 16 seconds left. 2-point game.
Is it a 3 or a 2? 3 or a 2. Try and get the foul. I think they should go for the foul. Look for the drive. Look for the drive. There's only 12 seconds left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. This is tight. Make it 9. Buzz is coming. There's a foul.
Which takes us back to the free throws, if this is a foul. So
2 free throws, and it is Dlamini who has been the best shooter for St. Charles. Exactly. And it hasn't been great shooting from St. Charles. But if anyone's got a chance for St. Charles, it is Dlamini.
So if experience was a factor here, they're going to foul you. You would then fake a 3-point shot and let them foul you then. That way you've got 3 more shots at the free throw line.
I don't think they would have fallen for it because they're happy to give them the space further out at the key.
No, they would try to block it because if he makes it, they win the game.
Fair enough. With the point difference, that would change it. Dlamini
situational awareness.
Yes, and he sinks it. Dlamini standing out. He needs to calm down. He can feel the pressure.
He needs to make this.
He is in his head at the moment. BMT Takane. Is he the man for his side? Because in 7 seconds, we could have an overtime game here.
We could have our first overtime of the day.
Dlamini goes up. It looks good. It's short. But St. Charles walk away with a possession. There's only 4 seconds left on the clock. Dlamini fakes the pump fake. He goes up N1. No foul. He misses it. And that should be the game. And Michael House win it in the dying seconds of the game. No referee's call whatsoever.
No call.
Dlamini was almost the hero for St. Charles.
Tough game. Last second. That's what you want to do. That's how you earn your seat in the semi-finals.
Absolutely superb. It was. I feel heartbroken for St. Charles. They clawed back from 10 or 12-0 to bring it back beautifully to a one-point game. Yeah. There's tears in some of these boys' eyes. Michael House played well. I didn't back their coach's creativity. Yeah. I really didn't. Glamini is heartbroken at the moment. He played so hard. He knew he could have won it for his side. That is absolutely gut-wrenching to Cunning.
And that's the personification of leaving it all out there. That is exactly what St. Charles did. They left it all out there, listened to coach's instructions, started off slow, which shows you the importance of being locked in from the get-go. You know, you then don't put yourself in a situation where you are hoping for the last shot. You know, play the whole game, not half the game.
St. Charles might have lost the game, but they won the crowd's hearts here.
Oh, yes.
There's big words, Glamini. Here's some stats for you. Unfortunately, their 2-point shots let St. Charles down terribly. It really did. 8 out of 32 is not good enough. 9 out of 31. It's probably why the game's so close. Free throws is very interesting here because they did not sink their first 12 or 10
free throws.
Then 11 of 27 and sunk more than Michael House is why this game is a one-point game.
Free throws. That's where the game was lost for St. Charles.
Their shot efficiency was 11%. It increased to 21, and that's why. So Michael House stayed at 25.
You know, Michael House needs to be careful going to the semi-finals. You can't start off strong and finish off weak like they did today. You know, you need to start off strong and finish off stronger. You know, improve with every quarter.
Yeah, iSports analysis, statistics supplied by the analyst, capture code, analyze, and feedback. It has been an absolute wonderful game. It was close to the end. St. Charles, they might have lost the game, but they won our hearts, I feel, today.
They won my hearts, you know. They're courageous, they're strong. They just need to set the alarm clock so that they can wake up earlier.
Yeah, definitely. And I will definitely give Simbafemi Kadiode man of the match for Michael House. He scored the majority of their points. And again, I'll say it again, I didn't like Michael House's lack of creativity. They've got skilled, talented players. Yeah. Why not use them all?
No, they were one-dimensional today.
Very
one-dimensional. And if the other coaches who are playing in the semi are scouting you, what they're going to do, they're going to try to take away your strength. And which means everyone else needs to step up.
And I wouldn't be surprised, and that this is obviously just now conjecture at this point, that if St. Charles did go through to a semi, I feel they might have had a better chance at winning a semi than Michael House. Michael House might prove me wrong, but because of their one dimension at the moment, if the other coaches shut Coyote down, they have nowhere to go.
And the higher up you go in these levels, the bigger, the stronger the players are. So Coyote, depending on who he's facing in the next round, which we'll know by tonight, will be facing stronger guys.
Agreed.
You know? So he needs his night rest.
He'll have less of an impact.
He needs his dinner and he needs breakfast because he's going to have a long day tomorrow.
He better eat his porridge tomorrow with extra honey, huh?
Super honey.
100%. You know? Anyway, Takani, say your goodbyes.
Goodbye, everyone. Actually, it's not goodbye because I'm seeing everyone else tomorrow. Again,
even me.
Locked and loaded. I'm not saying bye. I'm saying see you tomorrow. Get a good night's rest because it's going to be semi-finals, under 15 and under 18. It's going to be a full house. You know, it's going to be very exciting basketball to watch. So, and the under 13 finals. So it's going to be great basketball.
And of course, the under 15 is Usutu, St. Charles, Soweto Academy, and Heidefield High. And the under 19s, we'll let you know a little later on, but it has been absolutely superb. Takani said he'll see you tomorrow. I will be doing the same thing. I'll be kicking your day off tomorrow. I'll be doing the 8 o'clock game, first semi of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure. My name is Adam Zawada. Eat your porridge, eat your meat on the bride tonight because everyone is coming tomorrow to play. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We still have some interviews coming your way between, I hope, maybe one of the more emotional St. Charles players and maybe some of the Michael House players as well. So some interviews coming your way. Your day isn't done. And me and Takani will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, that's it.